لحظات البداية عاشت معنا، كنا نحسبها وقت للتسلية بس، نحسبها بس ذكريات.
عبود أعطي أختك اليد يا ولد.
ابتكرنا فيها ابتكارات، وإذا بغينا قلبناها خرافات. كنا نحسبها بس لمة وصحبة وسهرات،
انتبه نو ترى نو.
لكن كنا نشوف عالم ما حد يشوفه.
ليت يشغل وقته بشيء يفيده.
الله عليك على اليد سود.
عالم كبر وعاش فينا، عالم الحماس فيه يوصلك كل مرة لحلم أصعب، بس ما يصعب عليك. بارد معك وين ما تروح.
I don't blame any region for getting boring when you don't feel like anyone's competing for the championship. Like LCK is not boring, even though gen.g's won like what, 4 in a row, 3 in a row? I don't know how many. Four in a row, because every time you're like, maybe T1 can win.
Let's go.
If G2 name changed and Fnatic name changed, that those 10 players would still be the best 10 players in the league. And people would still want to watch that match, even if we were K-Corp, or even if we were Vitality, or even if we were Rogue.
People love K-Corp.
Yeah.
Rogue, yeah, I get that one.
I'm saying like those 10 players could be Rogue.
Yeah, I hate it as well.
They could be Rogue and Giant X. And I can tell you that by the end of that year, they would watch us. Like people would want to watch those teams because the players carried the brand. Nowadays, I feel like it's the opposite.
And with that, everybody, welcome. I'm Ginny, joined with her and
Hi.
And Inspire. How are you guys doing? Would you be okay with leaving that in? Because that was a really funny tangent.
Yeah, I don't mind.
That's a really funny way to start
I feel
off.
that way. I mean, I could be wrong. I don't watch enough to actually know, but I feel that way.
Hey, you didn't watch Rogue lose to MDK, force a two-way tiebreaker.
I did.
Yeah, you did.
I mean, I caught some of it. I didn't catch all the gameplay stuff.
Yeah.
Because the thing is like, it's not about all the there's so many like low elo games that were played. Even when I was playing, games that I'm watching, I was like, wow, like. I can show you the playoff series I played in 2019 playoff spring split. You know, I died in front of the enemy fountain in playoff series like 7 times.
For the memes.
What was the reason?
Because I was just running it down. Like there was no reason. I was just low. Like I was just like, I think me going into the enemy fountain and trying to kill people is the right way to play League. And I lost some of those games, by the way.
Is that what we can expect with your game against G2?
I hope not. I've learned not to do that. But you know what's crazy is like no one, like I don't remember anyone on my team telling me there was a problem either.
Would you tell him it's a problem if he did that?
I didn't play with him back then, but when I played against him, I could tell that he will chase me to the fountain. It was easy to make.
Like me and Hilly, like the funny thing is, there's always Hilly next to me, you know? Like, I wrote this clip of me like chasing humanoid Corky all the way to his fountain, and it's me and Hilly, and like, I'm EQing into his fountain, you know, with Jarvan. I'm like 0 and 5 or something, like absolutely griefing down 100 CS, and then you see me dying at the enemy fountain. I swear, like if you're playing a solo queue game, you would just report me, you know, like this guy's win training.
You're still here.
And I was just like...
It's fine, you had Reckless to carry you, so...
Exactly.
That's true.
People aren't entertainers anymore. Don't get me wrong.
You're not running it down either anymore.
I went off the deep end. No, I am. Like I picked set.
Okay, yes. Oh, yes.
I picked set and I completely sprinted.
I want to see the 0-5
I picked
next to
Zac. I picked Zac and I like get a kill, tower dive him, and then like I get dove twice. Like I'm completely running it down. You know, like that's still there, and like I'm like. That's a part of life.
Wow, you guys are just shitting on the LEC. So it's a good thing that LEC match is the first match that you'll
dude,
be
I'm
going
so
up
excited.
against.
I'm so
You're
excited
for G2 again?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I was Broken Blade's father 4 years ago. Let's see.
Yeah, he told me he went 0-6 TSM like 20.
Oh yeah, like I made fun of them as I was doing it. It was glorious.
Do you think at any point like the student will be the master, or are you just here to like?
Oh, I mean, like the one pure truth and fact about League of Legends is if you are not worried about what happens in mid-game, your early game will always be better. So if you're on a team where like you don't know what's going to happen mid-game, because your players are worse, or like you just scrim a lot and you get shit on all the time. In your early game, you start getting super anxious and you start making decisions, assuming that your team will mess up in mid-game. So you're more vulnerable because you're taking larger risks than you should take. So obviously, when you're playing a counterpart that doesn't feel that need, they're just punish. And a team that has trust and knows that the game's going to be fine, even if someone makes a mistake, like, you're not afraid to make a mistake, you just play your game naturally. Those players don't make those mistakes. What ends up happening is a better player even can make those mistakes and can get punished by someone that's worse because they are on a team that they feel more comfortable in. So for example, is Broken Blade, was he a worse player than me? I don't know, maybe. But I know for a fact that I was on a team where I had absolute and utter faith that we were going to destroy that TSM team no matter what at 20 minutes. So I had no pressure to play the game as naturally as I wanted.
I like the topic of pressure that you're bringing up, because before we even started rolling, you're like, oh, actually, like, we're from NA, we don't have a lot of pressure on us. We're going against G2 as the first game. Do you think that's going to impact you as well?
I mean, impact us. I think it should favor us because we don't really, as you said, feel that much pressure. And while G2, they lost their last game, the important game against NRG at Worlds, which was the NA team. And now if they would lose to us, it would be really embarrassing, like do it back to back. So like there is a lot of pressure on them.
I think now, this year, I think it's really important to use the international experience we're going to get to build into a team that can actually stand up to teams next year.
Yeah. It sounds like MSI particularly has given you an insight on how you want to approach things and how you want to move forward.
Yeah.
But what's the case for the MSI experience for yourself and for the team and the environment in general?
I mean, I didn't have too high expectations because we lost the final to Team Liquid, and I thought that every team that we are going to be facing at the MSI is probably better than Team Liquid was. And if we had already problems of winning against them, then it will be weird to expect us to beat Asian teams. And I think our performance was a little bit worse than I expected us to do, though. But I think we took good lessons off of it, and we are trying to improve, I guess.
When you say trying to improve, because you're also talking about the environment as a team, is that part of it? You have Quad on that mid lane. How is that integration going? How is that going to be playing out on an international stage?
It's a good question.
We'll see,
it'll be interesting to
We'll
see.
see.
I think the most important thing is defining like what a good game of League of Legends is.
It sounds like you have a very particular approach coming into this tournament, whereas when you're going up against an LEC team like G2, first of all, they had MSI fatigue, then they kind of did a lot better in the remaining of the regular season, but they haven't actually played best of series in a while. The game is in like 2 days. Scrims are probably going to be around, but not that much. Do you think because of that you are at an advantage to an extent?
What do you think?
Honestly, I don't think it's that big of a difference playing best of 1 or best of 3, especially because we don't know how G2 plays. Like, we didn't practice against them for basically like so long time. They also don't really know how we play, because like don't expect them to watch too much LCS and like study our games. So it's gonna be a bit, I don't know, like surprising, I guess, for both teams. The first game will be like checking each other out and see what we play.
How do you approach that then? Because it's a BO3 series, so you have a chance to like adapt and learn from your mistakes and move forward, but there also isn't a lower bracket. So what's the game plan going into that then?
I think you just play your best draft, game one, you know, like, I mean, I've always been a believer you should just play, like, you should look at what your players play and what they're good at. Like, I'm a simple man, you know, like, if my mid laner smurfs on this champion solo queue, he should probably play it on stage.
Yeah.
Like, same for me, you know, it's like, if I feel really strong about a champion, I want to play it on stage. That's just the way it is. So I think you just come out with your best draft, and then you see how it goes.
Yeah.
Because, you know, it's a one-off, you get the player choose pick, you win the game off of it. I think for the most part, especially on a new patch where teams haven't had that much time to practice.
If any,
you don't really know what to expect. Like, I don't know, maybe Caps picks Neferi and it's the most broken champ in the game, you know? Like,
maybe, yeah.
Yeah, I don't know, who knows, right? Or I don't know what, like.
And then you ban it next game.
Exactly. You know, or maybe, like, that's the thing, maybe we play it and we smash them and we're like, wow, FlyQuest's so good, and it's like, oh wait, no, this champion is just absolutely disgusting, so.
That's true.
Who are you seeing making the deepest run in this tournament? You can say yourselves. Everybody's already said that, so it would be unoriginal, but also confident.
I'd be shocked if we make a deep run. I mean, I'd be hella excited.
Yeah, same.
I'd be shocked, yeah. I mean, we played against these teams at MSI. I mean, what would be the biggest upset is we beat G2 and then we beat the next team. That would be crazy.
Okay.
But the reality of the matter is, like, we played against these teams. and we couldn't beat PSG, which got made fun of by the teams that we're playing against. So
That's true.
I mean, to be fair, they did get a 5-game series against BLG, so
Yeah.
you know, that's what I'm saying. It's like the difference isn't that big. It's just a matter of like collectively coming together and understanding what it looks like. That said, it's also not that easy.
No, it's if it was that easy, you know, NA might not have been dubbed near airport.
No, but I think NA is near airport because I think NA doesn't they don't fundamentally understand the idea of like everyone has a certain weight to pull. Like NA and this is just my take, right? But NA as a whole, as a region, has been defined by players that make other players play towards them, and then they will carry those players. Jensen, Bjergsen, Doublelift, basically all their strategy boils down to you jungler, you support, you this, come to me and give me. Right? There's like, give me wards and give me the buffs, give me this, give me that, and then I will carry. And then you walk into players that are not boosted and they get farmed on repeat, infinitely. Chovy, the best player in the world, right? Most people agree.
Yep.
Yeah.
He couldn't win internationally for the longest time because that strategy does not work against the best in the world. I really believe that that's a cultural thing. I really believe that. I do think that most success comes from that. Like Dignitas, for example, we mentioned them earlier. They're like Licorice, Jensen, like they come from that era. That's why they're going to be last place. Like, you don't win like that.
Then what would international success look for each of you individually? Because this is the second international tournament of the year.
For me, just putting a good fight against G2, I think it will be already a success. And I want to see how Quad will play his first international tournament, because if I'm correct, I think he has never played international tournament in his career yet. So it's going to be a new experience for him. And I know he's a really strong player, and I feel like Caps probably doesn't have any idea of how Quad plays, because he didn't play in major leagues. He just started playing with us in LCS, so he might surprise him. And
Well, wild card.
yeah.
I really felt like the first best of 3 we played against PSG, like we won because like I think me and Inspired were hard smurfing on them. And then like the next best of 3, when we couldn't hard smurf on them, then we just collapsed because we weren't hard smurfing on them. And to me, that's like, I know people are going to hate on me for saying this, but like that is proof that the rest of our team didn't know the parts that they needed to play in order to have international success. Like you need to pull your own weight.
Yeah.
And I don't think the rest of our team was pulling their own weight. And for our bot lane,
He's sitting right next to you. You're just flaming your team,
I'm saying
man.
Inspired is pulling his own weight.
It's not like flaming. I think we talked about it with our teammates as well, and that's just the conclusion we came to, that everyone needs to play their own game if we want to beat the best teams, because you can't just expect to get carried.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Everyone has to use everything they have in their bank, in their champion power, and try to accomplish something together, because you just can't do it on your own.
Before we close out the interview, though, I do want to ask both of you if you want to share anything with the NA fans, FlyQuest fans, NA fans in general.
Well, I hope you guys will be cheering for us. It will be way tougher opponent than we have been facing so far in LCS, but I'm hopeful that we can do well, and I'm looking forward to the game against G2, especially because I'm playing against Hans, which is my old teammate.
True.
So
I have history too.
Yeah.
Yeah, I have a lot of history with G2, so yeah, I'm just hoping we'll make it a banger, and I hope I can bring back some of that Fnatic energy that made people believe that we could beat G2.
Awesome. I'm really excited. Thank you so much both for joining us, and thank you guys for tuning in. We'll see you.
thank you.
Thank you very much.
Welcome back, everybody, to day 2 of the Esports World Cup presenting League of Legends.
The fight is going on to Mako. So much damage into Leona, but that's amazing. Eventually, this front door will come down. Top Esports, they will throw the narrative out the window, and they say, we are the better team tonight. APX finds the Glacial Bishop, puts up the door, and the Impale comes in. Solar Plant is fantastic, and Mickey is just caught down, and now Blackwest are blasting out with the explosion!
G2 is in total control.
Here at EWC, and Blackwest, unfortunately, gonna have to go home.
Have you got what it takes to get to the top? It doesn't matter how high you climb. To reach the top, even the biggest champ needs a break. So you can recharge, dive back in, and dominate. Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
And we are live for day 3 of the Esports World Cup presenting League of Legends. 2 days of quarterfinals have concluded, which means the semifinals start today.
4 quarterfinal matches, so many upsets happened during those days. And honestly, nobody expected Gen.g, the tournament favorite, to lose their first match on the Arena. I don't know what's gonna happen next.
And G2 dropping game 1 to FlyQuest, but they made the comeback and are still in the tournament, which means every region, LPL, LCK, LEC, and LCS, have a reason to cheer because they all have a team remaining.
And today, during the semifinals matches, G2 will face, honestly, the next tournament favorite, I would say, and T1 versus TL. That's gonna be a match to watch for the day, to be honest. And anything could happen at this point.
Let's see who wins it.
Welcome to the Esports World Cup, presenting League of Legends. Welcome back to day number 3 of the League of Legends action here. It's going to be a lot of fun. I'm your host, Daniel Digon Gonzalez. We'll be breaking down all the action from today's semifinals matches, but I'm not alone. Joining me is Joshi and Valdez. Gents, welcome to day number 3.
So excited to be here once again. We have had so many upsets. Like they said before, we get to have every single one of the regions still represented, and that means anybody could still technically take home the champion.
It does feel like now that we've had those upsets happen, it really feels like anybody can win from here, even though we do have some favorites. Maybe those favorites just get toppled as well.
Well, one thing that happened due to our matches as we take a look at the bracket is that there's representation from every single region. Team Liquid versus T1, your first matchup today, and G2 and Top Esports. Maybe not the representation that we thought, but still, all 4 regions still marked here in the semifinals.
And I still think the most important thing that we've learned from this is that starting your team name with a T is really OP. You have Team Liquid, T1, and Top Esports, but G2 and FlyQuest, neither of them started with a T, so it was really hard to figure out which one of them was going to win.
Yeah, it didn't really make sense. G2 eventually got there in the end, but we're taking a look at some of the highlights from Gen.g up against Top Esports. This was definitely the biggest upset of the tournament, especially because it was a 2-0 as well, right?
We got to see a really big draft advantage coming out from Top Esports in both of their games. And Gen.g, despite how strong they were, despite how much pressure they were able to try and put on the game in order to come back, it just wasn't enough.
Yeah, just contextualizing the level of this upset. People were talking about before this tournament started, it wasn't who was going to win. It was Gen.g was going to win, but by how many dropped games. And they came through as huge favorites against a Top Esports team that is on fire in their domestic league, but we're expected to take care of business, and they fell a little short here.
It's definitely interesting to see that a much slower style has really dominated so much of this tournament. Gen.g was looking very good, but Top Esports is well known in the LPL as well for playing a bit slower.
Yeah, it's, you know, that slow style, and it's a best of 3, so sometimes the enemy gets lulled into a false sense of security. I think Gen.g had that in game 1. We also had G2 up against FlyQuest, and this one was a really close matchup. I mean, every single game could have gone either way. We had Mundo picked in game number 3 as well, so a lot of interesting picks in the drafts so far in this tournament too.
Yeah, a little bit sad that July 5th is not as powerful as July 4th, but G2 moving on does give us a very interesting rematch as well, going up from what we saw at MSI, where G2 actually took down Top Esports in a 3-0 fashion.
Yeah, it was definitely great to see heroes be built in every single game of that one. You could say Quad in game number 1 for FlyQuest, Broken Blade, and then Cav cleaning things up, but you could pick out any one of those players across all 10 of them, and all of them had standout moments.
I'm really excited for so many of these rookies in NA. Even though this might not have been their event, it does showcase that there is more opportunity for these players to continue improving on the international stage. Monsu, Quad, both having their first international appearance in this year. And we got to see that Quad even was able to take down Caps in a way that a lot of people were not expecting.
Yeah, it wasn't really an expected one. We also had Ziggs losing there, so that's why Ox isn't with us here today on the desk. He decided to take a leave of absence. No, he'll be back for the second series.
All right, well, you cannot get wins without some huge plays. So we have our top 5 plays by Aramco right now.
So that's a second Ocean Drake now to the side of Top Esports as 369 gets on the Toby and puts him in the death chamber. Meanwhile, the fight is going on to Mako. So much damage into Leona, but that's amazing for Top Esports as Mako will survive. The trigger seed comes in for Jackie as he ease into the team and immediately dies. That is not what you want to see. Why in? Why in Jackie Love? He just wants to play Mario on FlyQuest. Masu, he's going to be the first one to go down. And now Quad just dives on top of the Braum. Okay, that's an interesting maneuver. Quad is now back, so maybe FlyQuest are happy to fight as Inspired. Looking to try and set up. Great Cask is going to connect, but Inspired flashes away. True Shot Barrage finds Hans Hammer on that backline. But he's very safe. Masu, though, he gets on in there. Hans Hammer is in so much trouble, but he survived. Oh! And FlyQuest kind of thought they had an opportunity, but Inspire goes down before he can really do anything at all. And now G2 are trying to dive on him. The Impale is decent, but the Body Slam is better. And now the Teleport's coming in once again. Quad finally in the battle as Flippo diving for True. Cuts them all down. My hands in a lot of trouble, but you see Toby, the rest of the team trying to get to the back line. It's not going to happen, and this Mordekaiser is insanely huge, as they will also get the Cassante, and that is that front line that they were looking for. Pace is too low. Cream is jumping into the fight. He is jumping into the base, looking for the end.
Again, I love that last play there by Cream from Top Esports. A show of growth on the international stage by Cream. We got to see his international play over at MSI. Maybe not what we saw from his domestic form. Then, here at the Esports World Cup, able to show off against big opponents.
And we got to see such a big opportunity for so many players to pop off. We got to see Caps in there. We got to see Quad in there, Cream as well. But the one thing that we can keep seeing in common is a lot of Tristana being played.
A lot of Tristana. I think she might be seeing some bans here. I don't think that the new patch has really made her any weaker, and obviously she didn't get touched, so very strong at the moment, and I would like to see our teams highlight that pick for sure.
Well, those were some of the highlights from in the game, but out of the game, you got to remember, there's still some big reactions. These are your Pepsi reactions.
class. Best at coming in first place, not last. I hustle, cause that's what hustlers do. Might have took a few L's, never more than a few. Then I bounce right back up to the top. You gotta do what I do if you want my spec.
Valdez, we're so used to having a huge, loud, passionate fan base over at LoL Park in the LCK, but here at the Esports World Cup, the fans definitely showed up yesterday as well.
Yeah, the fans are going crazy. The atmosphere in the Kitty Arena is just fantastic. It's lightning. No matter who's playing, it's just awesome to see.
Yeah, well, for some of the on-the-ground coverage of those fans and everything that's happening here, let's send it on over to Kitty, who's standing by with the hydraulic press, I think it is.
This is Kitty at the back of the stage for the Cube Arena. By my side is the hydraulic press, where teams of the defeating side will present their key and have it crushed with this tool. Team captains will come to the back of the stage after their victory and put their foot onto the button at the very bottom, and that will commence the whole procedure. Only more teams are going to have their keys defeated and crushed right here after Team Liquid and BLG's defeat yesterday. Let's see who gets crushed.
Thank you very much, Kitty. Now joining me on stage is Team Director of League of Legends for Fnatic. It's Dardo. Dardo, we just got to see the hydraulic press in use. Obviously, a couple days ago, you guys had your key pushed. Tell me, since you have multiple teams in the tournament, what did it feel like seeing that key like get smushed there?
Yeah, in this case, this one hurts, especially because I'm more working towards League of Legends than any other title. So disappointing moment for sure for us that it's not only that we couldn't make it through to quarterfinal, to semifinals in this case, it was more, I think the level that we showed was not at the expectation that we brought into this tournament. So a bit sad with that part.
Well, Fnatic as an organization is part of the greater club championship, and we know how good Fnatic can be, and they're still in the running for our trophy here, the club championship trophy. What are your thoughts on the fact that the system that's here for the club championship?
I mean, it's super exciting. At the end of the day, it's the first time that we can compete as a club towards, like, with different titles towards the same goal. So that part is really, really nice. We haven't started the best way. We have to say that. In Mobile Legends, we didn't perform very well. We couldn't go out of groups. So we will not get championship points as far as I know there. And in League, we will get, because we are obviously in quarterfinals, top 8, but we couldn't make it through either, which was a bit disappointing. But yeah, we have plenty of other titles. We are in, I think in a few minutes, we will be fighting also in Warzone. So we are still high hopes. I think we have been working really hard in the last months to be here and be prepared. So it didn't start the best way possible, but I'm sure that we are going to come back and do a good tournament so far.
Absolutely, as Fnatic always has. Now, you have such a premier role as the team director, the curator of the League of Legends direction. Kind of tell me your overall thoughts on this roster. Obviously, you brought in the Korean bot lane on into the team. You've stuck with this mid-jungle duo for quite some time, and Oscar Innen, he was under fire last split or at Worlds, but he's always performed. Kind of tell me your thoughts on this roster.
Well, I think we have a pretty strong roster, but it's also we have built it in a combination of rookie talent with few veterans, and you were saying very well, we believe very much in our mid-jungle connection and in our mid-jungle duo. They are incredibly good players individually, but also they also bring the experience to the roster, and we have complemented that with some players that are extremely talented, less experienced, but they can bring a lot of the new fire, hunger, and they can grow fast with people like Humanoid and Razor together with them. I think normally domestically we are doing better, like from what we have seen in the last months, and when we come to international events it feels that we are falling a bit short, but I think that is just a consequence of that lack of experience that we were saying. But I feel every tournament we are getting better in that regard, and hopefully we will qualify to Worlds and we will be able to show it there too.
All of them, brick by brick, each one of those experiences, and I'm sure we'll see you over at Worlds. Dardo, everyone, thank you so much for your time.
Thank you
very much. Appreciate your insights.
Thank you, guys.
All right, let's take a look at the schedule for today's matches, as we've got the semifinals ready to go for the Esports World Cup presenting League of Legends. Kicking things off, it's the LCS versus the LCK. LCK, Team Liquid versus T1. And to close it on off, it's Top Esports versus the Kings of Europe, G2. Joshi, when you take a look at the schedule, what jumps out at you?
I mean, we can't deny it. I'm a big NA fan, but this is going to be a tough one. We've gotten a game off of T1 at the last major event at MSI, but we were not able to do the same thing at Worlds 2023. As long as we walk away with at least one win, I think that'll be a major success for all the NA fans.
It's a pretty interesting matchup, this first one, because TL, I think they were pretty favored in our minds in that first matchup. But then T1 I actually said that BLG was going to win that first one. So T1 come through, they get the win. So maybe TL have this huge confidence coming in. We'll see if that can carry that because they're going to need it against T1.
Well, remember, each victory here at the Esports World Cup presenting League of Legends doubles the prize pool for you, or your prize money for you. All the teams started at 50,000. If you got knocked out in that first round, that is what you leave with. Now sitting at 100,000 are our semi-finalists. If you win, that goes to 200,000, and of course, 400,000 for our first place.
And it's so much money that just racks up so quickly. Like you said, doubling every single time. You just look at all of the different teams that are coming here, and a lot of these players, I mean, this is what they're here for, right? They started off just looking for opportunities to get those big paychecks.
Yep. All right. Well, all that's left to do is to break down the next match, our ALJ match of the day. It is Team Liquid versus T1. Will the NA squad be able to get the victory against the world champs? We'll break it all down after this short break.
Welcome to the Cube Arena. This is where the League of Legends competition is going to be taking place with the biggest names and the best teams from all across the world fighting for a chance at the title of the Esports World Cup winners. All right, thank you guys so much for joining us because we have one of the Arabic influencers here, Momo from Morocco. I appreciate you for taking the time to talk to me. I want to ask you about the importance of having an international event for League of Legends in MENA, which brings teams like T1 and BLG to the competition.
Well, first of all, I'm so happy to see you here. It's finally back to your region. Well, this means so much to us in the MENA region because finally there's going to be spotlight on us. We have amazing talents from casters, players, mainly players, and we finally have our own server, which I really hope you guys can check it out. But having an international stage here will just show how many fans of League of Legends exist here. And this is really a great opportunity for us and for the region to shine internationally as well.
And this is the totem for the Esports World Cup, where there are a total of 22 keyholes. Every single team competing in one of the 21 titles will be able to fit their key in the required position and solidify themselves in history. And that's it from us here from the Cube Arena, where all the competition is still in full swing. I hope everybody at home and those here are enjoying their times, and we'll see you around.
Feel definitely good playing on the big stage, especially playing versus Fnatic. I know they wanted to beat us, they wanted to revenge us. I'm glad I can tell them not yet.
이렇게 큰 대회에 항상 참가하게 되는 거는 너무 선수로서 영광이고 정말 기쁜 일인 것 같고.
Certainly this is getting real dicey. There is another snare as the Cosmic Binding locks down Knight. He's the target, and the Hyperproc is going to do it. The Nara into the wall, the wallop there from Zayas, and he hits that Mega Nara at exactly the right time.
I've been meeting the T1 for a long time right now. I think T1 was always like the strongest individual. Every tournament, I think we are getting closer to take down the T1. I'm hoping this is the time.
There's a Glacial Prison as well. Special delivery of Gumayushi with the Killer Instinct, and there goes the Zyra.
그때 제 느낀 감상은 좀 되게 단단하고 또 엄티 선수가 초반에 변수도 잘 만들기 때문에 사실 우승을 충분히 노릴 수 있는 그런 위치에 섰다고 생각하기 때문에
I think there is a chance we can go to the final. That will be really meaningful for all the NA fans. We will make it.
Well, if anyone knows a thing or two about beating T1, that'd be that man on your screen right there. Core JJ rolling on in with Team Liquid, part of our ALJ arrivals here at the Boulevard Studios, working their way to the Qiddiya Arena to do battle and stay undefeated in terms of series here at the Esports World Cup. But their opponents, the reigning world champs, yeah, they took them a little while to turn it on, but then they did, and they closed it on out. T1 trying to make the first ever finals here at the Esports World Cup presenting League of Legends. And they've got a tough test against them as this Team Liquid squad looking to stay on top. As it was kind of interesting, as you said, Team Liquid looking solid.
Looking solid. And I think it's more important as well that T1 are looking a little bit vulnerable. They most recently lost their series domestically versus KT. Team Liquid were able to take a game off them before. This is an opportunity for Team Liquid to really take advantage of what seems like a really strong opportunity.
I would say that, it's a great opportunity, but I think that T1 at least did look better in their series against BLG compared to their one against KT. So I would say coming over here to EWC, they look like they're in better form, and I would have rated them ahead of TL, to be honest, before this tournament. So,
Still do, honestly.
It could be an upset. It could happen for Team Liquid, but they're going to have to do some work.
Well, we know a couple of guys that have some thoughts on this, so let's send it on over to our casters who are standing by on the Boulevard.
Thank you so much, Dagon. And I'm Atlas, joined by Wolf here. We're going to be casting the first series. We're here at the very sunny Boulevard Studios. Ready to get into this series. Wolf, some expectations for today. Do you feel upsets in the air?
I mean, we've definitely been feeling some upsets in this tournament. We've definitely seen some games that have gone a little bit crazy, a little bit wild. We've seen some unique and different champions. I think T1 definitely coming in as massive favorites in this series. We saw already Team Liquid take out Fnatic, APA, super on form. His Ziggs was pretty incredible to watch. So maybe some unique strategies coming out from TL could take an upset game.
Yeah, I'm wondering whether it's contagious, whether yesterday's upset city that we saw, FlyQuest almost getting there at the very end, as well as gen.g falling down. Perhaps now we've just got upsets in the air. But back over to you guys at the studio.
Thank you very much to my Blues brother and Spider-Man in suit. That was Atlas and Wolf for the breakdown, and they'll be on the call for our first matchup. Guys, we know these rosters really well. Again, coming back from MSI, Team Liquid, the #1 team from LCS, and T1, the reigning champs. You go up and down this roster. Experience on the top side. Core is your experience there, but the damage is done by the 2 damage dealers in the mid lane and the AD carry role.
For sure, and I think it's really important to note just how the Fnatic GM was talking about. You have the experience, you have the new rookies who have these crazy hands. We know that Jan and APA have been these crazy grinders with some of the largest solo queue numbers of any players on the North American ladder. It's really going to be looking for opportunities for them to be very aggressive today. And I know that Jan was talking about how he was having a little bit of trouble like warming up to the studio last time around. Not expecting that to be a problem now that they've actually had some games on stage.
Yeah, and given that it is a best of 3, I think that for any NA team, for Team Liquid, I think they could come in here and throw a curveball. T1 have struggled with that before. We've already seen Gen.g, another Korean team, also struggle with draft issues. So maybe that's the angle. Maybe you come out here for game 1, you try to throw them a curveball, and perhaps that'll get them ahead.
And I think it's really important to know as well that Team Liquid at MSI did actually have leads against T1 in multiple games. There's a very real world where Team Liquid could have 3-0'd if they had just been able to close out those games last time around.
Yeah, a lot of the time when we have seen the North American squad, whoever it was of that era, play up against T1 or the LCK squad of that era, the issue wasn't necessarily hands in the early game, it was the decision making later on. That is what Team Liquid is looking to build this experience on, and they're doing it against one of the toughest tests in the world. It's T1.
I think the biggest thing as well looking at this team is it took T1 a little bit of time as well to warm up in their series, but eventually Kyria realized, what if I was actually the best support in the world that so many fans think I am? And he went absolutely nuts in their third game on the Bard.
You know, that's a great idea. Just be the best support in the world. Yeah, I mean, Kyria's had ups and downs, but I think definitely his Bard game was one of the big ups that we have seen in recent times, and essentially carried in a big way. I mean, Guma's Jin, shout out to that too. He played an excellent game as well. And BLG, they put up a great fight, but at the end of the day, T1, you know, they brought their own curveballs. They brought their own interesting things to the best of 3. So definitely, as an LCK commentator myself, am confident that they should be the favorites coming into this one. But we'll just have to wait and see.
Yeah, I think a unique matchup here is going to be in the jungle. Only 2 unique champions played for Umti in the LCS, in the Sejuani and Maokai, and Zeus is leading the charge, part of the AP jungle meta. How is that going to shape up? As BLG tried in game number 1 with Jun, who is a stud in the LPL at the jungle, he went 1-6, 1-7 on Zyra, did not look great.
It's definitely a really big opportunity here for the North American team because so much of the meta has been dominated by all of these carry junglers. And while we know that T1 has a very strong one in owner, just the fact that you can throw a curveball, we got to see exactly how powerful that Ivern was yesterday when played by Top Esports. You have ways to neutralize a lot of these strong carries.
Yeah, well, right now we have Kitty standing by with an interview with one of our opponents.
Hi everyone, this is Kitty outside of the Cube stage with teams slowly arriving. We have Team Liquid versus T1 coming right up for the first semifinals of League of Legends. I wanted to grab APA, the mid laner of Team Liquid, and have a little bit of a chat with him. So, how are we feeling today? Did you rest well?
Of course, yeah. We're adjusting well to the sleep schedule, so I'm rested and I'm excited for today.
That's super good to hear. But of course, you guys are going against T1 that just won up against BLG. So how is the confidence level feeling over at the team?
Well, this will be my first time or third time facing them in the year, so I'm excited. I'm confident we can take it.
I mean, you guys are technically the last hope of NA. So do you guys have anything to say for the fans that really want you guys to bring back that pride for America?
I think we're just doing our best to keep NA hopes alive.
Of course, and best of luck to this best of 3, and hopefully we'll see you play Ziggs.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Kitty. APA working on his Twitch cosplay. He just showed up out of nowhere in the Boulevard and then had the spicy answers ready for everything that Kitty threw at him. APA, again, has been so core to this roster as they made a change last year. I think people forget he's still within that first year range of his pro career.
He's been such a new player, and everybody in the Challengers League and below have been asking for this guy to have his opportunity to play in the LCS and internationally. I have to admit, when I was talking to him at Worlds last year, I told him, hey, I thought you're going to get kicked in the teeth. And he just continuously showed up over and over again, continuously defying all the expectations that everyone has had about our players.
Well, if he's going to continue to defy expectations, he has to do it against the GOAT in the mid lane. We have an interview with Faker right now.
Hi everyone, Ginny here, and I'm joined with Faker from T1 ahead of their game against Team Liquid. I would like to talk about the fact that we so quickly got to the semifinals, and we've seen a lot of teams competing already. There's one team left per region. Which one has stood out to you the most?
네, 일단 뭐 TS랑 젠지 경기를 봤을 때 확실히 그쪽 경기가 되게 좋아 보였고 그리고 저희 조에도 TA도 충분히 강하다고 생각을 했기 때문에 이번 경기 좀 모든 팀들 다 눈여겨볼 만한 것 같습니다.
So obviously TS versus gen.g was a very interesting one, and of course TS played very well, but I'm also thinking about TL playing really good as well, so every match will be a really tough match.
Every match so far has been a little bit unexpected, so to say. There have been a couple of upsets, especially with the gen.g one, as you mentioned. When it comes to a tournament like this with the format, no lower bracket, just a couple of days, what do you think are the key elements that are bringing success to teams?
아무래도 3판 2선이다 보니까 어느 정도 좀 전략적인 준비도 중요한 것 같고 그런 뭐 메타적인 해석도 되게 중요하다고 느끼고 있고요. 네, 무엇보다 이제 각 지역에 강한 팀들이기 때문에 좀 서로 뭐 이기고 지고 할 수 있다고 생각하고 있습니다.
So of course it's a best of three, so we need to prepare for all the meta plays and the strategics, but they're all the best in the region, so I think we should prepare for anything.
Okay, that's really good to hear. And in terms of the tournament as a whole and the Esports World Cup, when we're looking at T1 and we're looking at yourself as well, a big history in League of Legends and in esports as general, what would it mean to be able to solidify your name in history by being the first team to win this kind of competition?
뭐 사실 T1 같은 경우에 좀 많은 팬분들의 사랑을 받고 있어서 되게 이제 관심도가 높은데 뭐 그것과는 별개로 저희도 마찬가지로 하나의 프로 팀으로서 어떤 대회든 우승하고 싶다는 마음인 것 같고 그거는 뭐 어떤 팀이든 다 마찬가지라고 생각해서 뭐 그냥 저희는 최선을 다하는 게 가장 중요한 것 같습니다.
Yes, of course, we're getting a lot of attention by the fans of all around the world. But that aside, we as a team, we want to win as a team. So I think that we will focus on that.
All right. Thank you so much for your time, Faker, and thank you so much for the translation, Maddox. Dijon, back to you.
Laser focus there by Faker. Again, thank you to our content host, Ginny, and translations by Maddox. That's answers that we expected here by Faker. No games, no frills, just winning.
It's very, yeah, it was about as plain as it got, unfortunately. I mean, that's kind of the way Korean interviews do go. He's like, we just got to play our game. We're going to try really hard. We want to win. That's essentially all we're thinking about. So didn't get much else out of it.
Yeah, I really hope that we get to see a little bit more excitement from their gameplay, right? That is one thing that T1 have been known for rather consistently. They always have these explosive fights in the middle of the game, and that's how they take a lot of their games throughout the course of their history. And I think even though they're a little bit, you know, very political and very easygoing when it comes to the interviews, they are not that way when it comes to the Rift.
Well, you guys at home have the opportunity to play it however you want with our STC predictions. Head on over to www.stcplay.gg to put your predictions for the semifinals here at the first ever Esports World Cup presenting League of Legends. So it's time for my experts to do so. Joshi, Valdanalist, where are you going with this matchup?
Look, there's a major part of me as an NA fan who has been casting the region for so long. I want to give as much hopium or copium to my Team Liquid brethren as possible, but I still have to vote with my brain. I have to say, I think Team Liquid, we will be getting one game off of this one, but it will probably end up being a T1 2-1.
I'm going to go with the 2-0 here. I think the safe prediction for me is that T1 is going to win this one pretty handily. You know, they were tested by BLG. I think T1 are ready for this one. They've had time to settle in. Those first best of threes, actually, I think are the most volatile. And now they've had time to settle in, as I said. So they should be the favorites here.
Well, as APA has noted, the third time this matchup will be played in a best of series. How will it go in the semifinals? Let's find out together as we send it on over to the Qiddiya Arena.
Welcome to the Esports World Cup presenting League of Legends. We are live again at the Qiddiya Arena for day 3 and our semifinals matches. Once again, I'm Kangas.
And I'm Fancy, and in the past 2 days, we have seen 4 quarterfinal matches, and nobody expected the outcome. T1 almost not making it to the semifinals. G2 having to get to game 3 just to win, and Gen.g, the audience's favorite. Yeah, and nobody expected that they would lose their first match.
Everyone thinking Gen.g could make the run. They're out already, but my favorite moment so far here at the arena has been the crowd reactions. We had such electric moments throughout the quarterfinals. What was your favorite? Yeah, let's hear it a little bit. What was your favorite moment, Fancy?
T1 walking on stage, and just that crowd went ballistic. And honestly, they're gonna be on stage any moment now, and when that happens, I'm sure they're gonna have even a better reaction.
Also, I gotta say, shout out to the G2 fans that kept cheering throughout the entire series, even when, especially when they were behind. That was incredible. So I'm hoping we can keep the same energy going into the semifinals matches, because we got 2 ahead of us today.
That's right, 2 semifinals tonight, and more crushed keys are gonna be added to this box under the trophy. And we're gonna see which team can get to the finals and have a chance to be the first ever Esports World Cup presenting League of Legends champions.
So I think it's about time, Fancy. How are we feeling at the arena? Do you want to meet your teams? All right, introducing to the stage your first semi-finalist, Team Liquid! In the top lane, Impact. In the jungle, Oopty. Mid laner, APA. AD carry, Eon. And in the support role, Core JJ. The heart of North America beats in this team as the spirit of a region charges their resolve. For today, they face their demons.
And their opponents. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage, T1! In the top lane, Zeus, roaming the jungle, Owner. And in the bot lane, Guma Yushi, and by his side, Keria. And in the mid lane, seeking yet another crown, Faker! The pride of the LCK, the Lion's Heart of South Korea, hunting for another key to crush. Giddy Arena, let me hear you roar for the reigning world champions!
Captains, please take your keys to their starting positions. And Giddy Arena and everybody at home, give a warm welcome to your first semi-finalist, because the Esports World Cup presenting League of Legends semi-finals begins right now.
Y'all see what Kangas did there? The resolve to face their demons because they're taking on the unkillable Demon King in the mid lane. Good job, Kangas. Okay, I see you. Team Liquid versus T1 as they do battle here in this best of 3. Again, one of the unique parts of the format here, Joshi. Only a best of 3.
Only a best of 3 and only single elimination. There is not a second chance. This is the time to start bringing out those crazy picks. We saw how effective they were in the quarterfinals. Hopefully, Team Liquid has something that they can still bring out.
You know, Ziggs has been a big talking point so far at this tournament. I would not be surprised to see some Ziggs action on one side or the other. And it's going to be a fun one, guys. I can't wait to see Team Liquid try once again to take down T1.
Yep, the storylines are all there with players being linked to each other's orgs. And of course, spawned one great Australian. So let's send it off to another one. Standing by right now, it's Atlas and Wolf for the call.
Thank you very much, Digon, and thank you for the introduction here as well as Spawn. You saw there getting ready to dive into this draft, as we are, Wolf.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to this. Now, important to note, unusual when you consider the circumstances, right? We have one clear favorite in T1. It's actually Team Liquid that's the higher seed going into this match. They have side selection. They're going to be able to choose where they want to go, dictate the pace of this draft. So that's one extra edge Team Liquid have going into this best of 3. We've seen a lot of really unique picks in this tournament. The Ivern really catching Gen.g off guard. We saw APA pull out the Ziggs mid. You know, great performance by him, but it was also into a Kassadin, and he ended up getting a massive lead there with his first strike and taking the game away. Then we've seen a lot of teams be really surprised to really make large draft errors. Part of that being it's a new patch, it's only best of 3s, short preparation time coming straight from domestic leagues. So if there's any world where Spawn and his squad can upset the defending world champions, it could be this best of 3.
Yeah, exactly right. And as we move into the semifinals as well, you don't have nearly as much time to prepare. Like, I imagine a lot of these teams were prepping for their first matchup, right? And then it's like a single day, 2 days at most. And then you're straight back onto the Rift and you have to do it all over again. Of course, these teams getting a little bit of extra time than our teams that are going to be matching up in our next best of 3, but it's only 1 day in lieu, right? So we'll just have to see how much adaptation, how much preparation has been done for both of these squads here at EWC to try and take home the victory. And of course, T1, reigning world champions, probably the favorites here. But I imagine, like, there are a few players on this team that are pretty good at just taking wins from Faker, right? Umpty, he can do it after 90 minutes, Wolf.
Yeah.
And Core JJ...
He does it in the World Finals.
He does it in the World Finals, and he creates the best photography the world has ever seen here in esports. So, I mean, there is definitely no lack of talent. We'll just see whether they can actually do it here on the day.
And of course, Impact, one of Faker's ex-teammates from SK Telecom back in the old days, one of the longest-standing players in pro play, along with Faker in this tournament. A ton of experience under his belt across so many different rosters. Such a veteran. APA coming in as this, you know, somewhat new player to the scene. You know, we heard about it on the desk as well, how a lot of people doubted him, but he's just continued to grow. He's continued to defy expectations. Faker's been dipping up and down in current form, right? Some weeks he looks great. He looks back to his best form. Some weeks he's looking a little bit rocky. His MSI form was not as good as people were really hoping it was going to be, especially when you compare it to his spring season, regular season form. As wow, they even brought the mascot.
Yeah, we saw this one a little bit earlier on. Kangas, of course, hanging out, getting some photos and things like that. Team Liquid, of course, out in force. As, yeah, you got to make sure you get your badge out of the way there.
That's top secret.
Absolutely top secret. Thank you very much. Making sure that he's keeping everything as above board as possible. That's our Kangas for you, Wolf. We are taking a little bit longer to get into this draft, making sure that all of the audio is sorted out for everyone. Faker with his eyes open hasn't even begun the reboot process just yet. So that shows that we are only moments away from diving into the draft for this one. Umpty looking pretty happy, and you actually saw a bunch of giggles going on this stage. I feel like oftentimes international competitions, we talk about nerves, we talk about players being anxious, and we haven't really seen that so much here at EWC. I feel like the atmosphere has been a little bit more lighthearted, and I think that's led to some of these more eclectic and interesting drafts.
Yeah.
Wolf?
I think it's a great way to cope with the stress of getting your key crushed after losing the best of 3. Especially in that quarterfinals, you know, we had the big tournament favorites, Gen.g, taken out instantly, right? We had BLG play a fantastic series against T1. Arguably, all 3 games could have been won, especially games 1 and 3. Looked great for them. T1 take it anyways, 2-0. And, I mean, it's great for me to see Umpty happy on the stage. He was elated after he finally found success in the LCS. Emotional because he's had a rough go of it over in Korea in the LCK. And Team Liquid, I feel it could really make history, though, today if they can dethrone T1 here, prevent that run to the finals. And the tournament format just allows for it. There's the reboot.
Yep, it's reboot time. So we are taking a couple of extra moments getting into this one. That was a very, very quick one. I think we are definitely on
nice
solid
SSD.
state.
Yeah.
Definitely very solid state as far as the hard drive is concerned.
And
you know, I very briefly was able to speak with Spawn actually this morning. I ran into him in the hotel, and they're feeling very confident going into this one. I mean, obviously, when you ask someone how confident are you going to the match, they're never going to say, well, I think it's doomed. But I do think that, you know, the attitude that he's had going into this, very confident into Fnatic in the first series, moving into this series as well. They've had a lot of experience against T1. It was mentioned on the desk earlier that they nearly were able to beat T1 last time they faced off, but couldn't actually cross the finish line. Great early games, but T1 outplayed them in the end. That's what T1's known for. We saw it in that Game 3 against BLG. Comebacks, clutch plays, but maybe if you can get an oppressive lead like they did against Fnatic, especially with that Ziggs game, maybe there's no coming back. But early game, I think, is going to be quite critical in this series.
Yeah, and I'd say even earlier than the early game, because Impact played Rumble twice in a row. And I think if you can like mind control T1 into letting them have Rumble twice in a row, I imagine that's the amount of games that you're going to see. Because of course the champion is extraordinarily strong, and this man on your screen right here is very, very good at the champion as well. So I think that draft is going to play a big part. I also spoke to Spawn this morning, Wolf, and he gave me some very, very insightful information. Do you want to know what it is?
Please tell me.
Okay, so basically what he told me was, it was 3 things. He said he knows that his team is going to try their very best to win. He also knows that T1 are going to try their very best to win, and he also then knows one of these teams is going to win. I really got nothing out of him. It was very sad. I thought we were friends, but no, not a whole lot. Still very stoic here on the stage as we are just making sure that everyone can hear things.
Yeah, that is quite critical.
Yeah, I've heard that that's good. Jan is going to have his headset back on again, and that's when we'll know that he can actually hear stuff, instead of just us talking about whether he can hear things or not in the arena, which must be very confusing.
It's a very tense moment for LCK fans, because while you know that T1 is the favorites coming into this, I think most people would agree that that was the case for Gen.g. Top Esports came out with some really fantastic play. Same with BLG. But T1 not having that dominant win means you're already a little bit nervous about potentially facing off against G2 or more likely Top Esports in the Grand Finals. But even a hiccup here, even if you win it, if you're T1, if you're trying to bounce back for the LCK and for all the Korean fans watching this, there's a lot of pressure on you. You want to win it 2-0. You want to win it clean. You don't want to leave any doubt going into the Grand Finals that you are Korea's representative and that you could take out Top Esports if that's who you meet tomorrow.
And the thing for me is, Wolf, we've been here before. There was a time where the only team we had left after a whole bunch of very, very strong LCK squads were eliminated. It was just T1, and then they win the whole thing. So maybe we just let them run this gauntlet, and the fact that Gen.g is out means that they're not as worried, because they know that Gen.g is a very difficult team for them to beat. It was not a very close series when we saw it in the LCK in the first round robin of summer.
I thought you were going to reference the FPX time. I was like, oh no, that didn't go so well.
Oh, no. We're not going back that far. We're not going back that far. Just pause. Oh, technical pause. There we go. Yeah, so T1, they're pretty good at being the last hope for Korea. And Gen.g, no longer here. Didn't have a very long time to play on this stage. We'll see whether T1 can go the whole distance.
It does still seem to be an issue with Yun's periphery. Potentially audio is looking like the main concern here. So if you're just tuning in, as I'm sure a lot of you are pouring in here to watch the T1 face-off against Team Liquid, Yun's audio looks like it has a bit of an issue, so we're trying to get that resolved.
I noticed that he wasn't wearing a headset. Maybe that plays a part. I could probably be down there. That could help with the troubleshooting.
Yeah, maybe you could go fix it.
Yeah.
I'll hold down the fort.
I am a jack of all trades. No, we'll let the experts deal with it. Make sure that everything is completely sorted out. CoreJJ patiently waiting to get in there.
It was really fun shooting that content that you and I did earlier outside on the boulevard. We got in a golf cart. We drove through the really awesome venue we have here. We got to wear sunglasses. We don't normally.
I know. I should probably take those off
on TV.
Yeah, no, it's really not that bright in here. I mean, it is. There are some lights, so maybe we could leave them on, but it might make looking at the screen more difficult.
Yeah. It's very sunny here in Riyadh. Very windy today, as you guys probably saw when you had the players, get out of their limousines to come over here and get set up to play. We had some interviews. The players, trying to get inside as soon as possible. It's very hot outside, but very cool in here.
Certainly is. Of course, when it gets to the evening, it's somewhat bearable. But Otherwise, just want to try and stay in the air conditioning if you possibly can. But I sense that there are some headphones on heads.
Yeah, I see that. I see a mouse.
Yeah, some wiggling. Okay, we might be getting ready to dive into the draft here, and here we go. Draft begins. Game 1. T1 versus TL. Their names are pretty similar. They're two very different teams. We'll see who's going to be able to come out on top here, as TL with the blue side, they have a little bit more flexibility in what they're going to be taking away here.
Indeed. I will tell you guys that the draft priority has been all over the place this tournament. Everyone's reads on the meta are extremely different. It seems the LPLs have been the most robust and the most surprising, but we'll see. T1 will not make the same mistake that Fnatic did. We'll take that Rumble away from Impact instantly. The Tristana also removed. No Zyra for Owner, no Senna lanes. Faker's LeBlanc also taken away here. Kind of a niche, I don't want to say off-meta pick, but definitely you usually go down the rabbit hole of getting those 80s away before this pick becomes very relevant.
I feel like it's a fearless pick. I feel like LeBlanc always comes up after you've played the first round of mid laners, and then she's like extraordinarily high priority. It's very interesting. Well, last ban going to be that Corki and Sejuani. It feels like it's taken away from Ona, but we know Umpty absolutely loves Bristle and Sejuani.
Now, so you can take Ashe away here, or you could go for a Vi rotation. Now, I think given the Sejuani's already locked in, you don't necessarily need to grab Vi here right now, but with the Corki and the Tristana gone, the nerfs to Taliyah jungle, maybe Vi Taliyah is going to be the mid-jungle duo here for T1, but Faker potentially going back to an old favorite of the Azir will in fact lock in this Maokai flex pick instead first. We've seen this played in the support role already here at EWC. Likely to be the jungle pick. Still so many mid AD picks available. The Jace is still available. That's been one of the ones we played in Korea. The Yone, more commonly.
Yep.
But the Ashe is a really big pick that stands out like a sore thumb to me because we know what Young could do with it. We also saw it dominate yesterday. Gen.g, top esports, crushed them with the Ashe Sejuani.
Well, it's going to be Faker's Azir, of course. Pretty synonymous player and champion combination. We'll see what APA is going to answer it with, because yes, the Tristana and Corki have been taken away, but it's always the Ziggs that your mind wanders to. But it's what the priority is going to be, right? Does APA allow his champion pool to be hit once again? Do they prioritize getting a bottom lane that's going to be able to go toe-to-toe with Gumayusi and Keria? Or do they just lock in Ziggs? And I think to just lock in Ziggs idea is a pretty good one. I'm down with it. I'm okay with it.
Yeah, and very flexible as well in this draft. Could be for Young, could be for APA. Can just try to outrange. Well, this will make it a little bit more clear, as we've seen a lot of Aurelion Sol in North America, and it's been played, you know, sometimes here and there in the LCK. Kled would be very fun.
It would.
But I don't think that's going to be what we do see. It will be, in fact, instead, the Zeri. So we know that Ziggs is going mid lane now. Zeri is going bottom. I don't think Impact is going to be picking this champ up.
Yeah, I was about to say. Apparently, according to Zayas, it's a top laner. And it got a W. So I guess we can't even really say anything bad about it, as Faker has the last lock in here for the first round
Ezreal
of picks.
for sure.
Yeah, Ezreal looking pretty good.
Now, Ezreal gets locked in here. I think you need to look at the Leona if you are on the side of Team Liquid. Very powerful combo with the Ezreal. You've got great follow-up to that type of engage. You can set up the engage as well with the Maokai. So on the side of, on the other hand, Team Liquid, what sort of picks are they trying to look away here? Because normally, if you're playing the Ezreal, you're worried about pushing lanes if it's not a Zeri, but because it is the Zeri here, it could be just something like a Lulu to come through. Nautilus is still open. They're going to take away the Renekton here instead, which can be great lockdown for the Azir, great lockdown for the Ezreal specifically. Tough to play into the Maokai, but T1 are not going to take any chances.
Yeah, I was actually, I'm a bit surprised. I kind of thought that they would be targeting that support pool. I think wanting to keep that as open as possible to give Keria as many options moving towards the second round of picks. The Gnar going to be taken away as Spawn is going to join them as they focus towards the top side.
Yeah.
I wonder whether this means we're going to have an interesting top lane matchup. You know, Jackson Camille is still available, Impact and Zayas, you know?
Yeah, the Cassante obviously follows the Gnar ban. You ban the Gnar, it feels like, okay, they're trying to grab a Cassante pick here. You want to remove that. Leona still available here. Team Liquid not actually taking this into account. It's been the strongest bottom support with Ezreal, the strongest duo, Ezreal-Leona, that we've seen really in the LCK. We saw it in this tournament already to great effect. So a really big power pick that I think when you're playing the Ziggs here, they're playing the Zeri, Want to remove. There's also the Nautilus as well. Bard feels very carrier specific, but I think Leona is definitely the stronger option here, to be totally honest with you, Alice. If you ban the Leona, though, they just go straight to the Nautilus. You're kind of stuck in this position as Team Liquid.
And I think Team Liquid knew that the Leona was going to be the option here. Renata, a decent option into it, I guess.
I like the Alistar much more, though.
Yeah.
As it's not really full dive here for the side of T1. I think Renata would have gotten a lot more value out of that type of composition. Nautilus also a great option if you're worried about dives coming through. Great to lock down the Ezreal. In terms of lane, I strongly prefer the Alistar. In terms of lane, I really do not prefer the Rakan into this matchup. This is a very risky game that CoreJJ and Yun are playing.
It really is. And now they have to go for a blind pick on Impact's top lane champion. Man, CoreJJ must be feeling extraordinarily confident. Playing Rakan into the Leona is so incredibly difficult. However, there isn't a Talia on the map just yet. And we know that Rakan's worst enemy is the lady that throws rocks all over the floor. So thankfully, he doesn't have to deal with that. And I got half of my matchup. Pretty excited about that. The Jack's going to be locked in. Zeus, a lot of different options here. The man has a very large champion pool. We'll see what he's going to be playing, because the Twisted Fate is left up and available, and it's awful into the Jack, so it kind of blocks that out as well.
I wonder if he's going to be happy to play something like a Camille here. I mean, they have a lot of lockdown with that. Jace, also an option I mentioned earlier, very powerful with the Maokai, because the Maokai root sets up one guaranteed empowered shock blast to come through at the acceleration gate. Very, very strong into a matchup like the Jax as well. If played carefully, if played correctly. Similar to Gragas, you can, if you are in hammer form, just knock the Jax away. Play defensively up there. And Maokai is going to have a lot of power in this top jungle duo. On the bottom side of the map, I am very concerned about how Yun and CoreJJ's laning phase is going to go. If it was a Ziggs in the bottom lane with this Rakan, at least you'd have the wave clear to back it up. Azaria, though, going to feel very vulnerable down here. And if you set up a stun, get that Zenith Blade, the empowered Q coming through from Ezreal, it's the W on you. It's almost guaranteed when you have this much damage early too, and the Ezreal can poke out the Rakan. Very tough to play. I think the mid lane, as it kind of has been for Team Liquid so far this tournament, is really the key point here. How much of a lead can APA generate in this lane matchup against Faker? How much gold can he get with First Strike? What kind of leads are we going to see? Against Fnatic, he was able to take several turrets, tons of plates. He was too big to fail. Not necessarily sure that's going to happen against Faker.
Yeah, I'm a little bit worried, especially about the bottom side of the map. I can't keep my eyes off the Ezreal Leona into Zeri Rakan matchup. Just feels like T1 are going to have a field day down there. And like you say, APA needs to get a lead, but I feel like there's even more pressure being placed elsewhere on the map. And perhaps, you know, we've been talking about these laners, but perhaps the general needs to come out and get something done. The man is pretty good at getting a couple of early ganks in, and maybe Umpty can be the key to victory here for Team Liquid. On the other side, I mean, T1, I don't think that there is much to critique, right? This is a very standard T1 composition. We've seen this ran so many times, and I imagine it's just going to be like clockwork that they're going to get this game underway. I think it's like, this is a great opportunity for TL to try and throw a wrench into the works, because game number one, it's a best of three. If you can get them unsteadied, that might be a way to take down the world champions. But it's a tough task. Let's dive onto the Rift, ladies and gentlemen. Game one of our first semi-final between T1 and TL starts now.
Off we go, Atlas. I love these walkouts. I don't want to call them walkouts because that's usually what we refer to players, but the champion walkouts look so cool here. And his First Strike on the Ziggs. This is really common because he can generate a ton of gold early with this rune. And one thing to mention about the Ziggs, we talked about how he can kind of poke and harass the Azir and how it can be a good matchup if played well. Umpty can kind of hover there. The Azir also is really good into fairly immobile champions like the Ziggs. Has his satchel charge defensively, of course, but if he gets Emperor's divided, he will find himself in a lot of trouble. That's why it's really tough to play these types of mages into the Azir.
And what I have learned from like a lot of very one-sided conversations with Daniel Orcs Harrison is that if you use your satchel charge aggressively, you best believe that you have to be completely safe when you do so. And as APA is an absolute master of this champion, I imagine he's not going to be running into too many problems there, as
high-value ward
are in the top lane.
Yeah, looking like a lane swap situation here potentially for the side of Team Liquid. Now, Zeri can push turrets very quickly with her Q. You know, if she is able to spend some time with it, can be quite strong, and the ability to grab plates is really good for Zeri in a lot of matchups. But Ezreal also has the ability to crush turrets with his W. His little hula hoop he's going to put around the turret is going to make that much easier. Zeus also getting involved early here.
Yeah, this is a little bit dicey as APA goes down to about 50%. The Sand Soldier's getting involved as well. And one of the most important things is that APA missed experience on a couple of these minions here in mid as well. So Faker with a lot more tempo than you may initially expect after APA is able to just wander his way back to lane.
Yeah, considering also that Zeus has basically, arguably 3 abilities at level 1. He's going to be able to do a ton with it. Push into that health bar. APA now in a bit of trouble. Zeus is going to come over here and put the harass onto Impact.
Yeah,
so what happened when Ben TP'd bot last time.
Yep, you can see a little bit of spare time for the Zeri, but now the engage comes through. Impact does have the counter-strike, has of course skilled that one. As Gumayusi able to come on over, does pick up the turret aggro. They need to try and get this kill. As Guma goes down low, there's the flashes. Zenith Blade doesn't work. Core comes in. That is still first blood going over to Gumayusi, but can he keep himself alive? As Core JJ's got heal, he doesn't have the ignite. Never mind, there's the general. And they even out the scoreline. And now Carrier, I don't know, guys. I think he might be dead. He's kind of on the wrong side of the map, and he's trying to run his way out.
Zeus has to back, does have teleport here. Carrier definitely going to go down. A huge win here for TL. Ultimately, great flash of the Q by Impact. Buys just enough time. Everybody's so low on the side of Team Liquid. What they did to Bin in that BLG series after the TP, they will not do to Impact. A nice try there, but Impact just simply outplays it. Jack's a lot more difficult to die because of his Counter-Strike, because of his mobility. This ends up being a huge win for Team Liquid.
And the thing that I absolutely love about this is it goes back to what TL know about T1. And in their experience as well, T1 at MSI were not all that comfortable with lane swaps. They didn't quite figure it out. And yes, lane swaps are being nerfed. It's not the right way to play the game, but you can hide your bottom lane in this matchup and make things really lopsided, just like this as the buffer comes in from the Arcane Shift, but that means absolutely nothing. Core JJ able to get his way out as Carrier wants to try and get something started.
Look at this,
there are so many minions here, it's absolutely ridiculous, and it's just another one for TL.
TPing top as well, not going to lose any of that top farm. Is going to be able to just leave Faker solo there in the mid lane, but killing Guma, denying his farm here, picking up some additional gold. Team Liquid pulling ahead quite substantially here in this game at very little cost to them.
And I mean, the one big cost is the fact that Owner is the one farming, and Umpty has kind of said, well, I don't care about my jungle. I'm going to try and get my lanes into a good spot before I take care of myself. The selflessness of a true bro player, as we know. And he has taken that to North America, and it's working out here so far. But you can see Owner has a whole lot more farm than what Umpty's been able to put together.
He's already got his Faded Ashes. Umpty sitting here at level 3, a level behind. Will be able to clear his top side of his jungle. He's got a lot of farm he can pick up there, so we'll catch up a little bit. Meanwhile, down here,
yeah, it's a fair bit of damage coming through there as the Grand Entrance going to be Arcane shifted. Battle Dance to just make sure that Core JJ is going to be all right. And TL will pick up this wave as it heads towards them. I don't think T1 are going to be too phased about how this has gone, but I do think that it's a great boon for Yon and Core JJ especially, because we knew that this bottom lane was going to be very difficult to navigate, and you mess around with it, you like start these lane swaps and stuff like that. It does allow you to kind of hide that potential weakness in this matchup.
It certainly allows you to avoid the toughest parts of it for sure. And he has 20 minions down on his call already, Yun, so in a pretty good spot. But Carrier looking for the assist here on Owner.
Yeah, doesn't get the Zenith Blade after he blast cones in. Popcorn Chicken's going to be collected by Umpty. Unable to get the last one is now Gumayusi firing some shots towards Core JJ.
It's an action-packed game to start this off.
It is.
For sure. As Guma here going to allow this wave to push a little bit more as Carrier comes back. No way to punish that return here of the Leona. Super tanky. But they have kind of avoided, like you say, the 2v2 for its most dangerous parts. But now it's starting to normalize a little bit more. Now Guma is going to be able to catch up a little bit here in farm. Still down CS. We'll see what they can make of things. Faker, obviously a small benefactor of the extra time he had in mid lane there. Will be able to TP back to lane. Has a pretty big CS advantage himself. Once he catches this wave. So it's not all roses here for Team Liquid, but really great for the Zeri. And once that Cole finishes too, he's gonna have so much gold as Umpty, maybe a bit alone.
Yeah, even the short fuse doing a fair bit of damage here to Owner, who does have mainly damage as the Mega Inferno Bomb comes in to flash forward from the APA, but it doesn't matter. Faker just sweeps up Umpty, puts him into the death chamber, and now T1, they have full control of these grubs.
Yeah, a really tough fight to take there, unfortunately, as Umpty. Yes, you have the Ziggs back up there, but the Emperor's Divide in a choke point like that is going to be basically a guarantee. APA also using his flash means he's going to be more vulnerable once Faker gets that ultimate cooldown back. Keria holding down the fort here as the lead continues to grow for the bottom lane of Team Liquid, but a huge bounce back now for TL. And the Jace matchup into the Jax, we haven't talked about this too much because we weren't seeing it initially in this game with the lane swap and all the shenanigans. Yeah. Pretty good for the Jace because, yeah, you can counter-strike, but it only lasts for a little while, and the Jace will continue to have that range advantage over you. As we look at this play once again, Umpty pretty greedy here. He has APA to back him up. There's a satchel charge, right? There's ways to peel, but you just don't, unfortunately, have anything to deal with this Emperor's Divide. Owner has to use his flash, but it's well worth it.
It is. Faker able to just come in and collect the kill. Now back in the mid lane, as you can see here, CoreJJ moving on over. And not too much going to come of it. But still, if you look at the top of your screen, only 300 gold going to be in it between the two squads. TL still very happy about the game state right now. And I think as the game goes on, they have so many threats. We know Ziggs scales extraordinarily well. Jax in a side lane, almost unbeatable by what T1 has. And T1 themselves, a lot of team fighting availability, right? But I think that there is a lot of opportunity for TL in the later stages of the game if they can keep themselves competitive. But now Owner is trying to stop that. The grand entrance comes in. Yon just skates his way out. And the Nature's Grasp not really getting too much ground here against TL's bottom lane.
Yeah, not really. CoreJJ does have his Merc Treads, a huge part of this. He's able to get out very easily, despite the ultimate going down. Rakan, a very slippery champion, very difficult to lock down. Further issues here on the top side, as we were alluding to moments ago. Impact having a really tough time.
Umpty actually manages to steal away the Gromp here as Keria is going to come up and try to assist. Of course, we know CoreJJ in the area, so not going to be a full scuffle, but 2 camps going to be stolen by Sejuani. That is going to be great here for TL, especially when we'd already illustrated that Umpty was the one that had to give up so much in the early game, was behind a whole bunch of camps. I think it was like 5 camps or something like that, and has now evened things out entirely.
Yeah, True Shot Barrage here is not going to amount to anything, but, you know, you miss every shot you don't take.
I mean, he still hit 2 people.
True. And a dragon as well.
Yeah.
So he's just helping them with their clear.
Yeah.
So, at the end of the day, it's worth trying that out. Obviously, you're not going to need that ultimate for anything right now. Both top laners just teleported back. So we have very lopsided top side game state that's favoring T1. Bottom side, pretty huge advantages for Team Liquid. You mentioned Umpty getting that farm back, but Yon has maintained this CS advantage, has that extra kill, obviously in his belt as well. So he's up 500 gold right now in this bottom lane. And I think some proactivity is going to be needed here for Owner. Without his ultimate, you know, wasn't able to do anything in that interim, but maybe could make an impact here either top or mid as Guma continues to farm things out.
And do you know what I'm fascinated about, Wolf? I'm just wondering whether APA said anything in all chat yet. I am really curious. I imagine that Dagon and the gang are probably, you know, staying on the ball there. But I'm so curious as to what it is. Very much looking forward to finding out as Keria and Gumayushi closing in onto Yon, but he's Zeri, so he just skates over the wall, and everything is absolutely fine. Now a potential gank here as Owner moves towards the top side, lurking in the fog of war.
Faker coming over to threaten that at the same time bottom there as, yeah, as you mentioned.
Ooh. Okay, will Impact move up further than he should, as they know Umpty is here as well, as there's the counter-strike. They start this one off. Nature's Grasp comes down. Glacial Prison comes in as well. Impact, the first one to be focused. The Permafrost comes in. Umpty not able to actually finish off the kill as APA. He turns up Mega Inferno Bomb, and that's going to be the kill for the Ziggs. Owner looking to run away. The short fuse. There's the satchel charge, and he closes the distance, and there goes the tree. Faker 1 versus 3, and even though these health bars are low, I don't know whether he's going to be able to take anything here if TL do decide to turn. And that is a great play from the North American representatives.
Absolutely. It was jungler versus top laner there on both sides of that fight until APA showed up. And it begs the question, how did APA get here? Because Faker is not actually denying his rotation. Okay, take a look. Impact over here, very low. Zeus has to flash, still gets permafrosted. It's the teleport here from APA, completely circumvents Faker. Faker a little bit late to actually come up here and deny the play, so teleport advantage to APA allows him to make this happen, and it's a huge win. Nothing Owner could do, no escape here. Even with Faker showing up with flash and ult, he can't turn the play. They will be able to get these grubs out of this, or at least a majority of them, as they have this choke point once again controlled with the Emperor's Divide. But man, what a lead for Team Liquid so far.
Yeah, it's definitely going well here in this early game. As we move towards mid, though, that's when things can get a little bit more dangerous. 4 grubs now collected for T1. I think a big deal for Zeus, who does so much damage on this Jace to turrets. You know, you sort of sit there in gun form, press your W, and you just wipe them out. And so definitely going to be something worth looking out for here as T1 try to accelerate into their 1 to 2 item power spikes, right? Like, this is what this composition is so incredibly good at. It's utilizing these early spikes. They might be able to get something done. Unless Umpty has something to say about it as he moves towards the top side. There's going to be this special delivery. He's been tanking up this turret for such a long time. Grand entrance is what locks it down. And the TL flare pops up above Umpty as he walks his way out. It's another kill for the North American squad. 6-2, the kill score now.
Yeah, Impact and Keria traded flashes down here on the bottom side as well. Looks like Keria trying to go a bit deep there potentially. We got the tail end of that, but they do end up trading flashes. Impact here just going to hold down the fort. Kuma should get this plate relatively easily, but a Ziggs along with a turret is a big problem. Owner going to commit the ult here top side to try to chase him down, but won't be successful. And Atlas, this game is wild, but this is the kind of early game we were saying Team Liquid could come out with some surprises. They could play a great early game. They could get a lead. They've checked all those boxes. It's what happens next around these next few objective fights where Team Liquid need to solidify this advantage. We saw them do it at MSI. We saw them get those advantages. We did not see them close the game out. But this Ziggs is so huge so early. Not quite as big as he was in the Fnatic series in game 1. But it's still going to be a huge problem here for Team T1 to deal with. And it feels like it's not just a hands diff, it's not just matchup diff, it's just macro calls here from Team Liquid. They came up with a clear plan here. The execution has been crisp, and that's what you love to see from a North American team taking on the defending world champions.
No, absolutely, and I want to go back to it. I think, like, commending the preparation is what we should be focusing on here, because Team Liquid, they did their research, they did their homework, and they came up with a great way to tackle this T1 squad. I think the early lane swap, even though they didn't get a massive lead, they put enough weirdness into this game to allow Yon to have a 20 CS advantage up against Gumayushi. APA going to get thrown underneath the turret here, but Umpty is there to protect him. Doesn't land the ulti though, and down goes the Ziggs. I don't think Umpty's going to die here, but CoreJJ finds himself on the wrong side of the map. Battle Dance gets himself out as Umpty comes on over and gives him a target to head towards. So it is just APA falling down, but it's T1 finding a bit more tempo here on this map.
Yeah, I think APA getting a little bit of greed there because he knew Umpty was nearby, but Faker flashing the Arctic Assault there. They have enough damage. And that's going to be the Dragon here going over to T1. It wasn't in the mid lane where he got punished on the Ziggs to this Emperor's Divide, but in fact in the sides. We're 1-1 apiece. Hextech Soul is the Dragon. An amazing Dragon for both teams. You consider the Ziggs poke, but also the Ezreal and the Jace here for T1. I think we're going to see a lot of action on the bottom side of the map for these next few Dragons.
Not to mention Zeri. That's a lot of electricity, Wolf. It's going to be going everywhere as Umpty going to get slammed by the Bramble Smash, formerly known as the Arcane Smash. He's now going to use it on the Raptors. Looks like Owner is not going to be pursuing Umpty here towards the Herald. Baker does look to potentially start this one up.
He doesn't have TP, but he has the Hex Gate, so he can get over to this objective very quickly. As we are going to start the Herald up as this replay happens. Notice this, Emperor's Divide comes through, APA, no flash, and then Faker as well. Satchel Charge doesn't save him, flashes the ult here, the Glacial Prison, and is able to take him out. He doesn't feel too bad about it. He just knows he got outplayed.
Yeah. Don't lip read that. It was a naughty word. But still, it was a decent attempt, right? Because APA gets caught at just the wrong time with the Satchel Charge. Could have almost been him just getting out scot-free. And that would have been a huge advantage for TL. Not exactly the end of the world, though, for the North American squad right now, as they do collect themselves. The Rift Herald do T1. Zeus going to dodge the Glacial Prism, but that is another flash. Umpty is just flash police today. He's going around collecting all of them. And even though he lost his mid laner, he did collect the flashes of both of the solo lanes on T1. So maybe set up for some sort of fight here as we look towards the next Hextech Drake, or the first Hextech Drake of the game.
Right, and the scary thing about this game state here for T1 is that, yes, they've got great wave clear, they've got a Ziggs on the side, which is always terrifying. T1 will need to respect it, but T1 have the Herald, and the Herald can allow them, if timed correctly, to get a lot of control over that bottom side of the map. They were able to pick up the Herald top side, so they could just put their focus bottom, as long as this Ziggs isn't given too much free time with the turret. So Faker is going to be in this position where he's going to have to sit bottom kind of alone. They're going to hover top side here with Owner on this Maokai to keep the Ziggs at bay. The Ziggs gets locked down. Zeus has enough burst damage to take him out easy peasy. So this is where T1 really need to solidify their control over the bottom side, keep that Ziggs away from the turret. They can stave this off for the next few minutes, use that Herald correctly. They should have the Dragon start in their control. As CoreJJ, bit of a Hexgate journey.
Yeah, this is somewhat aggressive, as he's going to get stunned, but not before he gets over the wall, and that is going to mean that he survives and doesn't actually have to use too much of anything at all.
He's just teasing him this whole game.
Yeah, I was feeling a little bit nervous as more Hexgate shenanigans come through here. No outer turret on this bottom side as Faker trying to take the long walk to get out of the way of Umpty, who does have that ulti back up and available once again. Control ward in this brush. Umpty just going to settle for the Gromp for now as Yun hops into the gate and gets himself out.
Faker having the Sun Disc, he feels pretty safe here, Atlas.
Yeah,
you know, it looks
it's
kind
such
of
a
scary.
weird position though, Wolf, right? Like, it's just a lot of jostling. We're jostling right now.
Yeah, jostling, trades. I mean, Team Liquid showcasing great macro. Yun, see if he can avoid this.
Ooh, able to
slide.
skate his way out. Yeah, really nice slide, actually. Takes Carrier for a ride with him.
Doesn't need to cleanse, but will take some damage here from that Mystic shot of Guma. Minute 40 until this Dragon spawns. Herald at the ready. And this is where T1 will have a little bit of control for the first time of an objective fight. They had to wrestle it away in that first fight where they were able to pick Umpty there, force the flash out of APA. This time they get to start the fight on their terms. And for the first time in this game, it really feels like T1 can do what they want, right? Team Liquid have kind of pulled them into their world, what they prepared in the early game for a majority of this game. Faker also has TP, has gone to the top side here. Very dark up here, so Faker going to respect it. Umpty threatening.
Yeah.
Man, Team Liquid is so scary on the map right now.
Umpty is like, he is really pushing. He's trying to find any opportunity. As soon as anyone oversteps, he is there to try and counteract. And I love the proactivity coming out of the man. This is something that we have seen from him in the past, but it seems to be ramping up here in this game.
There's that Herald drop I was talking about here.
Yeah.
Flank from Impact, but he's spotted.
Carrier going to be piloting this one as there's the grand entrance. They get the knock-up onto the Leona, but not exactly a key target as the bouncing bomb doing a lot of damage here to Ona, who is pretty squishy on this Maokai for now. Not going to be the end of the turret, but it is very close to going down.
Faker going to go topside to try to catch that wave. A lot of minions lost, actually, for T1 coming down for that Herald play. Remember, he does have the teleport to go straight to Dragon, but T1, because they didn't get the turret, not confident to actually group for it faster. And Team Liquid actually gaining a lot of prio as a result. Looks like they may opt to try to, just give this up. And this is quite wild to see. I mean, T1 had the Herald. They had an Ezreal pushing the lane. Impact has free control over the side right now as a Jax. And they're just making faster rotations right now. T1 need to make something happen here in mid lane, or this Dragon may be lost.
Well, Solarflare is going to come on through, but it's Umpty. He's able to tank that one up very comfortably. Mega Inferno Bomb is massive, and Ona just gets taken down. The Nature's Grasp finds absolutely nothing.
Yeah, just used defensively there, but gets nothing back. Owner is dead, and that should be Team Liquid pushing ahead in terms of Dragon control here. They had the control, they had prio, but they weren't happy with that. They wanted to pick, and they get it.
Gumayushi looking for an opportunity here. It's CoreJJ. He finds that the quickness was on, and Yun's going to take him down. Inner turret is going to be a prize as well, as Faker was on the inner turret, but Impact is there to get rid of him. Outer turret and Dragon, and 2 kills here for Team Liquid. They are on a tear.
They are on a tear indeed. Massive lead in this game now. Second Dragon goes to them. They get 2 kills mid. They get the turret with the satchel charge. And, you know, we talk about Sejuani Ash. We talk about some of the follow-ups with the Sejuani Rumble that gen.g fell, victim to yesterday. But Sejuani plus Ziggs Bomb is also a pretty big combo when the Ziggs is this far ahead. And it's just the recon setups here that we're constantly seeing found by CoreJJ as well. The threat we had onto Guma. Look at this bomb damage.
Oh,
You're
man.
dead. No way out.
Just ridiculous, and then able to get himself out very, very comfortably, and this is the next one.
He says, okay, you eat forward, I'm gonna jump to Yun, go in here with the flash, and look for the knock-up onto the Ezreal that has no recourse. And down Guma goes, down goes the turret. Team Liquid eyes on Baron control right now. And it just seems like T1 have no entry.
Yeah, and I think that they just need to tidy things up, right? Like T1, it was Faker on the top side of the map. The Azir is so incredibly powerful in these 5v5s if they do get to it, if they have the setup themselves to utilize Jace poke, the range advantage that Gumayushi's going to have. But it's just the chaos that Team Liquid have been reveling in that's been working out. That one didn't quite so much, but it doesn't matter. Guma is just dead, and Zeus has to flash to get out of the way of the Mega Inferno Bomb. I don't know what that ultimate was trying to do, but I'm so scared of Umpty right now that I trust that it was something that was very important to getting that kill.
I mean, on his time on Breon, Umpty was famous for great Sejuani games where he didn't hit any ultimates. He's in a few of them this game. He's in a few of them this game, but you know what? It's enough with the bomb, the Glacial Prison. They end up getting another pick here. It's not yet enough to commit to Baron. They don't quite have the damage just yet. Faker gonna come up here with Owner, see if Impact can get out, but he has Flash, he's Jax, he doesn't care. And he is just going to walk away. Meanwhile, over here, you can see this lane is getting pushed in. And the longer they spend time on the top side, they know Owner's here. He was spotted. APA is going to get some alone time with this turret. He's sitting on 2 items and a needlessly large rod. CoreJJ is threatening a dive.
Well, the teleport's going to come out, so CoreJJ not going to be able to utilize the quickness there, and he's just dead. Empress Divide going to pick him up. And the unkillable Demon King himself is going to come over and say, stop with the funny business, guys. It's time for us to find some advantages, and they're going to need to find a whole bunch of them as Faker going to have that back stopped. A little bit of a delay picked up for TL. We'll see what they can utilize with this added tempo that they do have now on the map.
And every time you do that with Ziggs, when you have first strike, you pick up a lot of gold.
It's so much money.
It's actually just gold generation. He's already gotten the turret mid right and done a ton of damage to top side turret, and he's just farming up to the death cap. I mean, this is the kind of build you want to see on the Ziggs. I feel like Ox might have a little bit of a golf clap on this one. No Archangels, just going
Where's
full
the
damage.
Leandries, guys?
I don't know if he needs it in this game. There's not really that many tanky members here on the side of T1, but Yun.
Oh, yeah, there's the flash forward. Cleanse does come out. He skates over the small wall, and there's the flash as well. So T1 getting a lot of economy when it comes to the summoner spells, but unable to quite get the kill here.
Yeah.
See whether they can utilize that in the next fight.
Area also committing his ult, committing his flash to the play. Not going to come up with anything here. Feels like a pretty big win for TL. Assuming that there's no way to lock this area down. It's been so difficult to catch Yun this game. 0 deaths so far. He's sitting on 2.5 items right now. The Runins, so valuable to clean up the kills after the Ziggs bomb comes through. They've got so much burst. They have so much control over this Baron pit right now. And T1, it's got to be a scary moment here. At least they have control of the Rift Scuttle here. There's no way they could do this Baron without T1 knowing. But this lead hasn't grown that much for TL. But yet their map control really has, and that's the scary part, is CoreJJ has been always threatening, Umpty always threatening. Never a comfortable moment in this game for the squad that won the World Championship last year.
Yeah, a little bit of a scuffle between Carrier and Umpty right now in the river. But I want to go back to the draft, because I want to look in at what our initial take was, is I'm going to be interrupted. That's going to be Zenith Blade connecting onto Umpty. Frost Armor and the Aftershock means that he takes less than a damage, and he's able to walk his way out. So maybe I'll have a little bit of a moment to have a talk about that draft take, because the one thing that I think, okay, never mind. Umpty just wants to continue making fights happen. So perhaps we'll just wait until after the game is over before we talk about things that aren't the game in this particular moment, because this is a 5-stack of T1 players trying to find a team fight in their favor. Impact, a potential flank angle if he looks for it, but right now walking back towards the top side, possibly an opportunity for T1 to strike as the Sun Disc is put up in mid. T1 just going to be protecting, but the amount of ranged wave clear and the safety that APA can do it from is kind of insane.
Okay, Faker's used his dash here. This is a scary moment for T1 to try to close the gap here, get through this choke point against Rakan.
Ooh, this is dangerous. They're a little bit split. Still the 4-stack of T1. 4 versus 3 if T1 do decide to pull the trigger. Is here towards the top side. Mega Inferno Bomb going to help out, and Impact just puts down Zeus here. He says, I'm the better member of that team. as of course it's been a very long time since he was one, but still with the help of APA, they're able to create a big advantage in their favor. T1 not wanting to allow that to happen, and Solar Flare isn't able to interrupt the Hex Gate escape, and it'll be another Drake.
They just don't see it coming. So thanks for the ultimate, thanks for the dragon, thanks for the kill on the top side. I'm winning in 3 places on the map as Team Liquid, and you look at the way this plays out for T1 normally. They're so good at collapsing on sides. They're so good at reacting to these types of plays. So I think they really got caught with their pants down. But the long-range bomb from APA means there's enough damage to kill that Jace. They've got their eyes now on the Baron. Zayas does have teleport available. Faker's level 16. Ult at the ready. I don't think you should start this one up quite yet, Team Liquid, but threatening it is a good idea when you've got a Jax in the side. You've got a Ziggs up here in the top lane. But watch this play one more time. So Team Liquid down the bottom lane, jockeying for position on Dragon. They don't know where APA is. He gets to just set up a bomb here, and that alone is enough damage to give Impact the kill here topside. This long-range impact here, semi-global on the Ziggs. APA, a master of the champion.
Yeah, really beautifully played. Zayas almost dodging it to the skies there, but unfortunately not quite able to get far enough out of the circle. And so APA just taking names. And on top of that, Wolf, now he's got a death cap. And like you say, with this first strike, it feels like even if he just contributes a bit of damage to these things, he gets so much extra money. It's like losing to a Twisted Fate. You know, it's like he's just getting even more than me. It's so frustrating.
Yeah, every Q's a cannon minion.
Yeah, right? It's nutty. Okay, Ona taking a little bit of damage here as Umpty just going to push his way forward. And this is the best version of Umpty. The one that can just move into the enemy jungle and clear things out, because he will not change this playstyle. If they're losing, he's still doing this, but unfortunately, he's getting punished for it. This time around, though,
look how dark
absolutely the right play. And precisely, Wolf, this is so dangerous. Another classic Umpty ulti is going to come out. Doesn't find anyone on T1. Not going to find too many repercussions either, so going to have to wait for that one to come back up again, unless Carrier says that he's not allowed to. Still taking a lot of damage back, and look at that extendo beam.
Oh yeah,
APA throws down another one, and now Carrier and Ona, they're not going to be able to start any fights here for T1. They're going to have to look for a bit of a reset, and once again, it is tempo moving in Team Liquid's favor.
Absolutely. You know, Umpty's ult misses, but you can get enough damage, and with that Ziggs bomb, JJ just constantly threatening here. The vision is so limited for T1. They have to leapfrog their way from brush to brush here to control this Baron. Jack's still pushing in the side lane here. They're going to try to come over and punish, but guess who's there? It's APA, who has, by the way, TP. So the macro game here for Team Liquid is absolutely immaculate. You love to see this level of control. Very different, honestly, similar in its oppression, but different to the way that Weibo got their advantages with the macro and vision control. Different from how Top Esports did it. The threatening picks non-stop. They have so many different ways to blow up single targets. Speaking of, Carrier a little bit out there.
Yeah, moving up just a little bit. There's an Infinity Edge on Yan as well. That's why he's doing so much damage right now. Ona moving on over. They do get information about that one. And Team Liquid strength to strength right now, not letting go of this amount of pressure. And I want to give you guys at home and those in the Cube, the Kadir Arena right now, a little bit of a peek behind the curtain. Because in games like this, I like to commentate from the perspective of not T1, because I expect T1 are probably going to win this series. Now I feel like I'm running the risk of just seeming extraordinarily Team Liquid biased, because T1 haven't found that inroad back into the game just yet.
And when you look at some of the game states here, the map control that Team Liquid have had, Gumayusi just now getting his 3rd item as Yun is approaching his 4th here on the Zeri, already has the IE. He's 2 levels behind, or was, he's now just 1, but will be 2 levels behind again here shortly as Yun clears up a few more minions. This is an immaculate lead from TL. This is really oppressive, and it's hard for T1 to get back into this game without a super play, and their play options are pretty predictable, right? You've got Eliona, you have the Maokai to set up Shock Blast if you're ahead, if you have vision control. Otherwise, you're just throwing roots in blind as owner here, so your opportunities are just so limited. It's so difficult to fight into this dark, barren region. And if you don't constantly check, if you don't constantly push in and clear those wards, Team Liquid could be doing the Baron. If you lose that against the Ziggs, it's basically lights out. They're so far behind in gold. A straight-up 5v5 team fight isn't going to be easy. It's going to take a heroic Emperor's Divide, an overextension. That's why Team Liquid are not pushing their advantages too far, playing it safe, playing around wave clear. They are grinding T1 out of this game.
Yeah, And T1 are just catching the waves where they can. You can see Faker down here towards this bottom lane, staying out of vision as he spots Core JJ on his way over. So mid lane of T1 not going to be dying just yet. They're still not finding any inroads, right? So this is protection, but it's not being able to move the needle back in the direction that they want it to. And Umpty is still pushing forward. He finds that ulti as Core JJ gets into the backline. Guma in so much trouble, but he's able to Arcane Shift to get himself out of dodge. He'll stay alive, but he's out of the fight for the moment. As now Carrier trying to deal with Bristle, ridden by Umpty here. As Faker gets into that mid lane, but they're unable to really find too much. So keeping everyone alive, and that is the main thing, is T1. They're looking to get control of the Baron area.
Yeah, they call the bluff. They're like, oh, you guys think you can trade for Baron? I'm not going to play that game. I'm not going to allow it. And they're going to rush over here. Keria, you know, now down in ultimate, doesn't have flash here, but they are going to just try to rush it. Faker does so much damage to this Baron, but can they turn?
Yeah, full information now goes over to TL, and T1 are getting low. Mega Inferno connects onto 3! And that's with no setup as well, as the extended beam comes on down. Faker looks for Yoni, finds the flash, and gets the Zeri in the end, but Impact will be able to take down his ex-teammate. Gumayushi still trying to fire forward, and APA, he's basically an 80 carry himself, and he'll be able to take down the Ezreal. 3 members of T1 left standing. Zeus, the last big damage threat, but I don't think he's going to be able to do anything. He's just going to be backing in this brush. APA is going to face check. Oh, the satchel charge is going to save the Ziggs with basically nothing. Yeah, there's those 2 thumbs up that we were expecting. And Zeus comes in, and he is going to be falling down. Leap strike from Impact going to get that one done. And TL, I think they're going to win this game, Wolf.
I think they are. I mean, Zeus is bought enough time for some of these respawns to potentially come through with Hex Gates, but Faker, 20 seconds left, no teleport. APA gonna head straight back into the fray. Now has his Crypt Bloom online. He is just so huge again. And this is not just a Baron. This is a Baron to Hextech Soul play here for Team Liquid. T1 had to do their trademark Hail Mary Baron, but against that Mega Inferno bomb, they were all stacked up, and just look at it fly. They try to split like the red team they are in this game, but they're not going to be able to get out of the region. Meanwhile, over here,
yeah, a little bit more of a fight as the Nature's Grasp comes on down, but look at the AoE damage coming out of this Ziggs with 4 items. Extendo beam to finish off Owner, and even our observers were surprised by the damage that one did. Used to Maokai being a little bit more tanky than the damaged version that Owner is piloting this time around. And the Dragon's going to go down. That's Hextech Soul. Triple stack Hextech Dragons. Yon's going to have a lot of extra electricity as we're going to check this one out one more time. For reals this time.
Yeah, triple bomb here. Owner avoids it, but it means he's isolated here. Umpty says, okay, we've got our first target. Force him to flash. Look at the follow-up here from Core JJ. Now, this is great from Zeus. Perfectly placed Shock Blast after Faker's ult comes out, so at least they take out the Zeri, so no real further damage could be done. Otherwise, Zeri maybe just runs away with this fight and they get even more. But still, it's a small prize here for T1 as end up knocking Impact out of this fight. Or Impact, sorry, knocking Zeus and Keria out of this fight. As Zeus buying so much time here, but it's still not enough to stop the Baron. It's still not enough to stop the Hextech Soul, and now the base is open. Looks like game 1 upset complete. Team Liquid completely unlocked here at EWC.
And it's the drafting, it's the gameplay, it's just TL are just looking extraordinarily good here at EWC. They're going to be breaking down this top lane inhibitor turret right now. Counter-Strike comes through and they just have all of the answers. These Ziggs compositions, just an absolute, like it's a symphony to watch them play these ones out. It's a well-oiled machine that we're witnessing as they make the push towards these inhibitors now. There's another Glacial Prison. This one going to connect as Mega Inferno Bomb onto 3 once again. The quickness locks them down, and APA takes them out. It's a double kill, as immediately it's the tanks, it's the front line, and they are removed from this battle completely. The bouncing bombs impossible to avoid as they just keep raining down on top of T1. I say impossible to avoid. I mean, they can avoid them, but they're just not that well. And he has about a half a second cooldown on that ability at the same time. So the Sun Disc, it's going to be removed. 2 inhibitors down, waiting for some super minions to make their way in.
The
Team Liquid,
so
I think they might just win it here.
I think they will. They've got this cannon minion here, Baron empowered. Still 25 seconds left here. looking to back away. Yun very low on HP. Just let the Ziggs do his work, and they're going to bail out, back out of this one. So still hanging by a thread right now. T1, 12 kills down, 9,300 gold behind in this game. But if it's T1 that's alive, if the Nexus is still standing, there is still hope. But I just don't see an angle right now, Atlas. This lead is so huge. And the poke in this composition with Ziggs, with the Zeri Extendo Beam, it's just unreal. Is Keria maybe trying to bait something? I don't know where he's going.
He's going on walkabout, Wolf, and he's going to get satcheled back into the entire enemy team. And he will buy some time before he inevitably falls. Yun's going to collect that kill as well. So another one for the Zeri. 5, 1, and 3. 4 items and a casual little critical strike cloak. And TL, they have every single card. It's 9,000 gold the lead, but it's the Hextech Soul that really is the icing on the cake.
I mean, I guess Keria bought some time on the wave. Usually when you see a jump out of replay like that, there's a reason, but doesn't end up accomplishing anything here. Now Faker getting chunked out.
Yeah, that's going to be Ona locked down. Does avoid the Mega Inferno Bomb nicely with a twisted advance. I like that, as the Nature's Graph doesn't do a whole lot, but Umpty has his health bar shredded down. So TL going to have to just wait for that Warmogs to chug it back up again, unless he does decide to go for a full reset there as well. I think realizing that health bar is going to be back up very, very quickly. And now back onto the push once again. Super Minions making their way in alongside this last remaining inhibitor turret. Last bastion of hope here for T1, because you lose 3 inhibitors against a Ziggs. I mean, you're just a sitting duck.
Especially when the APA has teleport available, he'll basically just two-shot the Nexus. If he gets a chance, he will just TP in and end it. It's all the AP he's got stacked up. Now even has that extra luxury arm guard, so picking him so difficult. Faker trying to find him with an Emperor's Divide means he could just Seeker's arm guard that. They have a Zeri who has GA. We love those purchases. And so picking her is actually quite difficult. She has Flash, she has Cleanse, and even if you kill her, you got to deal with the Ziggs. You got to kill her twice, by the way. There's a Jax that can TP in to end the game once he gets to teleport back up. T1 just have no way in.
There's just so much firepower. Like you were saying, I'm having a look at this Death's Dance Jax with 4 items completed as well, and some shoes on top of it. Okay, TL going to face check T1 right now as the Glacial Prison comes down once again. Umpty, it's been absolutely fantastic this game. APA layering the ultimate on top as well. T1 keeping themselves alive at least for the minute. Zeus gets the Hammer Slam back. Impact taking a bit of damage here as well as Extendo Beam. Oh my goodness, who's the poke champion now? As Yon is going to send Zeus back to the fountain. This last inhibitor still standing, but I feel like the clock is ticking on that one. Elder up in a minute, 25 seconds on the Baron. And I think TL, they're going to make sure that these waves are pushing in, take these neutrals, and carry Exodia towards the enemy next.
The Hextech Gate allows T1 to try to get in there. Uh-oh, Umpty's over here.
Yeah, finds Carrier. Not exactly an ideal target, but he'll take it.
But, I mean, there's just no way for T1 to really get to either of these objectives. They have the Hex Gate, so they can try to rush over and contest, but a teleport can end the game. Even with both Nexus turrets standing, if T1 get their back stopped here, APA can just end the game. So T1 have really crossed their T's, dotted their I's, as that's hopeful. Gumayusi with this true shot, as they're only going to leave 2 on Baron because Yun does so much damage while continuing to push these waves into the mid lane, stacking up super minions there. So there is just absolutely no way T1 can come to Elder. It's essentially League of Legends checkmate here right now with the composition of Team Liquid.
Yep, T1, I think the fight that has to happen on the Elder or on their Nexus. And they have elected for the Elder. I'll start that one up as it spawns. They have positional advantage, banana brush control, but Umpty just walks on in. Does not mind about this one whatsoever. They're all inside the pit. It is an absolute Thunderdome, but the Elder is taken by T1. Is this an opportunity? Impact says absolutely not, as they're getting torn to shreds. Carrier sliced down by the Zeri. And Team Liquid, they'll wipe T1 off the map, and they'll be taking game 1 right now.
Not a chance in this game, start to finish. T1 don't get to play their proactive playstyle. They don't get to play the Leona into the Recon bottom 2v2. It was TL pulling the strings, the puppeteers of game 1, start to finish. A beautiful game. And
absolutely incredible
what an upset we saw.
Precisely. Can't wait to hear what the studio has to say about it. We're going to go to a short break, and we'll hear from them right after.
No, do not refresh your monitors. Do not believe that you're having a dream, because it is happening right now. Team Liquid up 1-0 versus T1, the #1 seed from the LCS, getting it done and taking the long route around despite the many curses that might have been happening by some of our casters. However, T1 get it done. Multiple Barons, Elder Dragon, and they find themselves the victory in match #1 of this best of 3. Welcome back to the area, Digon alongside Joshi and Valdez. And that was controlled by TL to start, and then there at the end, we're starting to see the growing pains that North America's had for decades to close out a game against a Korean squad.
But they got it done, and that's the important part here, Digon. We got to see North America get another win off of T1. We saw it at MSI, we see it again here, and I really hope this is the growth of something big.
Yeah, there's a lot that goes into this win. I think that it was a very straight up win. TL certainly taking their time, trying not to make mistakes almost too much at times, but it paid off because it was a relatively clean game from them and they got the job done against T1. A win's a win.
All right, let's get right on to it. Highlights from this last matchup here, T1 versus TL. It started with the lane swap that led to a dive where we've seen this before by T1, but not as clean.
This was definitely one of the biggest moments in this game. It's just the fact that Impact starting with that Counter-Strike, buying so much time, dodging so many abilities, and then it really looked like it took Zeus a little bit of time to realize, oh, we're actually going for the second part of the dive. Oh, when CoreJJ gets there, he buys enough time for to arrive as well. We find multiple kills off of this, and that really sets the tone for Team Liquid.
Yeah, TL, they started off with that lane swap, and it really just kind of got things rolling in a great spot for them, and this dive was kind of a disaster, and eventually it rolled into 1,000, 2,000 gold in favor of Team Liquid.
Yeah, again, we were expecting something either from the draft. We didn't really see a gotcha pick here by TL, but then they go ahead, roll with the lane swap, find a little bit of a lead there. Because of that, then Impact gets a little bit more gold. The TP there to the bottom side by Impact, TP to the top side by APA, catching the waves, leads to some action on the top side of the map where Zeus then is now on the receiving end of some bullying.
And we get to see exactly the power that comes out with this Jace that we really get to see, or rather the Jax into this matchup where you have so much damage. Eventually, when you start to build a lead, it becomes very difficult for Zeus. And APA, a true master of the Ziggs, coming up and making sure that he beats Faker to the rotation, able to find multiple kills in every single one of these plays. And this really cements Team Liquid's lead.
Yeah, I mean, the double kill for the Ziggs is just gigantic because he really runs away with this game, and T1 really never had a good answer for the Ziggs at all in their draft. I mean, especially from behind. So you look at it, APA's popping off. You can't really access that backline very well from behind, and T1 were just kind of lost for what to do.
And the poke that we were seeing coming out from T1's composition with the Azir and the Jace and the Ezreal, it doesn't really matter when Ziggs is this far ahead. When he has that much gold, he can single-handedly outpoke the entire T1 team.
Yeah, again, we saw that Jace and we saw the Ezreal. The casters called it out. Nice poke, but it's very difficult when there is decent amount of engage here. Now at 19 minutes, we had some skirmishing in the mid lane. You're thinking you're safe under your tower? Think again with the Ziggs bomb.
Honestly, I was kind of surprised that Team Liquid was able to find all of these kills. This looks like T1 making those classic plays where they try and find any advantage that they can, but Team Liquid is just around the corner ready to punish them.
Yeah, I mean, this kind of looks like what gen.g was doing from behind in Game 2 up against Top Esports, where they're like floundering, they know they're behind, they're trying desperately to make plays. Guma in this game, mostly invisible, and in that moment he's like, all right, I've got a moment, I have to punish the Zeri, but it ends up just being another death for him, and Team Liquid getting even further ahead.
And then from there, we fight over on the top side of the map by Baron. T1 make that desperation call that a lot of teams do to bait out a fight, but again, you got a Ziggs that has huge AoE, you've got the AoE stun by Impact, and this is a resulting fight.
And I'm not gonna lie, I was a little bit frustrated that was T1 that was the one who actually started up the Baron after Team Liquid had so much time to go for it, and this fight, I was very worried about it. Of all this, we got to see that Jan ends up getting caught out by Faker, and then towards the end of it, the fact that APA lives with a sliver of HP after face checking this Jace really gives the lack of gold no shutdowns going over to T1 that they could potentially mount a comeback with.
Yeah, it definitely still felt like TL weren't super clean, super confident in their victory, but it was safe and sure that got the job done. So, you know, it is what it is. It took forever to take the Baron. It was eventually T1 that had to start the Baron for them. But TL, I mean, they still won. They still punished it. They were still ahead for the majority of this game.
Yeah, very, very close margins, including that last little bit there. APA on 1 HP. I was screaming here in the studio. Everyone around here over at Studio Village definitely heard us here. Now, you all at home voted earlier for our STC predictions. Obviously, a very heavy T1-sided vote. So now I ask my analysts here. Are we sticking with our votes here, or are we changing it up?
I think that was a full time to release the Copium. We got to see Team Liquid take the first game off of this. They did it in a classic Team Liquid style. They got every single pick that they wanted, and we have been seeing that, well, LPL has had great meta reads so far, and NA has also come out with some things big here too. I'm looking at Team Liquid to take this series.
Valdez?
I think T1's still going to take... I still have to stay with them. I think they are very reliable. And one thing I want to see is Ziggs get banned, because they didn't really seem to have a good meta, well, draft read, I should say, in this first game about how to deal with it exactly. And they let it just go over. They didn't respect it at all. They should know that APA is fantastic at this pick. I think you just take it away and you move on with a more balanced draft for games 2 and 3.
Yeah, part of me wonders, again, what will the answer be? We did see focus in the bans in the mid lane. However, APA able to get his comfort champ, and the team was able to play around it. Game number 2. Will it be the decisive one for Team Liquid to win against T1? Historic victory, or will T1 battle it back and force us to a sudden death? We'll find out after this short break.
Guys, I'm here with the Jamel Motorsport mascot. You're looking as handsome as ever. So, if you were to give a heads up or a thumbs up, how would you rate this place? Let's take you guys on a tour on what you can do in this recreational area. So for here, there's gaming chairs with connected controllers that emulates being on a race car itself. As we continue, Mr. Mascot, can you please show me what's around? What's your favorite thing here? His favorite thing is, oh, it's VR. Ah, so if you want a very realistic experience, that's also VR with the controls. I did not know that. Thank you, Mr. Mascot. Moving on, we have amazing monitors right behind the cameraman, I believe. Right here, look at that. That is crazy. It's curving. You get a very realistic experience of what it's like on the racetrack. And there's a lot of people enjoying this game for tonight. But moving on, we are slowly approaching, I believe, the food stand, where people can get a quick snack if you're feeling hungry, as it is vibrating very nice pink over here. So, racing is our passion, is their motto. Let's go check out what kind of food they have. Hi, is this Japanese? Ah, ice cream. Hi. If you guys are feeling hot, make sure to come check out their snack stand, where this is going to be ice cream.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to EWC. I'm Atlas, joined by Wolf, and we're getting ready for game number 2 between T1 and Team Liquid. This is the time where I would be expecting to say, oh, let's see whether the North American squad can fight their way back. But that is not what I need to say. What I need to say is, can the LCK stay in the tournament, Wolf?
I mean, that's the scary part for all the LCK fans out there. I mentioned before, if you're T1, I think the expectation was, and your goal is to 2-0 this and give a lot of a strong message to the fans of, hey, we can win this finals, right? Because you go into this thinking it's LCK versus LPL finals. That's most people's expectation for the tournament. Maybe even LPL or LCK. We didn't know how those first matchups would shake out. But now, on the brink of elimination, the final representatives from the LCK backs against the wall, not respecting the playstyle of TL. TL really just running them around the map. And not only, Atlas, did they showcase great macro, but I feel like they played away from the style of the LCK. It really threw T1 for a loop. I was talking to you about this during the break. When they didn't have Dragon Prio, did they headbutt in? Did they force their way through trying to flank? No. They just went and picked Zeus in the top lane. They have a comp that has Ziggs ult being semi-global, can really impact those types of plays. And they played their own game. And I think, as the desk was mentioning, probably should ban that one away. I do not think the Ziggs is going to make it through any more of these drafts.
Yep, and I want to shout out one of the co-streamers here at EWC, our friend of the LCK LS, because he has been preaching about Ziggs for, since he was an LCK commentator. It's been absolutely forever, and he got very, very upset. And we've obviously got Daniel Ox Harrison here as well, knowing all of the Ziggs matchups very, very well himself, and so hoping that we don't have an opt-in to the Ziggs Azir matchup once again. But let's see what does happen, as 2 trees just going to be taken off the Rift. T1 not wanting to deal with those, and they're going to move to the blue side. So a little bit of a difference when it comes to what this draft is going to look like. And from now, kind of looks like the Tristana Corki might be back on the menu.
I think so, and I think that Faker will opt into whichever APA doesn't pick, because I think they're fishing for a Sejuani pick. Now, TL reading this pretty well. The Ashe is banned away. It's one that has been so oppressive. Didn't see play in the last game because the Ziggs and the Zeri Ezreal trade bottom side was really more what the game was about. See what this final ban is going to be here for T1, taking away the Ivern, saying it's definitely going to be double 80 carry we see this time around. Jax also removed, was a big problem for them in the previous game, but this means Ziggs is up and available for TL.
Rumble is also up, and I think that is probably the thing that TL understands needs to be banned. Unless they have some crazy strategy against it, I think it's Sejuani Rumble that they're really struggling with. So maybe you ban something else, or you just get rid of that fiery guy on the top side, because the Fire Yordle is a crazy one. So T1 will get exactly what they want.
Now, as I expected, the Sejuani pick is going to come through here first for T1. Umpty had a fantastic game on it in our previous set, but this does leave open a lot of options here for Team Liquid. Rather than just opting into the Ziggs versus potentially the Tristana, they are going to go for the Corki pick, a little bit more standard here. This will mean that Faker will be able to respond with his own Tristana. And, most of the time, I think a majority of us are leaning towards the Tristana being the stronger pick in this matchup. What jungle will be the answer is the question. They could pick up an AP jungler like the Zyra. That's still available here for Umpty. He loves the Lilia. Don't know if it really makes sense in this draft. Let's see what he's got in mind.
Yeah, quite a few things left up on the table. They could also pick Tristana and Corki.
Probably not, though.
Yeah, that'd be a crazy one.
They do play that Corki in the bot lane.
Strats, exactly.
And I don't usually feel good about it.
Yeah, that's the Ezreal double Trinity Force. So this is like Power Spike City. I love it. Tristana obviously going to be locked away here by T1, but what else are they going to augment their composition with, Wolf? That's my question.
That's a real good question. Might just be the Zeri to come through here for Guma when we play that game again. Could also take the Leona away, but I think the Zeri is just too strong here, and that is what they're going to grab. See if the Leona comes through, or is it just going to be a Ziggs hover?
Yeah, Ziggs hover for APA.
I think the Leona is the best option here. It's kind of a no-brainer with how strong this duo is. We saw T1 play it previously. obviously was circumvented by the lane swap last time around. And here's where things get a little bit more interesting because the focus is now going towards a little bit more the top side of things for T1. See what the bans are going to be. Banning away the Gnar could indicate that we're going to trade for a Cassante ban again. We could see the Twisted Fate taken away. The Jax is already banned, however. Yeah. So what the look is going to be here for TL, what their read is. Gnar, okay, probably that Cassante trade once more.
One of those options, certainly a bunch of things that you can take away, and Zeus is just really good at Gnar, so you can just get rid of that Mordekaiser to be removed. So maybe T1 with a little bit of another idea. Wanting to limit the amount of AP options as well is a decent idea, but I don't necessarily think that Mordekaiser is going to be the biggest thing that TL are looking for. See what this final ban is going to be, though, because I think you can pay a little bit of mind towards the bottom side of the map as well. With the Leona locked in, you're not worried about a Nautilus for this Zeri composition. But Twisted Fate going to be taken off the board. So real targeting towards Zeus here.
Renekton gone again. So all of these things are kind of what we expected. We saw the Renekton last time. The Mordekaiser is the one kind of pick that stands out. Doesn't feel as strong of a ban, but Twisted Fate, good ban against Zeus. You have the Gnar gone. Cassante being up, though, because they banned the Mordekaiser instead, feels like a pretty easy lock-in here if they want to hide Umpty's pick, but he could just lock that in now and save counter pick for whatever Zeus does, in fact, lock in. Probably the safer bet here. Zyra, I feel really strong in this draft here for TL, but they're not going to lock it in just yet. Going to swap over to the Cassante here. This one felt pretty obvious to me. We've seen Zeus play a lot of other ranged tops, like the Vayne, the Zeri into this pick.
There's a bunch of options that you can play alongside a Sejuani really comfortably as well, like a Camille we've seen rip into a Cassante relatively effectively.
And they're going to do it.
The Zeri top lane is just happening once again. So there is the Braum Caitlyn to come out from T1. We've already seen this from G2. Ansama looked decent on it, even though they lost that game number 1. It is an oppressive lane. And Caitlyn, if you look up the stats for Gumayusi, they are pretty absurdly good.
Yes.
Carrier's Braum is something that we've been up and down upon, but we know that he can pilot this champion very, very well. And so now, face up is the T1 draft. I think triple 80 carry once again.
Brand, fantastic here. I don't really like the Lilia in this draft. I always think about Lilia when I think about an AP jungler R5 for Umpty, but it is going to be the Brand they lock in. Karthus, I think, is a little bit risky in this draft because there's so much explosive damage, so much 80 carry damage here for T1.
Range, yeah.
And the range is a big problem. The engage range with the Sejuani too. So Brand feels a lot safer and a lot more consistent damage. Now, my concern for TL will be, what does level 1 look like? How do T1 set up these lanes? Do they decide to lane swap? Will we see the Zeri get a massive edge over the Cassante? Because Brand, Cassante versus Zeri Sejuani, yes, you don't have permafrost synergy there, but it can be a really finicky 2v2 there in the top side if not played correctly. Yes, you have a ton of damage output as the Brand, but if Zeus can whittle that health bar down before those fights happen, it's going to be really tough for Impact to play this one out. So I think this one's a big test for Impact. He played incredibly well in the first game, crushed the mid game, had great macro. Obviously struggled against the Jace early, but he turned it around. So maybe similar story here. I like both drafts this time. This is one of the first games I've cast this tournament. We've had a lot of wrong reads. The LPL really shocking us, but
yeah.
One of the first times I look at the draft to go, well, this one feels to me pretty dead even.
Yeah, it's a little bit more even than what we have seen in the past, absolutely. I think game number 1, definitely TL came in with a draft plan that worked out here. As you can see, Faker taking a little bit of a stretch. Good to see the fist bumps there from Tom, Roach, and Spawn. And we'll look to get into this one, see whether TL are going to be able to just finish this off. Could be a 2-0 for the North American squad. Augment that cash prize once again. Keep that key alive. Keep it out of that hydraulic press and possibly take another opponent's destroyed key with them towards the final. But can't count chickens before they begin hatching, Wolf, as we like to say. And T1 certainly, this is a draft that they looked fantastic on against BLG in the last day that we saw T1 playing. Something that might be able to just get it done once again. And I love watching Gumayusi play the Caitlyn. He is so incredibly good at this champion. And more recently, Wolf, it's been Carrier playing Caitlyn.
Yeah.
So it's really good to see Gumayusi back on one of his best champs without his support just stealing it away.
Yeah, I mean, the Zeri flex to top was something we always knew could have happened here. they kind of baited the Cassante in. They set it up for it perfectly. The Nara was banned, the TF was gone, and then they just left it open. They banned Mordekaiser instead. A new R4 pick priority went to TL, and once again, they have this Zeri top pick ready and set to go. So let's see if this works as well for T1 the second time around.
Yep, we'll just have to see. I think the Rift is ready for us to jump on and get into it. Game number 2, do or die, here for T1. TL take this one. They are going straight towards the final here at EWC. And otherwise, they're heading towards game number 3 once again. The first time the TL has lost here in this tournament if they do lose here. Otherwise, they could make a clean sweep all the way through. As already, CoreJJ in a bit of trouble, but Impact already ready and waiting. Keria having to flash to get himself out of the way as Umpty moves on over. Let's see whether they can get any added damage down as the rocket jump going to get Faker out of dodge. And TL, yeah, they took a bit of damage, but they definitely answered back.
They certainly did. Flash down for Keria on this play. CoreJJ did use his Ignite. The health trade definitely favoring TL at the end of things. Faker is going to have to take a complete back. Should be able to get back to lane without any issue. However, and it was a little bit of a level 1 Braum shenanigans. They learned from Barrel. You know, their last domestic match didn't go so well when the concussive blows came through. But this time, TL were ready for it. They also had Impact in position. He's ready for the lane swap that TL are actually going to set up here. See Zeus on the top side. Not going to be laning into a Cassante right away here. And this is quite a unique setup here for Team Liquid. They had an answer from the get-go. And this is one of the big question marks I had going into the second game was, will they just straight up lane it into the Caitlyn and struggle? Also struggling in the Zeri matchup? Of course not, because that would be terrible. And they've already showcased they know how to lane swap. And that's what we're going to be seeing here at level 1.
Yeah, once again, dodging the bot lane matchup. And you can understand exactly why Impact trying to get into range of these minions. As Zeus and Ona just going to be pairing up to try and clear out this jungle as quickly as possible. Impact needs to be a little careful. I don't think he's going to get dove just yet. As Ona and Zeus just getting through these camps.
Yep,
they'll start rotating around pretty soon. Umpty on full vision here for T1 at the same time.
Helping the clear as Brand has an insanely fast clear. And unfortunately, Zeus isn't going to be having a good time 1v2 as the Zeri does have teleport. And Impact, you know, he's not going to like the lane into Zeri. He's obviously going to have a worse time in the lane swap, as all top laners do, into the Caitlyn. Level 2 is hit here. Zeus is coming over.
Yeah, there are 4 people heading towards Impact here who's going to have to vacate. I don't know whether he's going to be able to hit level 2 before he just straight up dies. As Ona comes on over, he'll start off the Gromp here first. But now it's T1, 3-man strong here looking to take plates, and they'll take them quickly at the same time. You can see the back starting to come through from Yon and CoreJJ as they have pushed that wave in. That is entirely going to go, but the plate money really pushes this in favor of T1. And this was the change that happened. Is Impact taking a bit of damage here from Ona right now. Permafrost comes down. Impact down to about 300 health. But this is why it's so tough to lane swap, right? Zeus going to teleport up towards his top side after everyone's left. He'll be able to get a fair bit of experience here as well. And these plates going down so much more money into the coffers of T1. You can see that's reflected in the gold.
You can see Impact also, you know, he has teleport, doesn't need to use it, but he is going to be significantly behind in XP when he does clash with the Zeri in the top lane. It's going to be super frustrating to play out, walking all the way back. Now, T1 knew that with the amount of pressure they could put on bottom side, not only could they get some plate gold, which they've gotten 3 of already, they'd probably force a return of Yun and CoreJJ. They get no plates. They get an XP lead top side, as well as some of Umpty's jungle there. So big wins really everywhere here for T1. Looked like TL read the play well. The lane swap setup was good, but maybe underestimating some of the power of that Caitlyn push.
Yep. And just wanting to dodge this bottom lane matchup being the big thing, right? Like, that's the only real advantage that they managed to find. Is Impact walking towards Zeus here. Doesn't quite find that cue. As now Umpty moving on in. Flash has to be invested. A lot of respect given over here. As now APA and Faker once again going aggressive. The explosive charge going to even out the trade nicely as there's a flash to get away from the rocket jump. Faker taking a lot of damage in return, but he has his flash available. APA not so lucky.
Yeah, Faker can just stave off the pressure here, heal up a little bit with that pot. Might be able to actually find himself in kill range once he hits level 6 shortly here. APA going to respect that and just back away. Faker can clear this, no problem. Likely a trade of teleports down here.
Yeah, in goes CoreJJ. The door is placed in front, though. And Carrier is going to say, nope, no presence for you. As CoreJJ actually going to tank the Winter's Bite momentarily. Gumayusi taking a lot of damage, though, from Yon. They do need to be careful. Now Faker going to be teleporting back to lane. Him and APA, both of them utilizing that Summoner spell in order to get back here. And Faker with about a wave of a lead right now. Things looking pretty good as once again, okay. Zeus going to get pushed back. Impact going aggressive, finding the Qs this time around. Zeus not necessarily navigating it quite as well as he was. I thought it was an expert performance earlier on up against BLG. This time around, Impact is finding a few of these angles, but just not quite as much of the farm as Ona is going to get the Valkyrie out from APA. He is still going to get pushed away. Yeah, Faker going so aggressive. There's the Buster Shot. There's the full stack. And there is APA just getting sent back home.
Yeah, I mean, even though he's not in kill range here, that was the level 6 advantage I was discussing moments ago. Can just force in the back. He already has a significant CS lead, and that's going to be furthered. Maybe even play goal coming over now. Umpty is down here on the bottom side. This trap is going to be a bit of an issue here, but they do circumnavigate it.
Yeah.
And T1, I think, have a pretty good read about this.
You can see Umpty. Actually, the Yordle Snap Trap is going to break as CoreJJ in that brush, wanting to find an angle here as he clears out the ward. Gumayusi not going to bite, though. And I think Umpty is going to complete this one. Doesn't want to waste too much time down here.
They're going to lose Grubs for this, too, because he wanted to make this happen. But T1 just so smart, able to read the play. And because it's Caitlyn, he's not going to lose too much farm here as well out of that threat because he has such long range to actually last at those minions. Zeus really putting the pressure on up here.
This is feeling a little bit more like what we were expecting out of this matchup. Zeus just relentlessly throwing burst fires towards the Cassante. And Umpty comes on over, is able to clear out this Crud camp pretty quickly, but doesn't see that Ona's moving on in. His top lane in a whole host of trouble. There's first blood going over to Zeus as the turret is going to be tanked here by Ona. Umpty wants to get a little bit of extra damage, but he doesn't have the spells, and it's a double kill for Zeus. They get one back as a consolation prize, but Wolf, are we signing the papers? What's happening?
I mean, I'm almost ready to at this point as Faker.
Yeah, Faker and APA just always fighting here in the mid lane. Down to half health, as is correct for Corki versus Tristana, as we have seen.
Yeah, and Faker not quite able to put that pressure back on just yet. They know that owner was dead, so CoreJJ is also coming over here looking for a potential opportunity to collapse in. He does have flash. The wave is going to crash here, but the timing... Ooh, I was going to say the timing pretty good for Faker to get out of here, but he doesn't have TP, so he's going to stick around. He may be in trouble now.
Yep, CoreJJ making his way over. There's the flash shield of Daybreak, but Faker's going to buffer the Buster Shot so beautifully, and Ona is here as well. CoreJJ could be in trouble. No flash up and available, and he has a Blast Cone. We'll see whether that's going to be enough, but nope. That is going to be concussive blows coming through. Carrier even has the door to make sure they don't take damage from that True Shot barrage. And Impact, possibly also collateral damage from this one. The Extender Beam comes in. The All Out is going to pull Ona over. And maybe Impact now has an avenue for escape, and he does. He'll be able to utilize the Blast Cone, get back towards that top side, but wasting so much time here.
Yeah, he doesn't have TP. And Zeus is going to be able to push this turret pretty quickly here. So he's going to lose some farm, probably going to lose a plate at least. And great rotation from Carrier. APA, in danger.
He does get the Honey Fruit, but Yon's making his way over, and remember, there's Brand towards the bottom side of this one as well. Carrier gonna get spotted as Umpty looking for it, wants to be able to find the damage, doesn't get the stun as we can see there as the series going to miss. And Carrier does get the passive procced on him, takes a fair bit of damage, but otherwise we'll be able to make it out. Now Zeus just getting to work on this top lane outer turret. 2 plates for the Zeri, who already has 2 kills under her belt. Oh man, that little slingshot I think is going to become a cooler item very, very quickly. Wolf
about to get a little bit more electric here in the inventory. Now Umpty will be able to get this first dragon here bottom side uncontested because of the really proactive play bottom side there by TL. I will say, you know, compared to the LCK, I think T1 and gen.g are definitely our most proactive early game teams that will make these rotations happen, will look for aggressive plays more often than the rest of the LCK, just simply because they're afraid to make a mistake against a stronger team, fall too far behind. TL, not afraid. That proactivity at least nets them this dragon. If they had lost on both sides of the map, it would have been much worse, but still, T1 with a 2,000 gold lead here in this second game. And this Zeri starting to get larger and larger.
Yeah. There's a solar flare. Gumiushi going to get slowed down. True shot barrage. Is going to connect. A little bit of a delay there as Carrier moves on in. The door is in a weird spot, but Ona's moving on down. It's a large minion wave, though. Gumiushi doesn't have a whole lot of health. They spot Bristle and Sejuani as they move into the river. TL going to be safe and get themselves back out. Or are they? Yes, they are.
Yeah, Carrier looking for maybe something here as Faker is relentless of his pressure on APA. Does have a, fair bit of item damage now early with those components and has half of his cult completed, so he is really going to pull ahead very soon here.
Ooh, Impact not quite able to find that third Q. Keeping himself in it here towards the top side. Pretty upset about how things went as far as that gank from T1 was concerned. Wasn't a great time and isn't a great time now. As Leandri's now completed for Umti, he's going to be doing a lot of damage. Does need to watch out for the door. The Unbreakable can make things real tough. As we check out the crowd here in the Kadir Arena.
Came from Dubai to watch the GOAT. We got people here from everywhere. As this is looking like Grubs 2, T1 here. Might be able to get the full 6 already. Umti nearby.
I think TL needs to try and get at least one of these, but nope. That is going to be 5 taken here as Ona moves his way out. They'll accept a 5-for-1 trade as far as those Grubs are concerned. It's now Yun fighting against Gumiushi here towards the bottom side. Guma looks to be absolutely fine with that situation, especially with Carrier just off to the side. Yun needs to be so careful. Ona here towards the top side as well. Everyone on TL is in so much trouble. That was a decent dodge there as Yun not going to walk in to the Glacial Fissure. True Shot Barrage looking to be traded as APA moves towards the bottom side. Yun is so low, and APA, he's just going to explode. Faker's in there, Carry's in there, and there is CoreJJ trying to Hex Splash his way to safety. I don't think even the Eclipse can save him from this one, though, as Gumiushi almost dies to minions, but he's able to move himself out of the way, and CoreJJ will, in fact, be all right.
Yeah, a bit of a miscalculation here for TL. CoreJJ staying mid there. Faker able to make the play happen with the TP bottom side. Zeus going to take this top side turret and deny some additional farm. T1 winning everywhere on this play. And Guma down on the bottom side. He's not quite able to get the kill with his ult, but still enough damage there. And this was just such a good read from T1, knowing that Leona is still mid. They can TP in, match the Corki here. There's a really cool moment as well here for Faker, where you see he realizes, he calculates, do I Buster Shot APA? No, I think I kill both of them. Goes for Yun instead with the flash, then kills APA, picks up so much money. 3 kills now on this Tristana, who also has 5 grubs. There's the magic number to wreck turrets in this mid game. Faker is going to be a menace in this second game.
He already is, absolutely, and I feel like T1 have taken game number 1 personally here as Yun going to get pushed away. Zeus comes in, and Yun's like, I thought their AD carry was a Caitlyn. He's not. Oh, well, he is, but it's also a Zeri coming from the top side of the map, and CoreJJ once again finds himself underneath the turret with kind of nowhere to go. Winter's Bite is going to miss.
More kills, more plates.
Waiting for the minions, and I think this Leona is just going to go down. Solar Flare is a lot of extra value, and Zeus, he will die. 600 gold goes over to a Leona, but they'll lose their outer turret on this bottom side.
It's almost arguable that this is a big win for Zeus as well. No one else going to be able to get that shutdown gold going to Leona. Still relatively valuable gold. Of course, they get something back for it, but that's another turret, another plate. And T1 in full control right now. You can see Impact is pushing top side, is Shadow, but Yun's in trouble.
Dear. Yun is just going to get prisoned and destroyed. Able to give a good old thumbs up before that one, is now TL looking to try and counteract the play. Let's see whether Impact can find anything. The all-out does go down onto Ona, as the ultimate from Carrier is pretty good there as well to keep them at bay. Impact is getting lower and lower as Gumiushi is firing shot after shot into the back of this Cassante. APA moving over, though. Let's see whether this Corgi is going to be enough to be the difference maker, and the answer is probably not. Yeah, T1 just walk it off.
And T1, they know too. I mean, this is a bit of a, it's a tough call to make for Impact, because if he stays topside, he gets an additional plate. He's able to maybe get some gold out of it, but he commits his TP, he won't get anything for it, doesn't get the plates topside there as now plates expire, and it's concussive blows and permafrost, and you're Cassante. Unfortunately, it's really tough to make that work with the TP coming through, even with those low health bars there for T1. With the pushback, though, looks like they'll be able to secure their second Drake of the game. We'll see what soul it is, because it's going to take a big comeback in this one for TL if they're going to bring us to the 2-0 win, the upset completion. It's Infernal So at least, extremely valuable soul they've got a 2-dragon lead on. But I don't know if this is going to be the last dragon they take in this game or not. I'm kind of leaning that way because there's just no map control whatsoever. Another turret down. And T1 just feels like they could do no wrong with this lead.
Certainly feeling like we're getting angry T1. I feel like we got angry G2 yesterday after dropping the first game to FlyQuest. Angry T1 are certainly out here in game number 2, and this is immaculate gameplay. This is what we were expecting from the world champions.
In game 1...
I mean, what we're expecting in a grand scale, but they did just lose to KT, so there needs to be some caveats. But after taking down BLG, it's definitely good.
No, true. I mean, in game 1, it was TL getting to play their game, their play style, their game plan. T1 had to react. This time, it's T1 playing their game plan, their play style. The Zeri top flex, Guma's Caitlyn, excellent handling of the lane swaps, good map movements. All around, you can see the gold lead reflected here.
That's a lot of 80 carries with a lot of money, Wolf.
Yeah, it's 3 of them at the top of the charts. Faker actually behind Zeus in gold, despite being a 3-kill Tristana, was able to take up so much there in the mid turret as well. But it just really shows how well T1 knows how to play this comp. But this is the style of comp they practiced going into this tournament, the style of comp they showed us in their very first game against BLG. And it is a much different story, a far cry from game 1.
Certainly is. Humpty now moving in, wants to try and stay out of vision as he moves into the top side here. Let's try and catch them unawares with this large amount of damage that he does have available. Ono looking for impact, and we'll be able to find the Winter's Wrath. Jan moving up as well, and the Brand is still lurking. Now going to be following these minions forward. Can this flank angle actually work out as Jan has to get himself out of the way? Teleport to come in from APA as well as Zeus going to get slowed down, and he will pop like a balloon. And that's good talking about there, Wolf, because that could have been a much larger shutdown if it hadn't already gone over to core.
True, but it's still a big kill here onto the Zeri.
Oh, okay, Faker. He's going to dive into 3 people. Not sure about that one. He flashes away immediately. Maybe just didn't quite know where everyone was because there's a Rift Herald destroying the inner turret in mid lane, and TL seem unconcerned about that particular eventuation. It's going to be Umpty going down, though, and T1 are winning on this side as well. Core JJ takes down Ona, but T1 are still on the offensive. TL get towards the inner turret. Not going to be any more deaths for now, but I think that inner turret is going to be worth.
That's a very T1 moment there, where Faker goes in, the rotation is coming up of his support, and mid laner, or rather top laner, is pushing bottom lane. They have the push in mid. Guma can crush that turret so quickly, so buying time, keeping TL locked in to the top lane. They get mid turret, they're going to get this bottom inner.
Yeah, trying to protect the minions here as they look to try and take down the turret. They will be able to do so as APA has to flash away Impact. Looking to make his way in, though. Core is there as well. And Zeus, it turns into a 1v2. He flashes forward. APA will go down, but it'll be a trade as the Zenith Blade max range will help lock down Gumayushi. TL, they ain't going down without a fight, but it's still not looking too great for the North American squad, down 9,000 gold.
Yeah, there's just no critical kills onto the carries here. There's no extra gold going over to APA. The shutdown there from Zeus there, or rather the kill traded from him, was actually well played. And then you look at Corki sitting on a Triforce and a stacked tier. That's not really where you want to be in this mid game when you're looking at a Tristana sitting on 2 items, a Caitlyn about to be hitting 2 as well. The Zeri also very much close to 3 items, sitting on 6 kills. And so, yes, you got some shutdown gold. Yes, you got some kills back, and it's not just TL going quietly into that good night. But at the end of the day, this Tristana with 5 grubs, we talk so much about this in this tournament, in the LCK, everywhere regionally, in every domestic league. This Tristana can be such a problem, and she certainly is. Zeus knows he is doomed here.
Yeah,
decides to go for the kill.
As soon as Jan's over the wall, he's like, well, I'm dead. Let's see whether I can kill someone as I go down.
And Umpty actually, I don't want to say he stole the kill, but going over to him, still relatively useful gold here because Brand utilizes items very well in terms of team fight damage, but it's the Ezreal that can never stand up to this Caitlyn, cannot stand up to a Zeri. I mean, it's just going to get aced in the hole here by Guma and pushed back, and this is the problem here for TL, is if the shutdowns were on the right champions, if the kills went over, maybe you could see a world.
Impact might be able to find an opportunity here as the Glacial Fissure comes down. Doesn't really do too much there as it's eaten by Impact. And now Core JJ taking a lot of damage. Faker could be in trouble though. The big one, oh, just barely is going to miss as Carrier. He'll have the door back and he'll be able to protect the go to the mid lane. In the meantime, Owner's looking to 1v1 Yon, who does have the cleanse available for the Glacial Prison. But the fact that Owner can kind of walk in front of 3 people and not care while an inhibitor is being taken on the bottom side of the map just shows how far T1 are in the lead.
Yeah, and we talk about Zeri's ability to kill turrets sometimes when you end up getting a kill in the mid lane and it's like, okay, AD carry is going to maybe get some extra plate gold if it's that early going mid, or okay, maybe going to grab an early turret because she can hurt turrets really well. And the side lane, as a top laner, can do a lot. Now, this is a Hail Mary call here. They have control vision on this Baron. They've swept it. I don't know if they have enough damage, though, and Carrier spots this out. Faker nearby. They're in trouble.
Yeah, and now Core JJ actually going to get tagged by the Winters. By the Ignite comes in, and Faker, he does have the rocket jump. He kind of learned from what happened last time around, though. Doesn't want to dive in on top of 3 people. And T1, they do exactly what they want, right? They get them off the Baron, stop that from being traded potentially, and force TL to go back. And so not really going to be losing anything from this play. We're approaching 10,000 gold, the lead for T1. And they're going to start stacking. It could be a 4 stack of Infernal Drakes if this game goes that long.
I don't know if we're setting up for a game that long with a 10,000 gold lead, but you know what? It certainly could. That's an extra backup plan, you know, potentially.
Maybe they'll kill the Nexus first, but after they kill the Nexus, they'll go back and they'll kill the rest of the dragons.
Yeah, they'll just not press continue and go back to the post-game screen.
Yeah. Do you want to keep playing? Yes, please. So we've all been in that situation, you know? You feel like you've got such a great run going that even though the game's kind of over, you want to play with those cool items that you've built.
I want to play, T1 want to play endless on this one.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, this Baron, definitely, there's enough damage here for T1 to take this one out. Carrier is just kind of holding the door metaphorically here in this choke point. They have also this Caitlyn trap. Really tough for TL to close the gap. They're not going to actually complete the Baron, but we'll just put Guma in mid and continue to push. Yun's used his E, and now we're set up for a potential vision clear and start it up again.
Yep.
Look at the Caitlyn traps now.
Yep. All of the traps just going to be lining the choke as teleport actually going to be invested here from Zeus. So T1, they want to lock down this Baron now. Looks like TL should be able to get themselves in here though, so at least it could be an opportunity. Flash available for Umpty to get into the pit. Let's see whether the General can be the hero. He flashes through, but he's unable to lock it down, and now T1 are going to get their team fight. Already the brand is being taken out. Core JJ so low, but there's the all out from Impact, and Yon over to the side. Zeus, the last man standing really here as far as the damage is concerned. That was obscene from TL.
Impact really playing that very well there, and you're all stacked up on the Baron. Guma is just so fragile in these moments, and yes, you get the Baron here, but TL with a much better setup coming into the fight. They have a Leona pushing through, got over the trap wall there and was able to close the gap, and then T1 are kind of trapped there. They win the 50-50. I mean, it's practically a 50-50 in this case. Umpty is not quite able to steal it, but they can't win the ensuing fight. These types of fights, I mean, this is one baby step, it feels like, compared to the gold lead here. But these types of fights, if you can win a few of these, maybe TL could get back into this game. As you see, Core JJ slips through the traps here. Yun on a nice angle here, and when Umpty comes through, the smite does come over. But look at this engage from Core JJ. APA free-firing over the wall, and there is just no way out here. Then Impact says, all right, Guma, I'm taking you with me, but also using you to close the gap. Zeus will just barely escape with his life, but it's a huge swing of gold here for TL. Still 9,000 gold behind.
Yep, so much shutdown money going over to Yum though, so that's definitely fantastic for this Ezreal as Core JJ going in once again. Gumyushi, nice net to get himself out of the way of the Solar Flare. There's now Impact trying to be valuable, looking for these Qs as Carrier standing stalwart in that front line. T1 just going to get these waves in order though. The one last Baron circling around Zeus here will be able to conga line all of these minions with full power towards the inhibitor in the mid lane.
Just going to run circles around TL here, not take the straight up 5v5 fight. They don't want to deal with Impact as a frontliner.
This is somewhat dangerous, though. You can see Impact is rotating over, and there is a Zenith plate to connect this one. Pillar of Flame not really landing, and that is a True Shot Barrage straight into a door. And Faker wanting to take down this inhibitor. Oh my goodness, okay, Zeus, I'm not sure about that one, but he takes down the brand, and there goes another one as well. They get the shutdown, but is it going to be worth it as Impact is a brick wall, and he's going to be able to take another one. Yun chasing after Faker. He is rocket jumping and blast coning, and will be able to get himself out, but again, it's TL winning the fight.
Yeah, let's see if Yun can catch Faker here. It looks like he's not going to take the chance. Doesn't have flash. Looking for a potential angle here. We're just going to head topside instead. No, I don't know if he actually wins that one anymore, unfortunately for him either. If he does find Faker, Faker would be happy to take the exchange. But at the end of the day here, you can really start to feel the lack of a true frontline here for T1. As Keria, when he's got the door, he's a frontline, but when it's on cooldown, it gets a little bit tougher. Owner's isolated here by Impact on the other side, and there just isn't the same amount of consistent damage here to deal with Impact, even when you have 380 carries. Once Guma jumps in and makes interesting decision there, let's say, the damage output, unfortunately, to break through this Cassante is just not there. And that's the trade-off. Yeah, you have 380 carries, so yeah, maybe you can toss one in and it won't necessarily matter. But TL, they have a huge front line. Randuin's is done. He's got Warden's Mail as well. He's so incredibly tanky. And I think T1 still massively in the lead, of course, and looking to get their second Infernal, but maybe need to play a little bit respectfully in the next engage.
I would agree. I think TL are also going to get a little bit more scary as this game goes on, right? Because we haven't really spoken about the damage profile because the game kind of went completely out the window very early on. So items weren't necessarily a relevant thing. However, you mentioned the amount of armor that Impact's building. You can also see a Warden Mail being picked up by Core JJ. There's some Tabis being picked up across the board outside of Umpty, who does want those sock shoes. And so if this game is allowed to go on much longer, and you can see it's 14-13 in the kills. TL have really pulled back as far as that is concerned. It's the 8 turrets to 0 that's the massive gold lead.
Oh, yeah.
But with bounties up, if they start to take some of them, it could really swing back as the Glacial Prison. Not a whole lot of follow-up here as TL are going to stand their ground for the moment. Zeus pokes his head out as now Faker thinks he's found Yun, but he does have the Arcane Shift to get himself out of the way, and now Zeus looking to chase after Impact. Umpty gonna be the one corner though, and Zeus takes him out. Oh, the brand is a big part of the damage profile here for TL, and now Core JJ, the next one that's gonna be taken out. They're falling like dominoes, just one after the other, and right as I was talking about it, the window's back in here for TL. T1 are going to kind of slam the door shut on their fingers as this inhibitor turret is going to fall down. The second inhibitor going to go as well. And T1, they might have been thinking about it as well. They're like, well, let's just not let them build those cool armor items. Let's just end the game.
Yeah, it's going to be tough to end here unless they get another pick. Umpty coming up in 12 seconds, Core JJ up in 10. They should be able to grab that final inhibitor, so that in itself is practically as good as the final nail in the coffin here for TL, but they still have one final opportunity here. 45 seconds until this next Baron spawns, and like you said, I was going to say it, and you called it out first. If they win one fight, grab Baron, and take all of the standing gold that's on the map, plus the bounties they'll pick up, I mean, the gold lead will actually swing. It's rare to see, like, to even discuss the possibility of like a 10,000 gold swing, but it's there for the taking. All they have to do is win the fight. Now that's the hard part. That's the tricky part. 3 inhibitors down. I don't see it happening. I don't think it's going to occur. But it may be a Hail Mary, maybe some miracle play comes through, but I think T1, all they need to do is play safe, control this vision, let the minions, the super minions, do the work, double stacked across all 3 lanes with no inhibitors up. TL fighting blind.
As Yun wanted to avoid the ace in the hole damage, 50% on the health bar now as Owner just kind of able to ignore what Umpty's doing at this point in time as the Baron getting taken down so incredibly quickly. There's a lot of 80 carries in this game, and they do a lot of DPS. As Umpty looking to move in once again. He does have Flash one more time as well, and T1, yeah, they know that this is not the fight they really want to take, and they don't have to, because there are super minions that will win the game.
The minions are doing their job, and this is putting TL between, as we like to say in the LCK, between a rock and a hard place. You're going to either have to defend your base, but you got to stop this Baron. You can't do both.
Yep. And it's a very precious rock and a purple place in this game, Wolf. That's where they find themselves. And T1, they kind of want to win a fight. Is Keria going to go down first? There is the passive being procced, but look at this. I mean, Zeus is just in there. Impact goes all out, but he will be dead. Or out of there. Yeah, there he goes. Explodes in a fiery explosion of cinders. That is going to be the second Nexus of the series going down, but it's one apiece after game number 2.
And you know what? We got to see TL play their game in game 1. The Ziggs, absolute control with the lane swaps. T1 plays their game in game 2. And we got to see 2 back-to-back stomps between LCK's representative, the final one, and NA's. I can't wait to see what game 3 has in store for us.
I can't wait either. I think a little bit more one-sided here in game number 2, but game 3, it'll be a side selection switch over. We're going to go to a short break. When we get back, the studio are going to break it down.
Honor 200 series, the best portrait phone AI empowered. Studio level, AI portrait camera, 3 hardcore portrait modes. Color, vibrant and classic to capture portraits that truly stand out. AI empowered magic portal. Snapdragon 8S Gen 3 AI chipset. 5,200 milliampere per hour silicon carbon battery, 100 watt. Honor Supercharge. This is Honor 200 series.
Welcome back to the Esports World Cup presenting League of Legends as T1 came back with fury after their Game 1 loss and put a shellacking down on Team Liquid in Game number 2. Although Team Liquid did try to make it look close, 10,000 gold down, T1 were able to close the door on any comeback attempt that APA and the rest of Team Liquid had to tie us up here and send us to a sudden death Game number 3 here in the semifinals. Our first semifinals here at day 2 of EWC. And only one team can move on to play for the lion's share of $1 million, have their frame immortalized in the totem, and the key put into the game trophy. Welcome back, everyone. Digon alongside Joshi and Valdez here in the area. And Joshi, that was brutal.
Yeah, that was a bit of a slacking right there. We didn't have a whole lot that we really showed in that game. We had a couple moments where it felt as though T1 were making it look a little bit more difficult than they potentially needed to, but ultimately, every single time they made one of these small mistakes, they were still getting objectives anyway.
T1 were just so far ahead that no matter how much happy gaming they went for, it just did not matter. And, you know, I'm not sure if they really had to do that. You know, Zave's flashing in on top of a brand, ulting everybody, and then immediately dying up 10,000 gold. Probably not what you had to do. But they didn't have a lot of engage, so I guess they got the job done eventually anyway.
Let's take a look at the draft here, as it felt like there was a specific game plan in this one by Team 1 to attack a target here at TL.
It really was. They had a lot of pressure getting put onto Umti's champion pool right off the bat, but after that, I really like this Zeri flex pick that T1 has built up for themselves. Now that Zeus has showcased that it is a strong counter pick into the Cassante up in the top side, it puts a lot of pressure on Impact to try and make something happen in these games when he's just going to get out stat checked every single time he goes for a fight.
There's definitely an angle for an R5, you know, kind of pick that we don't see very often, like a Rammus or something like that in the jungle, and just build up a ton of armor because 380 carries and Sejuani's. So, but the game just didn't ever look like it was in a place where that ever mattered. Obviously, it could have. You know, TL could have gone for that pick, and maybe this game would have looked a little bit differently. But yeah, eventually the early game was just so one-sided to the side of T1 that I don't think it mattered what champions were on the Rift; they were going to win the game.
Yeah, again, clinical and exactly what we expected from the world champs. Let's take a look at some of the highlights here from game number 2. We start with Impact now on the receiving end of what happened to Zeus in game number 1.
Yeah, we also got to see this was kind of T1 coming back and rectifying their mistakes for the first time. I tried to dive Impact the first game. It didn't go so well, and this time I was a little worried that Umti was going to get something back at a kill, but turns out you can just kill him.
You can just kill him. Double kill for them, for the Zeri, and, you know, we stamped that official Zeri moment very early on in the game, and, you know, that's only one of the 380 carries that they had. The rest of the lanes were also going very well for T1.
That's right. Bot lane is where the next set of action happened as, again, more on the same front here as Keria just jumping onto Yan and just not a lot of things that TL could do to kick things off. Ace in the hole almost cleaned things up, but then APA getting caught.
In many ways, this felt like T1's last real attempt to come back into the game. They bring multiple members down to try and find some of these counter ganks, but unfortunately, a really good trap coming out from Gumayushi does end up taking down APA there. And then it happens again, because Zeus ends up coming down towards the bottom side, tries to find even more opportunities. They find more and more dives, and it just feels as though T1 is just firing on all cylinders, and Team Liquid didn't have anything to say about it.
Yeah, and after these couple of plays, the game got extremely messy. There were a lot of moments where T1 were all over the map doing crazy things that they did not have to do. I personally did not want to see that because, you know, they were so far ahead, they could have just cleanly ended the game, but instead we got a very happy second half of the game from T1.
That's right, and a lot of that happiness came here over at the Baron pit. Umti had to have a couple of ways on in and try to make some hero plays, but T1 just shut the door.
Wallets are very heavy, Degon, and these wallets were extraordinarily heavy. And even though there were a couple moments here where we did get to see Team Liquid actually find a lot of kills, turns out just having the one Baron buff on Zeri was enough. Even though we only had the one Baron buff here, T1 was still able to take the mid lane turret and the mid lane inhibitor off of that.
Yeah, again, I think you were looking in the draft maybe for the Rammus or something, but the Cassante is starting to get a lot of value with Impact on the top side here, Valdez.
I mean, he built one item, a Randuin's. That's all he needed to build. And eventually he became almost immortal in this game. It just, again, the goal difference was just so large that it didn't quite matter. As we do take a look at the end of the game as well, eventually T1 decide, okay, let's group up as 5 and not send our Zeri in to try to 1v5. We could probably just end the game.
Yeah, it turns out Zeri just needs to go in for the teleport at the end of the game in order to get a couple of Nexus turrets and also find, effectively push Impact out of the game entirely. This really felt like the T1 that a lot of people were expecting to be going up against Team Liquid, but I still have a little bit of copium left to huff here, Degon, because the next game, Team Liquid's going to be back on the blue side, and that means we have way more opportunities to pick the Ziggs again.
That's right. Ziggs going to be helpful here. 60 seconds before we toss to the break and get into the action here, Valdez. So what do you see that was successful here for Team 1 in terms of preparation that will carry over here in game number 3?
I mean, I like to see that even with kind of a wonky draft and some interesting picks, they were still able to dominate very heavily in that early game. That's what I like out of T1. That's what we see very often, just very proactive early game plays, getting early leads all over the map. And they were able to do that. So I feel like game number 1, a little bit of a fluke, you could say. Team Liquid did play excellently, and T1 were very caught off guard. But I was happy to see that T1 actually just kind of gathered themselves and had a great game number 2.
All right, Joshi, I'm going to put you on the spot here. Mid lane matchups, we've seen a lot of Trist, a lot of Corki. We know that Ziggs is the priority there for TL. What does the GOAT pull out on the opposite side here?
I definitely think we're going to be looking at another Tristana game, most likely from Faker. You cannot afford to be playing the Azir. You don't really want to be giving over the Corki either. And it really puts a very limited number of champions that Faker really wants to play.
All right, again, a matchup that we've seen 3 times so far this split. Team Liquid versus Team Liquid versus T1. I was going to say Team Liquid versus TL there. Team Liquid versus T1. Again, this one for the marbles. Who will be moving on to the finals of EWC? We'll find out together after this break.
semifinals? We got a little bit more time before draft starts, so we're gonna have some fun here. Because we've got a lively crowd, and I'm a little nervous for this next part, because I think I know how it's gonna go. But remember when we did battle chants a few days ago? All right, I believe I'm in the T1 section right now. Can I get a T1 fighting? They're just gonna keep going unless I stop them. So I want to hear from the Team Liquid section over there. I know that there's at least a couple of you. Let's get a Let's Go Liquid! All right, we're having a lot of fun here at the arena. Oh, we got some booze as well. But we're gonna have even more fun together because we're all here as fans of League of Legends. So we're gonna get the wave going that way, and we're gonna get it back. And by the time it gets back to here, we're gonna throw it over the casters. Are we ready? Yeah! All right, everybody around me. You ready? Over here?
Bring him back! Thank you so much, Kangas. You guys look like you're having a whole lot of fun out there, and it is time to witness some more people having a whole lot of fun on Summoner's Rift. Or maybe it's actually just going to be a whole lot of intense action, because T1 and TL, both of these teams, one last chance to stay in the tournament.
One last chance, one final game. TL having side selection. They came in as the higher seed from the LCS. So as a result, in this third game, they'll have the opportunity to pick blue side, as was alluded to by Joshi earlier. Now, Corki gone, LeBlanc gone, Senna gone. Feels very familiar. We'll see if T1 also ban the Tristana here, or will they ban the Ziggs? It's a question, you know, I didn't think I'd be asking today, but after game one, certainly something to consider. Rumble already taken away, and they will actually adapt and ban the Ziggs. Respect shown here for APA.
But I think it's a trap, because TL then just gets Tristana for free. It's a dangerous one. A gambit here taken from T1. Still not fully making up their mind just yet on the TL side, but I think this Tristana is a pretty confident lock-in, and I'm very intrigued as to what Faker has as the response to the Trist.
Something like an Azir here might just be the way Faker goes. You know, these are the two main AD mids that we have. The Corki, the Tristana, no longer available. We've seen Yone, but it's really tough to play. It's tough to play the Tristana here. And it could be one of those games where we just see T1 go back to comfort. Now, the Ashe is also still available, even without the Sejuani, without the Rumble. A very strong pick here. They don't have to lock in jungle just yet, because there's a pretty good chance they're not going to be looking for a strong AP jungle on their side. See what they grab with this. I think we will see Faker's mid pick in this slot. The question is, what is it going to be? The Azir, the standout one for me.
Yeah.
And there it is.
Just a bit of a standard one here, and of course, APA can buffer the rocket jump to get out of Emperor's Divides and things like that. We've seen Tristana into Azir many, many times. Oh, we'll see. Oh, this is an adaptation, and I think mid lane Talia has been nerfed on this patch, right? But it was mainly the jungle variety, and Faker has certainly put in a whole bunch of hours on this particular pickup. So a different flavor of Shuriman mid laner.
Yeah.
As now Umpty back to definitely one of his most played. Of course, he played 2 champions back in the LCS, and this is one of them.
Yep, the Sejuani game in game 1 looked pretty good. That was the other pick that he did play in the LCS. This will be the second. Picking the Talia early here is pretty interesting, considering they could have gone for a Vi pick in this slot as well if they wanted to play that duo. There's a lot of different options here being considered for APA. I think flexing that Tristana bottom is a risky call. Don't think this is really the angle TL are looking for. Maybe perhaps just reminding everyone how good he is at the champion. But he is gonna lock it. Oh no, he's not. That was just trolled by production.
Yeah, he's gonna lock in the Zeri instead. Just making sure he messes with us as much as possible. Staying on brand is APA in the mid lane. Not on brand though is Umpty. He's gonna be playing Maokai this game.
Vi stock's way up. You have the Talia already. Zeri can get locked down by Vi. Now you are playing into a Maokai, which can be kind of tricky for Vi. But I think your ability to lock down the Tristana, lock down the Zeri, makes this one a pretty obvious lock-in here for Owner. Very classic LCK setup we have right now, where the arrow leads into a shove. You have the Vi follow-up. You can set it up with the Vi as well. So lots of really strong ways to kill this Zeri when we move into team fights later on. And this is a really tricky part of the draft here for both sides in terms of predicting what the top lane is going to play. And this is where red side gets a huge edge. On blue side, you got to take the Tristana away, but on red side, you get counterpick for Zeus.
Yeah, and I'm feeling like it's feeling very good for T1 because we haven't even mentioned the layering of targeted CC for Zeri is generally good thing.
Yes.
And that's what they have in spades as well. And you mentioned the chain that can then occur. So Jan going to have to be very, very careful about his positioning in this particular game. Maybe not flashing into 3 people and pressing R like Zeus was pretty comfortable doing the last time around. There's Nautilus being taken away. So only one form of that brutal targeted CC you just can't get out of.
Yeah, that's one more gone, but they certainly can just opt into the Leona instead, unless they're going to ban it away themselves. So that is going to be taken off of the board here. See what this final ban is going to be. We pretty much have all of the main CC threats for Zeri already either locked in or banned away now. So this is a curious one. Perhaps a ban towards Zeus here on the top side might give us a hint as to what Impact is thinking here in this draft about what he wants to play. Can protect this pick a little bit.
Yeah, and I'm wondering now, with the Leona being banned away on the red side, the Na going to be taken away from Zeus. He hasn't been allowed to play that one all series long. Still does have the Cassante to go back towards if you would like to. But I'm just feeling like we might be in for a last pick Varus.
Yeah, that's what I was...
Like, I'm just feeling
You and I
it.
are on the same page. We cast this team so often. We know how they like to play these types of drafts, and that was exactly the same thought that was going through my mind. You ban the Gnar, they pick the Cassante. Now, they do have this Gragas in response here, which has been quite strong. Either the Twisted Fate or the Gragas, both are great picks into the Cassante in the top lane. Good for your damage profile if you do end up opting for the Gragas. It's like they're going to lock in.
Oh, no.
Uh-oh.
I haven't been happy with the Udyr.
Yeah,
personally, we haven't seen it do good things and have happy times on Summoner's Rift, Wolf.
Yeah, the Bard pick here is going to be pretty good. I'm a lot more of a fan of this one for Core JJ in the bottom lane and the ability to potentially control the Ashe matchup. This is one that does help out quite a bit, but it's going to get a little bit tricky if it's going to be, for example, a Varus or Kalista pick. Classic T1 bottom duo with Ashe. So many different combinations they can go for. A lot of discussion about this one. They end up opting to the Rakan. I liked the Bard more for what the lane is going to do, but with how well Core JJ played Rakan in game 1, they played it like a pick comp. They have the setup to blow people up with this Tristana. I'm not going to hate this one. We doubted it last time. We saw some lane swaps, but it worked incredibly well. Let's see what the game plan is going to be here for T1. Sivir Ashe is another pick duo that they played before, actually, and they're going to do it again.
So it was the right idea that we were having, of course, with Carrier playing the Ashe in the support role. We know him as probably the best Ashe support in the world and was for a very long time. It was a little bit sad that it was Beryl that got the Ashe skin in the end, but you can't have everything. I mean, still, this is absolutely terrifying and should have a lot of control on that bottom side if it is going to be standard lane.
They had so many different things they could have played with this Ashe. This is why Ashe is basically permaban domestically in the LCK, because it could have been Ashe Varus, Ashe Kalista, Ashe Sivir, and there's so many different ways you could just crush this bottom lane, and it's so hard to play around. Consider also the Rakan is very fragile. If he gets caught by any of this CC, including the Vi, he can get out of a lot of things, but targeted CC like that Vi ultimate just sets up everything else. Same with the Zeri. I think Umpty has a huge responsibility going to these team fights to make sure his ultimate is impactful. He can turn on a dime, shut some of these dives down if his ults are timed correctly. If he goes in and sets up a route at the right moment, Zeri gets that first kill, could be a completely different story. I don't think this draft is unplayable for TL by any means, but it feels like we're going back to T1's bread and butter, stock standard, what everybody loves to play in the LCK. This is their wheelhouse, and they've gotten a fantastic draft, to be honest with you, Atlas.
No, I would agree. I think that it doesn't take away from the fact that TL do have some strong points, but I just keep getting drawn towards the top lane, Wolf, and I'm not a big fan of the Udyr. And maybe, you know, watching FlyQuest really not find any value with it yesterday, could be coming into it. We'll have to see what Impact can do on the champion instead. But I'm hoping that we do see the level of pressure from this Udyr lane that you require extraordinarily early on. And the thing is, if it is going to be more of these lane swap shenanigans, maybe Team Liquid have a little bit of a plan to get Impact into a better spot so that throughout that early mid game, he can really put the pressure on there, because it otherwise could just really once again be Anudia running around and not really doing a whole lot of much towards the end of this game. Trying to be tanky, not necessarily figuring it out. As I think we do have, once again, a little bit of something going on. I think it was Kerry that was being inspected momentarily, or maybe I am wrong. We'll just have to find out, as here we are. Never mind, nothing going wrong. We are ready for game number 3. I hope everyone in the Qiddiya Arena is also ready to dive into this one, as everyone's spawning in. I'm looking forward to seeing whether things are going to work out for TL like they did in game number 1, or whether T1 have just locked in and we're just going to have them sailing towards the final.
It has certainly been 2 very one-sided games leading up until this point, and this draft, we do give a huge edge to T1 based on the ways they can shut down this area, how comfortable they are with this composition. Obviously, we have 2 LCK casters sitting on the casting booth, so, you know, there's a little bit of feeling like I know what T1 can do with this more than I trust TL with this composition. Impact going to try to be a little bit annoying here at level 1. Now, I don't hate the Udyr, but I do think it is pretty binary. And the ways in which Impact can make an impact, no pun intended, on this game are going to be reliant on a lot of map control, reliant on his ability to flank, whether he has a lead in his lane, if Umpty can get some ganks for him, maybe he can put the pressure on this Cassante. Otherwise, he's just going to be a relatively weak front line that double AD carry bot lane is going to rip through. And he's not going to be that slippery into a Vi either.
Oh, got a bit of a late invade here for T1. I think understanding that there was a very high likelihood that once again Team Liquid are going to go for a bit of a lane swap. That has indeed occurred. And as we can see, Zeus is still waiting towards the top side with a bit of an idea of what's happening. So APA now going to have to worry about Carrier's Ashe that we just haven't had the pleasure of seeing. Even in the LCK so far this season, it hasn't been something that Carrier's ever been allowed to play.
Yeah, it's permaban. Like we said earlier, it's not really a pick that is ever allowed through. Zeus going to lose half his health bar.
Yep, still just wants to be able to get the experience for those melee minions, so looked a little bit curious, but was just trying to get as much as he could. His Impact doing exactly the same thing, but he has to deal with 2 ranged auto attackers, and one of them that slows you down every time they shoot you.
Look who's here. You can't do those Krugs. Not allowed. And unfortunately for Impact, he's not going to be able to do anything about this. Similarly, though, Umpty is taking the jungle of Owner on the top side. Zeus, I go back here, grab a pot.
Has to waste some time, though. The little Krug chasing Impact down there and just chilling with him underneath the turret means that it's going to take a while for Owner to actually finish off the camp. So he does so in the end, standing on a ward. And Impact well aware of what could be coming for him.
So I want to talk a little bit, okay, we're going to maybe have something occur here. Impact is very good at wave clear. That's one of the good reasons to pick Udyr in this situation, because his wave clear in a lane swap is pretty fantastic. As meanwhile up here, Zeus in a bit of trouble.
Yeah, Umpty's already rotated up. There's the Bramble Smash as he flashes away, and that is first blood. Clean dive from TL.
Huge win for them. They should be able to grab some plate gold here, as Zeus is going to teleport back to the lane, but not in time, and they may just go for it again.
Yeah, round 2. That's going to be Core JJ taking out the turret this time, and Zeus straight out of the death chamber, straight back in, and the juggle is beautiful.
Thanks for plus 300, and I'm almost ready to certify this one as well. Plate going to go down here, a little bit awkwardly timed, unfortunately, for those recalls, but man, he didn't learn from Bin, did he?
No!
This is a bit of a rough start here. Now, Udyr also, in fantastic wave clear, can deal with this bottom push, even with Sivir in the mix. Sivir's so good at wave clear. I think that's why this pick specifically was chosen, just in case of the lane swap. Strong into the 2v2, but good at pushing waves in. But Impact is really holding his own here, and unfortunately, there's no way for Owner pre-6 to actually have the same sort of impact that we saw from Umpty topside, and now JJ's back.
Yeah, the bear diving forward as Gumayusi wanted to try and kill him. I think they had a very good idea as to what was happening, but tried for the opportunistic execution. And now it's just going to be a regular 2v2, but Jan has that 1-0-1 on the scoreline alongside CoreJJ with the same. So this is definitely a much better lane state than what it could have been moving into a laning phase against double 80 carry that we know provides so much pressure, especially piloted by these players. As CoreJJ, unfortunately, going to find out that there's a whole bunch of bad guys there. Jan having to dash without being able to go through a wall, and there is a cleanse, but it doesn't quite work out. Phenomenal spell shield here from Gumayushi, as they're looking for even more as T1 answer back on the bottom side, and Jan gonna miss out on this full wave.
Yeah, I was gonna mention right before this that, Jan was significantly behind in CS because they went for that double dive top side. He had to rotate bottom, was very late, so Guma picked up some extra farm, but now he's further behind, obviously, as well. And taking a look at this one more time, the idea here is fantastic for the side of T1. Umpty's still top side. Owner coming through here. Yun flashes, but Owner can follow flash for that extra damage. Guma spell shields the knockup perfectly here, as you pointed out, and is able to walk away scot-free. Keria commits the heal just in case, and it's just enough to get him away. So a kill going over to Guma, still furthering that CS lead.
This is pretty doomed for Zeus, though, as we can see. Yeah. Impact was holding on to that freeze for quite some time. You can see 10 CS for the Cassante.
Umpty also was able to catch up a lot in farm during that because he wasn't involved in the play. He was pretty significantly behind, but actually is now caught up. These lanes a lot better is you always have to kind of take stake of each and every lane. Like every action has an equal and opposite reaction elsewhere. But the big win, like you said, is Impact being 2 levels up on Zeus at the moment. You can see his XP bar to the top right of your screen next to his level 4. He is far
cannon.
from it. Yeah.
Going to be secured by Impact, and Zeus not even able to get up to it.
Look at the XP bar of Impact. He's close to 7. Zeus is sitting at like 1/3 of 5. So yeah, he is really far behind. And this Udyr pick, we talked about how it can, from behind, really have a lot of problems. But with this lane swap and the wave clear and how well he dealt with Guma's push bottom side, now the advantages he's picked up because he's been able to get so much farm, he's really getting value out of it.
He certainly is. And we haven't even looked at the mid lane whatsoever. So this Vi Talia, that we've seen have so much power, it's not even relevant yet. As the grubs go down, that is going to be Umpty securing all 3 of them as APA dives in on top of Faker. Seismic shove going to remove him, but still trade is going to be okay for the Tristana. But with that big rock landing, never mind. It's actually just colossally not great. Still, Owner going to be able to secure the first dragon of the game. That's going to go over to T1. And TL still retaining a slight advantage as far as gold is concerned, and I think they're going to be pretty happy with how this one's going. Impact behind turrets, and this is the kind of Udyr that we're happy to see, right?
You start getting that lead, and you just keep pushing the issue, making it very awkward here for Zeus. And once Umpty hits level 6, he won't be necessarily safe. As you can see, Impact is just happy to even tank this turret here and try to play some games with Zeus. Come over here now with some grubs. They pick those up on the top side as well, going to allow him to get more gold here in terms of this extra plate. Now, bottom side, though, could be in shambles here a little bit. Owner, experience lead here, has level 6. I do not think this is a fight TL should take over Red. Should be willing to concede this one.
Yeah, CoreJJ can at least figure things out with the Gleaming Quill. An opportunistic little chance there with the Extendo Beam, but not able to actually grab the Bramble back. And so that's going to be another steal coming on through here. Still, TL have full vision of the top side of the map of T1, and so it could just be a counter red taken by Umpty, but he's sort of nowhere near right now, and it looks like Owner is just beelining right towards that buff as Keria taking a bit of damage. Yun and CoreJJ, I think, realizing that in a straight-up 2v2, it's very difficult to stand toe-to-toe with this Sivir Ashe lane.
So when I look at this game state here, I give a pretty big, especially after this, I give a pretty big edge to T1 because, yes, the Cassante is massively far behind, 20 CS behind at the moment, lost some plates. Udyr is almost 800 gold ahead, but they still have Talia Vi. They still have a lot of proactive plays they can make. A Cassante from behind could still catch up later and become tanky and still be relevant. And Udyr with a massive advantage may be useful now, but if you can't utilize that prio, if you can't put any pressure on, you can't set up any dives on the Zeus or take the whole turret, Zeus will eventually just say, well, I don't really care. It's really bad now, but it's going to be okay later on. It's not a massive advantage I'm giving to T1 here, but I do think, considering the damage done, still feels like a pretty good scenario for them. We're going to have to wait and see, though, how these first few fights break out, because that's when you're going to see the Vi, Talia synergy. That's where you have to look for those picks. If they mess it up, Yun gets some gold, catches up. He's only 300 gold behind right now. TL could definitely swing things back. But a good start for them with how this Udyr is working out. Let's see how they use it.
Yeah, it's going to have to be used effectively, and I'm really glad that you bring that up because I think Zeus, his buttons will do things that are good, kind of regardless of the amount of gold he has, but that's a good buffer from APA, able to get out of the seismic shove. This time, as Umpty not quite able to find an opportunity here. As Impact, he's going to spend most of his time, I think, behind the enemy turret. Carrier walks over a control ward and doesn't actually see it here. His Impact already on the run. And yeah, he should be all right. Volley going to come on through, still able to eat the ward, and wants to kind of run after Carrier here at the same time. He doesn't have Merc Treads, so Tenacity is at a bit of a premium, but he'll be all right.
Yeah, and Zeus can just teleport to bottom lane here, start to put the pressure back on that lane, see what he wants to do. Could just walk it out, but is going to commit the TP as shown here in picture-in-picture. Man, this is a really awkward moment for TL because you know Zeus can't show up to the fight. Impact has teleport, so maybe you want to heavily commit to this objective, but at the same time, it's Vi, Talia, Weaver's Wall at the ready. You're going to be so cautious about how you're going to approach trying to set up a fight here on the top side of the map, and I think just backing away is a better game plan. 5 seconds till those grubs spawn.
Yeah, control of the river is here for TL. At this point in time, I like this Tribrush ward that T1 does have. The control that they can pick up there as Umpty sees that ward going over. We'll be able to get it down there as okay. There's a grand entrance. Owner going to be the target as cease and desist comes in, but I don't think they're listening to him. Yon's going to take him out. The Grub's getting involved as Gumayushi. He does have On the Hunt running, but APA's diving in. He finds the Buster Shot, sends the Sivir packing, and that's a double kill for the Zeri. TL back on top.
TL back on top. Great ultimate there from Umpty, and also the setup from Core JJ forces the flash out of Carrier, and T1 are not first on the play. I think this looks very different if they're diving on the Zeri, if they're the ones starting it off. They know Impact had the ability to just join with the TP. That's always a scary thought. But as you see the setup here, Owner wants to go into Young. Look at his spacing. So well played. Core JJ sets up the charm. Carrier has to flash. And look at this ult from Umpty layered on top, guaranteeing an extra CC. And then APA is going to have his time to shine here with an Insect S play. Flashes onto Guma and will force him down. TL, huge win on the fight. I doubted it because they had the setup. T1 were ready, but they just did not expect Core JJ's engage, and TL looked so ready to take every step of that fight, start to finish. Now 1,500 gold ahead.
And I think also they would have taken into account that Faker didn't have his teleport, and APA did. Its teleport advantage utilized absolutely beautifully here by TL. And now they're set up to try and do battle for this second dragon, Infernal. On the Rift once again. Not going to be the Soul this time. Might be Ocean, might be Chemtech. That wouldn't be great. Hopefully Ox, who's setting up to be on in the area for our second series. Hopefully he's paying attention right now so that we don't get that Chemtech Soul. And as APA trying to take down this top outer in picture while we're doing this, TL kind of getting the better of every situation right now. As Extendo Beam comes in, Gumayushi not getting a lot of value out of the Spell Shield. And Core JJ lying in wait.
T1 just got to give this up.
Yeah, they have to.
Not in a position to Weaver's Wall in and cut this team in half. This is a Zeus at level 9, just sitting under turret against a 6 Void Grub APA, who is just pushing down this turret. Zeus going to eat a bunch of damage. We'll try to clear the wave. This turret is gone.
Yeah. He's just going to be able to get a few more autos into it. A little bugs come out, and it's just, he's going to require one more wave. And I don't think Zeus can stick around because as soon as that turret is down, he's going to get jumped on. Owner moving up now, but it's going to be a little bit too late. I guess Faker can skate on over, and there is a dragony arrow flying past. Shoutouts to Beryl there, whose skin is going to be employed for this one. Faker wants to try and protect this, but the minion wave has made it to the turret. Seismic Shove is decent as APA is going to get pushed away. And now Owner, he's going to move on up. So he gets into the brush. Let's see what APA can actually get done here. As there's the Buster Shot. Cease and desist comes down. Faker still going to throw out some rocks here, and APA just being a bit frustrating, buying some time. Once the minion wave is going to get a bit of it before he's punched to death by the Vi.
I think if APA plays that a little bit safer there, maybe he actually gets out. The Ash Arrow misses. Faker commits Weaver's Wall. That would have been 2 big ultimates down, and he walks away. But he sticks around it a little bit too long there, and Owner's there with the rotation. Owner also doesn't even have to flash for the ult there, so really well played. Faker gets a plate, but will he die for it? No.
He's going to teleport, and so that's going to get him out of there. Yun, he just trades the ult. Sometimes you just want to press R, and yeah.
He knows it.
Yeah, I would recommend that particular use of the emote in that point in time.
Sometimes you have a whoopsie, it's okay.
Yeah. And if it was a back, so he probably just caught a glimpse of Faker and he's like, if he's backing, he's dead. And so just presses the R button. Otherwise, they get a teleport and trade for an ult, and you take those.
Still a win to get the teleport out of Faker. They also now have complete topside control. So yes, a plate went over in those final seconds there before they fell off, but TL are going to be able to get this Herald, which will then lead into potentially Dragon control here in 3 minutes. And the biggest and scariest problem for T1 is this Tristana. To me, given all the grubs they've stacked up, how great she's going to be in the side lane, and frankly, how well APA has been playing this tournament. As Impact's got a lot of wave clear here, there's a lot of T1 members on this bottom side, but he should be fine. Let's see what they can get done cross map here, as Yun is also starting to push this side.
Ooh, Faker is, yeah, it's a bit of a question mark. Just gets hit by a bunch of damage. Yun's still just up there in the 1v1, as we can see, and the Rift Herald is going to come down. APA dealing with the minion wave. Shelly going to go for a charge.
CoreJJ on the flank.
Yeah, and Nature's Grasp is going to come out. CoreJJ, is the quickness actually going to be invested? Grand Entrance going to come in as the charm is down onto Owner, and they clear out the minion wave. T1 do not lose this turret for now, as Yun gets himself over the wall. A little bit scary, was almost within cease and desist range, but Owner not going to go for that very long journey towards the Baron Pit.
Yeah, it was a very scary moment there for T1, but handled well. CoreJJ going to get his back interrupted, but not going to lead to too much here. As it looked really good for TL when you consider the Maokai ults coming through. You have the setup there for CoreJJ, but ultimately that turret still being very healthy and not enough damage actually to follow up on anything. So a lot of tools used here for TL. Had they gotten the turret, you'd feel really good about what their Dragon is going to look like here in a minute 40. They don't have it. Now they don't have the Herald to try to force something with it on Dragon either. So this feels like a pretty small win, but a significant win for T1 at the same time.
Yeah, and if you have a look at the gold, looking at there to the left, Yun and APA are still sitting very much at the top of the table when it comes to that. So in a straight-up 5v5, these 80 carries feeling pretty happy, sitting on their core items for the moment. And this turret, maybe not long for the world, as APA, he's just going to teleport in to try and help take down Zeus. He was tanking up the turret, but Zeus is very, very dead, guys. That is a 0-3 Cassante, and the turret falls as well. And this is another way to create a lot of control of the bottom side of the map prior to a Dragon.
It's just so surgical, the macro from TL. They find a weak point, they abuse it.
The sidestep's good too, as Ona moves on in. Impact gonna almost avoids the seismic shove. Cease and desist with the help of the turret. He's going to come through, and he's not that tanky. Ona in the same position though as the explosive charge goes off. Another seismic shove from Faker, but it's a 1-for-1 in the end. The inner turret was under fire, and look at that, it's almost dead. I mean, they were there for like a couple of minutes, a couple of seconds.
That's Tristana, baby. That's APA pushing it through, and T1, they are able to get the Udyr, but it's a traded kill back. 20 seconds until this Dragon spawns. They're going to have to later reset, so this does favor T1. But it's just the quick nature of how TL are moving around the map, seeing, okay, we tried to push the Herald mid, get a pick. Doesn't work. We're going bottom lane, we're getting a pick, we're getting a turret. Oh, you guys are a little bit late on the defense? We're going to get 3/4 of this turret. And they'll even take a 1-for-1 trade there in the end. Now, Dragon should be going to T1. They're actually going to reset as well. Not going to actually go to start that one up. They don't feel like they have the damage, so maybe I'm going to eat my words on that one, as TL actually coming over here faster, so they get most of the turret, trade 1-for-1, get Zeus, get a bottom outer, and now they're going to get their second Dragon of the game. Cross map here, Impact, let's see if he can clear this wave.
Yeah, and he's very tanky. It's not going to be the Leandri's build, as the arrow is going to connect here onto the Udyr as well, with the turret to fend off at the same time, even though that stun from the arrow lasted about 400 years. Impact is still able to just soak it up, unless... Okay, Weaver's Wall comes through. Impact is very fast. Cease and desist comes in. There's the flick. And there goes the Udyr. They had to invest a fair bit.
They're losing a lot.
Yeah, in a turret in trade for an Udyr, I guess you'll take that. As Zeus is also going to go down. The Unstoppable does come in. Umpty is going to be CC'd up, but he's so tanky. It does not matter. And it was even APA tanking the turret. Are they going to take even more?
I think so.
Comes on over. He can't defend it.
This blue side first pick Tristana is getting mad value in this game, Atlas. Mid turret's down as well. TL just out macroing T1 with this draft once again. Now Faker will be able to at least get the majority of this turret. indecisive on the recall, will pick up the gold here in the end, decides not to go back, but the damage has been done to the base, and every time you open up an inhibitor, that Tristana is always going to be a threat. That one goes down, that unlocks potential Baron takes for TL because it's on the opposite side of the map, that bottom inhibitor, and TL have just been so quick. They find an angle, Zeus is not tanky enough. Look at his build, Hollow Radiance. That's not going to be enough against this 2-item Tristana. They can push him, push the turret, and if T1 are trying to cross-map topside against an Udyr, the Udyr is working well in this draft. He buys so much time, he's got so much weight there, so slippery, forces the Vi ultimate. Like, thank you very much for dying, Impact, because we're getting way more than T1 got.
Yeah,
look at the bottom lane.
And the only lead that's here for T1 is Ona with a bit of extra gold, and otherwise it's 1,000 here, 1,000 there for TL, and that is on all of the members that kind of want that money. TL now moving up here towards his top side. Ona on a decent flank angle. APA might get caught out. Let's see. Oh, actually still in that fog of war. It's Umpty that's going to go for the face check, and he can, because he is a big tanky tree. He's flashing. There are 4 members of T1 up here, Umpty. I don't know whether this is really what you wanted. He'll be taken down. Gumayusi grabs that kill. And now the teleport's in from Zeus at the same time. They want even more off the back end of this one. Still, APA does massive amounts of damage. The all-out comes in, and the ulti's there from Yun as well. Let's see whether they can actually answer as the extender beam splits up the fight. Great flash from APA as Ona tries to get that Vault Breaker through. He doesn't have cease and desist, but here's the Weaver's Wall. It's split off the fight completely, and APA, he'd have to invest the rocket jump if he wants to get on over. Both of the tanky members from TL were eviscerated, and now T1 have so much momentum.
Oh man, you could take Umpty out of Pro, but you can't take the Pro out of Umpty. The T1 fans are calling him a Giga Chad for that one, because that was a bit of an overextension, a lack of vision there. Thought he found an angle onto Faker and Owner, thinking perhaps Kuma and Carrier were far enough away, but unfortunately CoreJJ's rotation is way too slow. Miscommunication here on the side of TL. All things considered, this fight goes decently for them despite the really bad, setup, because they lose too early, but with double 80 carry here and how big APA is, they can almost make it work. If they get that kill on the Zeus, get a jump reset, there might be an angle, but T1 strike back in a huge way in that last fight.
They certainly did. And Gumayusi just quietly ricocheting 1 billion damage around the fight. You can see able to do a whole lot, and APA still requiring our respect in this game. As you saw, it was almost the entirety of Zeus' health bar just eaten by this Tristana, who does have those 2 items now completed, one of them being an Infinity Edge. That's a pretty cool one. And so now TL moving towards this Baron pit once again, and I think that we shouldn't be fooled. They are still very, very strong in this game, and they are starting off this Baron.
He could just lock them out with his ultimate as well. They don't have a lot of vision, though. Faker's going to TP in.
Yeah, they do get the teleport, so TL already a bit up in this particular situation. Are they going to flip it, though, is the question. A cease and desist, and he manages to take the Baron and flashes out and says thanks for the leash.
Yeah, this was a really rough call here for TL with no real vision control. I think they just said, I think we get away with it against T1. You usually don't. Really great in and out play from Owner.
That was a drive-by.
A Vault Breaker over the wall. Smite flashes out, gets the steal, thanks for leash. Now this gold lead, which was almost breaking 5,000, is very diminished here. And with T1 having the Baron, they should be able to pull ahead. If you had vision there, if you had Umpty in a position to actually lock them down and secure this, it would have felt a lot better about the take, because they had positional advantage, but not a lot of information about T1 coming through. So a call where I think TL really seeing the blood in the water going, if we get this, we get so much more map control. We have the Tristana, but maybe backing away there, actually securing vision might have been the better play, as T1 are happy with their decision.
Absolutely. And now we've got 14 seconds on this Ocean Dragon. T1 can even the score when it comes to that particular neutral objective. He can utilize the Baron to try and get that extra control, and we know Gumayusi able to eat up these minion waves. Zeus going to deal with the wave on the top side as grand exit here for CoreJJ, wanting to battle dance over to Yun, and he is going to be able to get there. Still, might have to go for a reset now, as the Dragon has spawned. No one really paying it too much mind right here, and Impact just needs to deal with this minion wave that's about to kill the outer turret on bottom side.
Okay, Faker nearing death cap as well. He's about to be huge in this game, damage-wise. Has otherwise been pretty quiet this game. Has made some big plays when we go to the team fights, but hasn't actually been able to do all too much. Might make a play now.
Impact almost able to get to the other side of the wall, and then realizes that there are a whole lot of bad guys moving down towards the bottom lane.
But top side.
Yeah, it is going to be an inner turret in trade, and I don't think APA is going to waste very much time taking this one down. Zeus also maybe caught out of position, but no. Very hard to chain CC a Cassante.
This feels really good for TL. I mean, this is during Baron that they're trading turrets like this, and yes, T1 will even up the Dragons as a result of this, but Arrow going to sail wide, and this is during T1's Baron buff. They get a turret. It's going to take Faker a lot of time to get over to this one that's full health, so there's just not going to be a turret in exchange here for T1. So once again, that weak side Udyr putting in work, buying time for this 6 Grub Tristana to wreck another turret.
And T1, they will even out the Dragons. That's what they were able to claim for it, and also claim back a whole bunch of control. Seeing here with the last few seconds of the Baron, they want to try and take down this outer turret. It is going to be Impact teleporting in to defend it. That will be successful. So Empowered recalls to get that quick reset, and then back onto the map for T1. But what this Baron has done is it's triage, right? What it's done is given them back a whole bunch of money into those coffers, and now we're going to have very even team fights moving further forward.
Baker does have his Weaver's Wall here, so TL need to be super respectful. This is still a Vi composition.
Yeah, Umpty could once again be in trouble. Seismic Shove almost pushes him back over the wall, and there's no response because the wall cuts off the rest of TL. Umpty, we've seen this before, but he got caught out a bit earlier on, and now it's once again finds himself in the death chamber.
Yeah, this is T1 really starting to get back in the driver's seat. They got the Baron, the triage you mentioned is a great way to put it, but TL moving a bit too far into the jungle there without controlled vision, trying to take it away, but punished by Faker. Now has Death Cap. Owner did not ult, by the way, and he's getting ready.
Yeah, great buffer there from APA this time around. Avoids the Seismic Shove. He's got his eye in for that one. Is now T1 looking for another inner turret. They don't need a Baron to lock this one down. They've just got so many members, and they will be able to secure it. Core JJ wanting to find the opportune time to get in. T1 not really giving him that opportunity.
This is the moment when the North American fans start to see the dream slip away, because you were so ahead. You had such control over the map. You're not out of it by any means, but after that failed Baron, things have really looked T1's way, and then you know, this is the moment here. You could see arrows coming through, hits Impact, the block is good, but unfortunately the Vi is able to get in and get out. It's the Vault Breaker to come through, not the Vault Breaker, but the Cease and Desist, whatever they call that ult nowadays. They keep changing the name. Anyway, gets in, flashes out, gets the steal. Then they're pushing through topside to try to set up some vision. Umpty is punished, and Faker's Talia kind of quiet early game, very strong late game we're getting to here now.
Oh yeah, he's 3-0-4, and he's been a part of the majority of the kills that T1 have picked up. And I think the things we said earlier in the draft took a while to come into play, but now they really are, because T1 has so much setup. They have so much control, and if they get the map, then it's really, really hard for TL to try and fight back for it, because as soon as owner presses R, then someone will die. That's just kind of how it goes.
And Team Liquid were so reliant on the Tristana pressure, but they've kind of pulled all those turrets off the map, and there's no more gotcha, got you on the cross map on this one. Pushing the inhibitor with lack of map control they have now is kind of a pipe dream. Look at the bottom lane, how pushed out it is. We're gonna see Impact try to maybe set something up here. Unfortunately, the rest of the map is looking bleak here, and then you have to walk into where you don't have vision, and then bam, CC into CC into CC, like we talked about in draft. Does T1 take a gold lead here, a significant one, but it's still 1,000 gold a piece, or the difference here.
Yeah.
It's the map control that's scarier than the money.
Certainly is. You can see TL had such a big advantage. Carrier taking a fair bit of poke from the extendo beam, as Faker's going to be able to clear out the Rift Scuttler. Baron now back on the table, and TL, they still have so many tools, right? Tristana and the Zeri is so much DPS in these fights. They need to get themselves together as the Weaver's Wall comes on down. There's a huge pushback from Zeus, who's in amongst 4 people right now. Gumayushi, the only one there to back him up, and they want to take him down, but they're not going to be able to do so. Cease and Desist comes in on top of Core JJ, and then it's Owner that's out once again. APA torn apart, and T1, that was absolute absolutely gorgeous. The flash forward from Faker to finish the job. And it's just Impact that's left alive. I think T1 are kind of done with this game.
I think they're done with it. They want to push down this inhibitor and end the game. So close to escaping was APA there, almost over the wall. Owner with a heroic plays there in those final moments. Impact, last man standing, picks up a Zonia's here. Let's see what he can do.
Well, he does go golden, but that's not going to apply to his turrets, unfortunately, so they will be taken down. CoreJJ is going to respawn. It's not going to be his day, though, today, as T1 will move to the finals here at EWC, and they will keep their key alive. Unfortunately for TL, they're going to have to watch theirs bend.
T1 coming back in this final game. Never so far behind that they could not return into it. Their composition worked as designed with those chain CCs. It was just one slip up, one Baron steal. They were back in the driver's seat. They took that vision away, and from then on, it was tough to put that Tristana inside. Oh, you could see CoreJJ super unhappy. They were so close. That would be the first time in North America has taken out a Korean team in an international like this in a long time. And I know the NA fans were really feeling how close it was. Dominant game one. Game two, they fell back behind, but game three, they really had the edge. But it all slipped away. T1 with two narrow wins, right? The BLG series, very close. The comeback there. This third game, comeback there. They make it to the grand finals. But I think some things are going to have to change. There's still some things to work on before they move into that best of 5 tomorrow.
Yeah, and that's exactly what we were saying right before they became the world champions last year. So I don't know, Wolf. I think that it's all looking the way of T1 here. This is precisely how they get it done. It's just right on the brink. A big smile from Coma there and a thumbs up from Faker. And now I think it's time for us to throw it over to the stage.
Hello everyone, welcome to the center of the stage after T1 just had a formidable victory over Team Liquid. We're joined here with Zayas from T1. Thank you so much for joining. Congratulations on your win. Talk us through the emotions right now.
일단 제우스 선수 승리 축하드리고요. 지금 심정이 어떠신지 한번 말씀 부탁드리겠습니다.
네. 너무 어려웠던 게임이었는데 좀 너무 잘 극복해낸 것 같아서 저희 팀원들이 그래서 아직 얼떨떨한 것 같고 아직도 살아남았다는 거에 감사한 것 같습니다.
Well, I'm just relieved that I survived for another day. I mean, it was a really, really hectic game, but my teammates and myself survived through all this, so that's what I feel.
Well, with surviving, you also have access to the key of your opponent. So we will have the team captain from Liquid come up to the stage to hand over the key. Guys, can we have it one more time for Liquid? Please do take it. It's yours to keep. Thank you so much, CoreJJ. All right. Another one added to the collection. This one was maybe a little bit more difficult. It went all the way to the 3-game series. What were your expectations individually coming into this game?
일단은 굉장히 힘든 경기였기 때문에 사실 이렇게 어려운 경기가 될 거라고는 생각지 못하셨을 것 같은데 좀 예상은 어떠셨나요?
일단 팀 리퀴드에서 좀 전략을 잘 준비했다고 생각했고 1, 3세트 모두 다 라인 수합에서 1세트 때는 바텀이 많이 손해보고 3세트 때는 탑이 좀 손해를 많이 봐가지고 좀 어떻게 보면 계속 초반에 힘든 게임이었던 것 같은데 그래도 세 번째 판은 저희 팀원들이 너무 잘해줘서 잘 극복해낼 수 있었던 것 같습니다.
Well, obviously, Team Liquid prepared a lot strategically, so we struggled a lot. In the first game, we suffered in the bottom lane, and the third game, we suffered in the top lane. But I think in Game 3, we somehow managed to fight it off.
Something that Team Liquid was doing time and time again were the lane swaps, their unique lane setups. How do you adapt to that on the fly when it's maybe not something you're expecting?
일단은 팀 리퀴드의 이런 라인 수업 전략에 대해서 좀 카운터를 그래도 좀 준비를 하셨을 것 같긴 한데 막상 그래도 이렇게 부딪히시니까 좀 어떤 좀 기분이 드셨나요? 좀 어떻게 이제 대처를 좀 하시게 됐나요?
일단 당연히 라인 수업을 준비했을 거라고는 예상했던 것 같고요. 그냥 사실 라인 수업 자체가 어느 한쪽이 좀 대처를 잘못하면은 한쪽이 좀 과하게 많이 손해볼 수 있는 그런 상황이 나올 수 있기 때문에 일단 좀 다시 돌려봐야 할 것 같긴 한데 좀 저희 대처가 좀 하지 않았나 생각이 듭니다.
Well, obviously, I expected the lane swaps from Team Liquid, but the lane swap itself is kind of a neck and neck situation. So if one party does not play well, then the balance shifts dramatically. So I think we need to revise our games and see what went wrong.
All right, we have one more game coming up today, and that is going to be G2 going up against Top Esports. Do you have a favorite to have a rematch with in the finals?
이제 결승에서 이제 G2 아니면은 TES를 상대하시게 될 텐데 그 둘 중에서 상대하고 싶으신 팀이 있을까요?
사실 경기한 대회나 이제 스크림에서 해봤을 때 G2도 너무 잘하는 팀이라고 느꼈고 또 그리고 TS도 대회에서 너무 좋은 모습을 보여줬기 때문에 정말 누가 올라와도 좀 힘든 상대가 될 거라고 예상할 것 같고 그래도 오늘처럼 좀 끝까지 포기하지 않고 계속 시도하다 보면은 좋은 기회가 있을 거라고 생각해서 열심히 해야 될 것 같습니다.
Well, I mean, the scrims G2 were very powerful, and of course TS showed a really great potential as well. So we'll see. They're both great teams, but we will prepare for anything, and we'll try on all the odds. We'll try against all odds here. So we'll prepare as well a lot.
All right, looking forward to it. Once again, congratulations on making the finals. Thank you so much, Zeus, for joining me. Thank you, Maddox, for the translation. Digon, we're going to be heading over back to you.
Adventures bring new challenges. Even as the heat rises, dandruff and grease won't stand a chance. With new Clear Men, powered by triple formula technology. To eliminate dandruff, itch and grease, gives you 8 hours of freshness and 100% dandruff-free hair. New Clear Men, 0% dandruff, 100% confidence.
And with this final team fight here in the mid lane, T1 battled back. It took everything that they could, a barren steal to boot, but they get it done against Team Liquid, who put their best shot forward, but it was not enough yet again. T1 moving on to the finals of the inaugural Esports World Cup presenting League of Legends, and TL's dreams will get crushed along with their key and frame here in the semis. Welcome back to the area. Digon alongside Joshi and Valdez to break down this huge win for T1.
Turns out that the reigning world champions are a very good League of Legends team. It's not enough to beat them just once in a series. It's not enough to even just beat them once in a game. Team Liquid had done that. You have to beat them multiple times, and T1 just showed their resiliency once again.
I mean, shout out to TL, though. I mean, they were ahead in multiple points, maybe not in game 2, but in game 1 and game 3, like, they were in control of the game. I am a little bit disappointed, actually, for their sake that they weren't able to close out that game 3. I think T1 were kind of given a chance back in, and once you give them that, they're going to take over the game.
Yeah, it's been a decade of struggles here in North America against the Korean squads. Only Cloud9 back over against the Freak of Freaks. And you're starting to see how TL is starting to piece it together. Let's take a look at the draft here in game number 3.
I actually like most of the Team Liquid draft, to be honest. I think there was a little bit of contention about how strong the Udyr was in this, but this was one of the best Udyrs we've seen so far this tournament. However, it wasn't really able to create enough pressure that we know the Impact has had so much of in previous splits.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it was very much a pick for that lane swap. We saw the power that it did have. And, you know, I wasn't a huge fan of the Sivir. I think that, you know, some of the other picks they could have looked at, like the Varus and stuff with the Ashe. Like, you would try to go back to that double AD carry. Bot lane, the Sivir, you know, it does have power very late in the game. Kind of took them a while to get there. Once it was online, but almost came back to bite them there.
Yeah, well, they did have the level advantage lead hitting level 6 compared to TL's level 5. Made it very difficult for the bot lane to get unlocked early on. But this definitely happened early on. Level 1, Zeus getting dove top, and then TPs and dies again here, Joshi.
Honestly, you gotta ask what's going on in this one, because Zeus dying the first time, sure, that happens, but this is the kind of play that you know has happened so many times to so many different levels of player that teleport back was the real mistake.
Yeah, I don't really know what's going through his mind, to be honest. I think maybe a little bit of frustration, thinking, okay, they're probably going to back off. I should be able to survive the second time. But as we were watching this, and we're like, why are you TPing back in? You're just going to die again. And, well, he did. No excuses on that one. I don't know.
Yeah, and you could hear in the post-game interview, Zeus was definitely being hard on himself, sure. You know, saying we need a review. You know, the lane swaps depends on how everyone plays it. He knows that he can do a little bit better. But on the opposite side, Impact didn't go unscathed. He also was getting caught out, but TL was ready to pounce on opposite side of the map.
And this is something Team Liquid have done fantastically throughout this tournament so far. They're willing to give up one player here or there, but Team Liquid gets so much off of this play anyway. We end up seeing that they're going to get Zeus on the bottom side. They'll also get the bottom lane inhibitor turret. And while all that is happening, we're still getting a push in the mid lane as well. And it's just Team Liquid. This is one of the major points where we actually saw the macro that Team Liquid has perfected that has gotten them so many wins in the LCS.
Yeah, absolutely. It was, you know, this was the moment we were like, hey, TL, they're winning this mid game. They're doing so well in the macro game. Like, all of the angles that they have, like the Udyr's working, they're getting huge value. They're getting their marksman very far ahead.
And then,
well,
let's play that. And then here, highlight number 3. It's Zeus, its owner getting on in there and, you know, making the big bucks here against Umpty.
This is one of the more egregious things that we have seen in a while. Because Vi goes in so early on, you definitely have the time to just kill the Vi. You can definitely take down owner, but Team Liquid continue to hit the Baron. They don't end up having a strong enough turn, and then owner's just got a better smite this time.
Yeah, I mean, you can't really flip there. You can't afford to do that. I think they were getting a little bit hasty with their play. They were like, okay, well, we didn't take Baron fast enough in game 1. Let's try to do it here. We've got a good angle. And they did, but they didn't cross their T's, dot their I's, and they let the Vi get in.
I did like the decisiveness, right? That was one of our major criticisms of Team Liquid in game 1, and seeing that they did learn a little bit from that off of that loss that they had. I think that is a great learning point that hopefully Team Liquid could take back to NA and actually continue to show that dominance.
Yep, and with that gold lead then, control of the game, T1 close it on off. It's a decent look here by TL, but outplayed is do T1, and again, Zay's just barely alive. He gets away, but that bait was enough for everyone else to hop on in.
Multiple times this game, I know you and I, Valdez, were looking at the fact that, oh, Vi still has ultimate. This was definitely one of those times for me.
Yeah, it definitely was. It was a really nice setup here from the side of T1. For me, I was like, you know, honestly, T1 didn't necessarily deserve to be in this position, but once you give it to them, they are going to set up a very nice play. Excellent wall from Faker, great bait from Zeus, who was trying to do that the entire game.
Yeah, and the story of this series to me feels like classic T1. Here comes a team with talent. Here comes a team with the plan, but T1, the ultimate boss, will accept anything towards them and then counter it. They do it in the draft. They do it in their play, and they get it done here in the semifinals of the Esports World Cup.
And now that we're going to be seeing them move on to the finals, it is a major question is, can this legacy org just add yet another victory to international tournament? Who everything that they've done so far, again, reigning world championships, the winningest team in the history of League of Legends, once again on the brink.
Yeah, it's pretty interesting. I mean, going into this tournament, we talked about how Gen.g were big favorites. They fell, and then maybe we thought, okay, maybe T1 are the favorites, or is it top esports? But now with T1 struggling against a couple of teams to get here, maybe it is just top esports that are the best team and the favorites currently.
Yeah, something that we'll have a ton of fun debating. Is it TL stepping up? Is it T1, you know, having some troubles in a format with the travel, whatever? Let's look at from a TL perspective as we're waiting to hear from APA. What are some of the learnings that we have from them here, Joshi?
The big thing is, as always, North America has not necessarily had issues getting leads in the early game. We do have a strong macro there. It's not as though our players are losing all these hands checks. It's what we do after that. Game 1 was a little bit too slow. Game 3, we tried to play just a little bit too fast. And finding that moment in between is going to be a huge opportunity for growth as a region.
I like how you skipped game 2 there, that 10,000.
Yes, you know, that does happen to us sometimes. But yeah. I think we saw at MSI, we did have leads in at least 3 of those games.
All right, well, standing by right now with Kitty is the mid laner for Team Liquid, APA.
Hi everyone, this is Kitty for the post-game interview. By my side is the mid laner of Team Liquid, APA. That was a devastating loss. Yeah. It went to 3. You guys could have took it all, but what happened in game 3, man?
Well, I think our early game, our early start was very good. You know, we got the top lane play successful. I'm trying to think what else. I know we made a couple other plays, and then I made a really cool play top lane, honestly, in my opinion. I think we had really good map movements. It was just around the Baron, we lost 5 flashes topside, and then we lost the Baron 50-50 smite fight. And then from then, it was just a little bit hard to progress the game, and we just slowly lost out.
Yeah, you could tell that the team was spiraling out of control ever since Umpty did flash in as that Maokai 1v5, and it did also collapse into the Baron 50-50. So walk me through the communication. What went wrong?
Well, I think we just have a very killer instinct in our mindset as a team. So watching from Umpty's POV, he only saw 2 people, and he knows, me and him both know we win that 2v2. So he instantly flashed forward, and while we could have more awareness, I can fully understand him going for that play. I don't blame him at all.
Most definitely, and of course, with T1 advancing into the finals, and on the other side of the bracket is going to be G2 and Top Esports. Who do you think is going to take that one and end up in the finals?
I'm honestly a big fan of G2. I think they can be, to be honest, they can win this whole tournament. So I hope G2 wins.
And you guys put up a fight up against T1. So for the fans watching at home and in the audience, what do you have to say to them?
This is my 3rd time losing to T1 in a year. Hopefully, if we end up meeting T1 at Worlds, 4th time's the charm.
There you have it. 4th time is a charm. Thank you so much for the interview. I really appreciate it, and we'll see you around the Rift.
I love that saying. 4th time's a charm. APA, everyone, the mid laner for Team Liquid. The growth that they've shown has been great, but not enough to topple the Titans that are T1. As we take a look at our bracket, let's update it and put it in pen. The team to the finals, it's T1 as they get it done here against the top squad from the LCS.
I think this is going to be a really big win for Team Liquid anyway, right? Even though they're not going to be the ones advancing, we have to remember it's not just about this tournament by itself. We also have the club championships going on, and getting to the semifinals gets them a lot of extra points.
Yeah, it's definitely a nice win, I would say. You know, getting that one game win over T1, you kind of proved to yourself just one step forward. You know, we joke, we meme, fourth time's the charm, but maybe it actually will be, because perhaps they just need to prove it to themselves and learn a bit, as you were talking about, Joshi, from this tournament, EWC, what they can do better from all the teams here. And, well, this is never going to be easy, regardless.
Yeah, Joshi, take that one in. This one hurts me about half. You know, T1 won and TL lost. You know, I'm a multi-region kind of guy, but how's it feel watching this one?
It's very painful because it was so close, but that heart, as always, represents the exit of Team Liquid from the tournament, and I could feel it right here as well.
All right, well, with that one, TL's run ends. T1 continues on as the big boss waiting in the finals. Who will join them? We'll find out in this next matchup that we have. G2 versus Top Esports. We'll break it all down after the break. Welcome back to the Esports World Cup presenting League of Legends as we see the ALJ walk-on-ins here as we have both squads, Top Esports and G2, doing battle for the final spot in the first ever finals of EWC League of Legends up against T1. Top Esports have already toppled one team from the LCK. They'll be looking to make it back-to-back 2-4-2, but standing in their way, the kings of Europe, it is G2. G2 took down FlyQuest in their first matchup after taking a loss, but they gathered themselves and found the form that they need to become winners of the tournament. Welcome back. Degon here in the area alongside Ox and Atlas, the AA. Right back on in here. How are you guys doing?
Pretty good. I think we've got a hype matchup on our hands. Obviously, last time these two teams met at MSI ended up being a wash for G2, but with the form that Top Esports displayed against Gen G, I feel like it's going to be a close one.
Yeah, I feel like Top Esports can be absolutely anything on any given day. We saw them be extraordinarily good on their day against Gen G, and I'm looking forward to seeing which version of them we're going to get here today, because G2 tend to play up to their opponent or play down to their opponent. We saw the downside. I'm hoping that we get to see the upside.
Yeah, definitely. I think that is such a great call there for G2. Another squad who, from the West, has worked their way on up and surprised people and now have the opportunity on the international stage to do so yet again. But these two teams are familiar with each other as we take a look at the rosters here. Top Esports, 369, TN Cream, Jackie Love, and Ameko. Very familiar with each other as they did battle over at MSI.
Yeah, and I feel like the bot lane is a big fan favorite. Obviously, Jackie Love and Ameko, huge in their region. Both of them world champions as well. And 369, a lot of people looking at that top laner and the huge impact he can make on those tank picks.
And we saw that already. His Mordekaiser absolutely pivotal, and it's a pick that our LCK teams have struggled with outside of Gen G specifically. They're the ones that have been able to pilot that pick. They didn't look like they could play against it very well up against Top Esports in their first matchup. So this is Top Esports coming in with fantastic form, when I think in MSI, it really wasn't the Top Esports that we were hoping to see at that particular tournament.
Yeah, and I think particularly the drafts really made so much sense. A lot of cohesion. I feel like this one stood out as well. The fact they have like the triple failure, the stun passes we saw in this fight in particular. You know, we see Canyon go in and it's just a CC chain, makes it so hard to function. And I think, you know, you can have good drafts and still lose games. A big part of it is understanding the limits on how to play your draft. And I feel like they completely nailed that against Gen G.
Yeah, I think something that Tien showing here, how strong Sejuani has been. It's starting to shoot up in priority with the setup. Again, we all have talked about and known the AP jungle meta, but Sejuani now being a very, very good pick.
And it's been huge for Chen as well, because he is a player who has had a bit of a rough international record. So for him to have a good start in this tournament is really positive.
Yeah, but he'll be doing this against G2, Broken Blade, Yike, Caps, Han Sama, and Mickey X. Atlas, this squad is just, again, iteration out of iteration, always finds a way to grow. It starts with that man in the mid lane, Caps.
Yeah, Caps has been absolutely incredible, and I think they've also cracked the code here at MSI as well. Caps, a phenomenal Tristana player. We saw this at MSI. He was so incredibly good, but I think another thing that they realized is that this is the pick to watch out for, and it's not the Corki. We've seen so many people prioritizing this Corki, and it hasn't necessarily worked out. I think Top Esports probably the most successful team with the pick, but if you get Caps on Trist, I think that is the way that G2 are going to look the best in this series.
All right. Well, we have a quick interview because we got to get to the game with Jackie Love right now. Let's send it on over to that.
Hi everyone, this is Kitty for the pre-match interview between Top Esports and G2. By my side is Jackie Love, the AD carry of Top Esports. My first question is going to be about meta and how bottom lane has adapted due to the amount of champions like Zeri, Ashe, and Ezreal coming into play. 那么首先欢迎杰克选手来到我们的赛前采访。我想问一下，就是14.13版本。 这次我们看到下路会出现很多泽丽呀、EC 还有寒冰。那么这种有资源的英雄，对于你们这次来到打 G2 的比赛，会有没有做出什么改善呢？
因为现在这个版本其实就是中路英雄其实比较重要嘛。然后像什么可能 ET 泽丽，就这种最好是能自己玩，而且就是能在下路自己混线的英雄，登场率可能会高一点。对，然后打 G2 的话，可能。 我们想的可能是要选的比他们强一点，然后就好打一点。
First of all, I believe that this meta is mainly focused around mid lane, and playing champions like the Ezreal, Zeri, and Ashe, it's more about comfort, and hopefully up against G2, we're going to share our strengths for that as well. For my next question, it's about Gen.g and how you guys were able to 2-0 that team, being the first seed of LCK. So I wanted to ask about the confidence level about going into G2. 那么首先，昨天你们打败了gen.g是2-0嘛？那么今天队伍的整个状态还有自信怎么样？
今天其实就昨天赢完，其实大家感觉状态都还不错，然后今天也就比较有自信。
So yesterday we had a lot of confidence, and also coming in today we still have the same amount of confidence. 那么最后一个问题, for my last question, of course, is going to be about any specific champions that you are going to look out for up against G2. I wanted to ask, so will we see something like the Mundo priority from you guys that we saw from G2 yesterday? 那么我想问一下，就是今天打 G2 的这个 BO3， 因为我们昨天有看到 G2 选出蒙多这个英雄，那么对你们来说会把这个英雄会ban掉，或者会注意这个点呢？
蒙多这个英雄的话，我觉得就是可能，怎么说呢？就是主要是看阵容吧。如果我们选的一个，如果觉得伤害到后面不是很高的话，有可能处理；但是如果够的话，也不处理。这就看等等怎么选。
So I think Mundo is going to be a champion that we will pay attention to. However, it is going to be dependent on the situation, and we'll see from there. 那么谢谢杰克来到我们的赛后采访。Thank you so much for joining the interview. I really appreciate it.
Me too. Let's talk about yesterday. Let's start there. Let's talk about the game against FlyQuest, because we've seen you guys perform against them at MSI. Were you expecting it to be such a close series?
Actually, no. I think we have been coming here and scrimming some of these Eastern teams, and we've been playing very well, and we expected actually to win quite convincingly yesterday. Unfortunately, it wasn't our finest gameplay. I think game one in particular, we were in a winning position, and then we're just playing very careless. So I really hope we can clean it up and tighten up our gameplay today.
You have a pretty important match coming up as well against Top Esports, a team that you've already knocked into out of that lower bracket actually at MSI. So a little bit of revenge for them on the side there too. They knocked out Gen.g yesterday. Are you worried?
I think historically we've done very good against Top. I think it's a good matchup for us. But when playing these top Eastern teams, I think there's always that skill check that you need to pass. So we need to be very sharp. We need to not get outplayed in the small moments, and then I think we'll win.
So it sounds like having the small details under lock and key. How do you do that between yesterday to today? Because it's such a short turnaround.
Yeah, we don't have much time. Mostly, we're just talking about our draft, what strategical direction we want to go for the series. They showed a very different set of champions yesterday than what they play back in China. So I think that we have to adapt and come up with a new, kind of like the next level of counterpicks.
It feels like every single team we've seen so far when it comes to their drafts, they're spicing it up a little bit in any way, shape, or form. What do you think is the reason behind that?
I think the jungle diversity is really what makes a lot of these drafts very interesting. There's just a huge difference between playing something like Zyra or Brand jungle and playing something like Sejuani jungle or playing something like Lee Sin or Viego. So just even from one position, it changes the way your entire comp wants to play around these picks. So I think that's where it kind of comes from. And then also, of course, all the AD carries. T1 is playing a lot of AD carries.
Yeah, that we've seen. Well, thank you so much for your time. I appreciate it. Good luck in your game.
Thank you.
And Digon, back to you.
Thank you very much, Jenny. Again, great to hear from both sides of this matchup. Again, not a lot of time before we head on into this one. So reminder for our friends at home, if you want to play, now's the time. STC predictions are the way to go. Head on over to www.stcplay.gg and make your Preds known. Time for our Preds here. Where are you going with this one here, Ox?
You know, the heart says Top Esports, and the brain also says Top Esports.
All right, Atlas, quick.
Yeah, I'm thinking the other direction. My heart says G2, but my brain also says Top Esports.
All right, semifinals number 2 starts right now. Let's head on over to the Qiddiya Arena.
Hello and welcome back to the arena, and everybody watching at home as we are on stage and ready for our second semifinals match. But before then, Fancy, I gotta react, because that last semifinals was so close. How are we feeling in here about that last semifinals?
What an amazing best of three it was. T1 almost did not make it to the grand final, but that clutch, that owner play, when he stole that Baron, it was the key moment for them to take on the game and then just move on to the grand finals. But right now, we are ready to introduce to you the second semifinals of the Esports World Cup presenting League of Legends.
Up first on the stage, please welcome Top Esports! In the top lane, 369. In the jungle, Tian. Mid lane, Cream. AD carry, Jackie Love. And support, Mako. For this roster, it's personal as they seek vengeance for their last international appearance. Everybody, please, one more time, give it up for Top Esports!
And now, for their opponent, please welcome to the stage, G2! In the top lane, Broken Blade. And in the jungle, Yike. And in the mid lane, give it up for Cubs. And in the ADC role, Hans Sama. And right by his side, Mickey X. The most crowned team in the West, looking to spread their wings and soar through a familiar opponent in this best of three.
Will the team captains please take their keys to their starting positions and give the arena and everybody at home, give a warm welcome to your semifinalists.
Only 2 more keys to be crossed at the Esports World Cup before history is made. So let the League of Legends games begin!
Thank you very much, Kangas, for setting the stage here alongside Fancy for our second semifinal, Top Esports versus G2. We got to see a little like coy, not even coy, just happy to be there, waved by 369 as he got it. In. Love that part about the event.
Yeah, absolutely. And I feel like both these teams, a lot of pressure on them, one step away from the finals. And honestly, with how they've been playing so far, I think Top Esports currently tournament favorites. If G2 could topple them, they may inherit that title. So a lot of pressure on this. And I think the first game is going to be a really big one, especially since both teams have been shown to be a bit creative in those drafts. Getting that first advantage could really come through strong.
And also being the team with side selection as well. First seed, of course, in G2 up against second seed in TES. And so that does mean that G2 might have that little bit of an extra edge to try and get a leg up in the series. I don't necessarily feel like it is going to work fully in their favor, but hopefully they can utilize first pick as well as possible.
All right, well, we can find out right now as we send it on over to our casters for the action, Valdez and Joshi.
Thank you guys over there in the studio for breaking it all down as we are getting ready for game number 1 of Top Esports up against G2. And right off the bat, we're not going to see the Ivern here, Joshi.
Not a big surprise. We saw how effective TES were able to use that yesterday in their matchup up against Gen G, and you really want to make sure that you do not have to give over any of these odd picks right out of the gate. But one of the things that I did hear our studio say before, they said a lot of brains and a lot of heart seem to be on TES. Surprised that it is that dominant, because we have to remember that G2 actually 3-0 TES last time these two teams played.
That did happen, and you know, coming into a best of 3, I think it always makes it more volatile, and you know, we could easily see G2 pick up the win here tonight. I think it is going to be a very even matchup. I do agree with you, Joshi, and I think we're going to learn a lot from this first draft. I think draft has been, as always, a big highlight of discussion here in this tournament, EWC. And let's see what this first pick will be. It looks like the Tristana is open, so that will be the choice.
Makes a lot of sense. Corki is still available, but Caps is one of the mid laners who has played a large variety of different champions here in the mid lane. One of the things that I am noticing quite a bit is that Red Side actually has won a lot more games here at this event than it has in previous ones, simply because we've been seeing so many cool counter picks. With getting that one game oftentimes in a best of 3, you can completely turn things on its head. And I'm expecting this first half of the draft to be relatively normal. I'm looking at things like the Leona, the Nautilus still coming out here, potentially even a jungler as well, to make sure that G2 has a solid core to start with.
Well, we're going to see Anivia and Nunu, so trying to bring the Frost in, and it will be Sejuani for the third hover and pick for their side. Definitely a couple of very high-tier picks. You get the Corki into the Tristana, you've got the Sejuani in the jungle, and let's see what Top Esports will respond with, as we haven't seen too much Nidalee in this tournament. This could be a decent angle to go for it, but with the priority on Ezreal very high, perhaps it's just Ezreal Leona, or maybe just the Ezreal.
And also the Zyra currently being hovered. The Ezreal makes a lot of sense. It is a very strong champion. We have seen it be used in the AD carry all the time, but it is going to be a Leona as well. A very strong core already built up for Top Esports. They have a lot of range. They have a very strong ability to play later on. The Braum has been the primary counter pick that we have been seeing to the Leona. Both teams really ready to roll. The big thing that I'm going to be looking at for G2 is how much more Freljord can they actually pick up for themselves. We have seen that this has been such a strong combination, especially with the Ashe so far this tournament, simply because of how easy it is to lock down single targets.
Yeah, absolutely. I think Ashe has to be the first ban. If it's not the first ban, it's the second ban for Top Esports. As we are going to see the Renekton taken down, and definitely is one of those big picks for 369 up in the top side. So they want to open up the potential to go ahead and pick something that's a bit tankier up there without the fear of getting countered, as the Ashe is going to be the first ban in this second phase.
Not a big surprise there. It is a big question because Vars has performed a very similar role. Kalista has largely fallen off from this meta, especially because of the changes to opportunity on this most recent patch. However, there are going to be a lot of options still available for Hans Summit. The Draven that he has been famous for so long is still available, and Top Esports can only ban one of them, and in fact, they choose to go with the Caitlyn, so there are still some very powerful priority picks here for Hans Summit.
Yeah, there definitely are. You saw Dylan talking a lot there in the back, as Draven being hovered here, perhaps trying to get a bit more aggressive in this lane. As, you know, if you can start it off in near terms, Draven Braum does do a lot, but it will be the Sivir, just Sivir Braum straight up.
I mean, we have been seeing this come through as the lane swaps are powerful, with Ezreal just kind of winning every bottom lane, kind of no matter what. It does make a lot of sense to have the option to have a scaling pick. However, as we saw in that last game from T1, it did take a long time for the Sivir to come online. There are going to be several power spikes coming in well before that, with the Zyra coming in as well for Tian. We did see that this was the one game that Top Esports really struggled with, where Tian never got off the ground on the Zyra pick, and G2 is going to have to look to do something similar.
Yeah, I mean, the Cassante feels pretty safe here, regardless of what Broken Blade does want to play, especially with the Renekton taken off the board. Skarner nowadays doesn't feel great. Never really did into the Cassante, so let's see what we are going to see in the top side for Broken Blade. It's not going to be, well, it's just going to be Xin Zhao or the Sejuani. They've got a choice here. Let's see what they do land on.
It's been a long time since I've seen a Xin Zhao in a solo lane, gotta admit that one, but it does make a lot of sense that the Sejuani could be going towards the top side. You now have this very powerful bridge coming out from Yike in the jungle in order to put a little bit of pressure on Tian, and also to make sure you have some of this skirmishing power early on in the game to get Caps and Hansama to the points that they need to be at. Ultimately, though, I gotta say, I like the top esports draft quite a bit better in this one. It feels as though they have a diverse damage profile, whereas on the other side, 369, you can build out Randuins and never die.
Yeah, it feels like, you know, if 369 gets through the laning phase very well, you've already got just this incredibly strong mid game for the side of top esports. The Ezreal Leona and the Tristana, I feel like, are all going to spike before the stuff we see on the side of G2. So G2, if they get ahead, yes, definitely can do some damage in this one, but I do fear for them if they fall behind, because top esports could easily run away with the game with this draft.
One of the things we do know about both these teams, though, is they are not shy of fighting relatively early on, and sometimes it doesn't matter if you have a good or bad mid and late game if you just win early on, and that is something that I'm going to be looking for from G2. You definitely need to be trying to get this lane swap going off early on, because you do not want to challenge that 2v2 in the bot lane.
Yeah, you would assume that would be the first step. You know, Team Liquid was able to have a lot of success in the early games up against T1 in our first series that we did have here at Esports World Cup for the games today in the semifinals. So let's see what the second semifinal is going to look like here between Top Esports and G2, as we are just about ready to hop onto the Rift here for game number 1.
As we start to load in, I gotta say, Valdez, I love these shots that we're always getting at the beginning of all of these games. You have so much freedom to just see the entire map, and just the artistry that we always see in League of Legends never ceases to impress. But as we jump into this one as well, I'm going to be looking quite a bit at how Yike is going to be pathing early on in the game. He can work with Sejuani. These two champions synergize very well together. However, you have to be very careful what targets you're actually going to be going for. You can go into the Cassante, but you can block a lot of that crowd control, whereas the other side, it's still an Ezreal where you're going to have to be trying to jump on top of. And, you know, Ezreal is well known for being hard to get onto.
Yeah, it definitely is. I feel like, you know, if they were going to go for that more aggressive lane with the Draven Braum, I actually might have liked it a bit more, just really doubling down on the laning phase, trying to get some big wins early on. But as you mentioned, you know, Ezreal in its current form just feels so powerful that, yeah, he just kind of wins. He just kind of wins all the lanes. It kind of feels like the bot lane equivalent of Tristana right now, where it's like, okay, you got Tristana. You're going to win the mid lane. Like, that's going to happen 9 times out of 10.
As we are looking at this, though, it does not look like G2 is going to be obviously opting into those lane swaps that I was really expecting to see in this one. Instead, they are going to be sending Hansama and Mickey down towards the bottom side as well. So they are going to have to be very careful in this early game. You do have some tools to clear out the wave, but the wave clear from Sivir takes a little while to come online. You don't just get to press W at level 1 and clear the wave. You can get some push, but this is also a lane where you need to be very careful because you only have 1 spell shield. It turns out Leona has 2 crowd control.
Yeah, it can be pretty rough, and you got to be careful about timing that correctly to actually avoid the stun. As, speaking of which, very early on, Mako, level 1, putting on the pressure here. And, you know, in fact, the Ezreal Leona lane should be winning at level 1, so I do like that they are getting aggressive and trying to put on some pressure and chip away at the health bars of the G2 bottom lane already.
Yeah, going right back on in, and we're seeing just going in for these very quick trades. That's the mark of how you actually win this bottom lane, because the longer the trade actually goes, the more the Braum passive really starts to kick in. You don't want to be taking those stuns, and already with the level 2 advantage, they're going to be able to crash this wave relatively early on, and that means that as the wave will bounce back towards top esports side of the map, it's going to be really difficult for Yike to do anything.
Pretty nice cue there from Hansama, actually getting the forward and the backward pushes of that one. But yeah, basically need whatever you can get in this lane, which is kind of why you were expecting perhaps the swap to come through. But yeah, I mean, essentially, you know, with your top and jungle synergy that you do have, maybe we will see eventually Yike heading up to the top side, trying to bully 369 out and not just give him a free lane, as now the stun is being stacked up here on a Jackie Love, who will just have to Arcane Shift away, as Tian now coming down to the bottom side, level 4.
Not a big surprise that he's here so much faster than Yike, but the question is, what is Yike going to do as the Zyra does step on as the blade goes out?
Yeah, the door will be held here, as Arud could get some big value as the cleanse has to come out and Hansama has to flash as well. Jackie Love nearly going down himself, but really trying to exert 10 out of 10 pressure down here in the bottom lane.
Lots of pressure coming out, lots of summoner spells invested as well, and Yike just farming up, maintains equality. They should have a very good idea that Yike is in the air, which is why Tian is playing so cautiously at the moment, but with these low health bars, you know a dive is coming.
Yeah, the dive will be coming. The flash does come in. That's a nice spell shield. Mako could be in a bit of trouble. First blood does go over to Hansama as it does get traded back here over to Tian. But still, so many low health bars here. As Mako, you know, the first one to go down, I feel like G2 kind of get out of that one mostly scot-free.
The fact that the kill goes over to Hansama is a pretty big win for the side of G2. Tian getting the early kill on the Zyra does mean that the clear speed is going to be absolutely not, but a great amount of patience coming through from Yike to make sure that they can trade things. Unfortunately, the auto attack had already gone out, and that means that there is no escape for Mickey. But overall, G2 holding pretty strong in this early game.
Yeah, they definitely are, as now Mickey X level 3 trying to get proactive out on the map here. Just heading into the mid lane, trying to help out a little bit, but Cream gets a pretty nice back timing himself after Caps had already TP'd into the lane. So he's going to return with full health, whereas Caps, you know, went back, got a tier, got a call, but does not have a refillable potion. And he used his TP to get back in here and took that chunk of damage. So
yeah,
could definitely influence the way this mid game plays out here for a little bit.
Also, shout out to Mako for making sure that the wave didn't get into too bad of a position, just constantly asking questions of how G2 were going to play it as they go back towards the bottom lane. Game very even early on, which I have to say is a small win here for G2 because they were able to turn around that early play. We do notice that the gold lead elsewhere is actually mostly in favor of G2. It really just is Tian who has built up that lead because they farm faster, they did get their first kill. But we do have to say that the kill going over to Hansama makes up for the fact that they are down a lot of CS, which is, again, why we're expecting this lane swap.
Yeah, it doesn't come through. They just want to fight it straight up, and Hansama eventually will just be able to press a couple of buttons and clear the wave and essentially just ignore the Ezreal. So could be something to look for as this does come along. For now, though, we're still putting on the pressure, and guess who's back? Back again. It's Tian in the bottom lane.
Tell a friend.
And, yeah, tell a friend. I mean, he's going to make it very obvious, too. He's clearing out the wards. He's like, hey, guys, I'm here. And G2 will have to respect this. They do back away. Nice dodge here on the root. Still a lot of damage being done to the Braum as he gets stunned straight up. And, you know, doesn't get a kill, but it's still a very effective gank.
Shout out to the way that Top Esports is playing around every single one of these waves. Just going down there as Tiana and giving Jaculev and Mako so much pressure on the map means that Mickey X has to back away, and you're going to be giving over those plays. You don't necessarily need to be getting these kills, but we're also seeing some of the ramifications of the later back coming through from Cream. Still has both of those refillable potion slots, and Caps completely out of mana despite the early tier. Top Esports doesn't look like they're done paying attention to the bot lane.
Yeah, I mean, Tian, he can just sit here and be very, very annoying. He wins in the 2v2 just because the amount of plants, the amount of control he's going to have before Yike can really get going, especially because the Sivir early on is just so weak compared to the Ezreal. So it's just kind of a roaming three-man squad down here, and here comes Cream trying to get in onto Caps as the auto comes in and the hop over the wall. Cream, why did you give him Tristana again? I have no idea.
It's so clean, ultimately. Top Esports, with all the pressure going down towards the bottom side, they know exactly where Yike is, and Cream is free to go for that play. The early back really making a difference here for G2 as they do end up falling. And Tian's still in the bottom lane.
Guess who's back again and again? And now he's going to hit level 6, actually, off of the wave. So just even more pressure. I think with this amount of priority as well, you can expect them to roll this into an early Infernal Drake, which is going to benefit everybody. And we'll see if they do start that. Not just yet, as here's the replay in the 1v1.
This one fairly straightforward, right? Cream just jumps on in, knows that Caps doesn't have any mana whatsoever. There's not enough mana to do anything other than Valkyrie away, and following through, making sure you get that last part of the explosive shot is so easy. And we see another game.
Guess who's back again and again and again? He's here. The ult is going to hit them both. Hansama, there's nowhere to go. And yes, Mako, he dies. But you think Top Esports care about that? The answer is no. They get 2 kills, and they get this Ezreal massively fed.
This is ridiculous coming out from Top Esports. This is looking like a different game ultimately, where it's just going for a tri-lane with the amount of time that Tian is spending down here, and G2 not prepared for it whatsoever. Yike has to go farming on the other side of the map, and this is just clinical. You're able to get so much damage down. You start everything with the ultimate from Tian, and what do? You don't have the summoner spells. You do not have the mobility to get out of that ultimate.
There's just nowhere for them to go. They have no control on the bottom side of the map. They can't clear the waves. The Xin Zhao cannot match. And Yike, you know, he doesn't want to just sit in the bottom lane and spend all of his time just babysitting the Sivir, hoping that Hansama eventually will be doing something in this game. As now Yike is going to try to make his presence felt here at level 6 at least, as he will steal away the blue buff. And as a team, G2 are maneuvering up to the top side with these Void Grubs available.
But it's still a very dangerous position to be in because Tian is so strong. As soon as the ultimate is back up, you're going to have to give a lot of ground right back on over to top esports. And this is part of why we're seeing Yike just going as quickly as possible. But top esports not going to be contesting this one. They know that there is more blood to be had down the bottom side. As you see Tian moving down, can go for the dragon, but can also just go for a Hansama. And as soon as you see a Hansama back away, well, the answer becomes very easy. Just pick up this dragon, make sure you get a trade on the map. And like you said, this Infernal Dragon is going to benefit so many of the members here of top esports. Every single one of them loving the extra adaptive force that you get.
Yeah, it's going to feel great for them. I mean, you feel a little bit bad that Tristana isn't getting Void Grubs. She is one of those champs that really does love them. But at the end of the day, you know, maybe you can pick up a couple later on. It's not going to be your main win condition regardless, as Cream has done a very good job of just getting fed. And sometimes that extra money and extra items will get the job done instead. So they get that Infernal Drake. They have dominance in mid, they have dominance in bot, and so far the top lane hasn't really mattered all too much. So top esports definitely very much in control of this early game.
Yeah, in general, my policy oftentimes is with top lane is you check in at 14 minutes, you do your obligatory check-ins like, oh, how many plates went down? Okay, cool. Are you guys both playing tanks? Yep, cool. We'll talk about you guys when we see you in team fights. Top esports and G2 are absolutely making this game entirely about the bottom side of the map, and we have seen that Jackie Love has been a Ezreal savant, I would say, this tournament. You know, everyone has those moments where like, maybe you should have arcane shifted forward. Jackie Love has way more times where he does the arcane shift forward and just finds multiple kills. I'm really looking forward to seeing when this composition actually starts popping off, because he has been getting close to the Trinity Force.
Yeah, I mean, this is already the domination, as you mentioned, before they really hit any item spikes, right? So it's a good call to look to see just how fast they're going to be able to hit those spikes. As TP just to deny a push in mid. Cream feeling very good about just picking up his Kraken Slayer here at 11 minutes into the game. And Mako now out on the map, going to be clearing out some of this vision and preparing for the next Drake, which, by the way, is a Chemtech Drake. So the soul should be pretty nice for regardless of what we get here.
Yeah, we had a lot of Infernal Souls so far throughout this tournament. However, it will not be that one this time around. I'm really curious to see how top esports are going to be playing around the upcoming grubs, because in 2 minutes we are going to be getting another spawn of those, and there's a lot of pressure that you can't put on the map. Like you said, Cream would have loved to have that, but ultimately, like you said, it's not the win condition in this game. This game is so much more about just getting the gold into the right targets. And I kind of want to go back to a discussion that we were having yesterday when top esports did take down Gen.g. Are top esports the favorite in this tournament from this position? Is it T1? Is it top esports? And I feel as though seeing how powerfully and how resoundingly top esports actually took down Gen.g yesterday, and based on the transit property, they should be way better than T1, right?
Yeah, I mean, I would not be surprised if they do eventually take down T1, but they got to get through G2 first. And so far it is looking pretty strong in this first game, as Cream wanting to punish Caps, who will respect it from now. We saw him try to flash away from Tristana in the last trade underneath his own turret, just a bit desperate, you know, not going to help him out too much. He does have his flash back at least, and he has been able to stabilize the mid lane, not falling too far behind in CS, but still going to be kicking himself for that early death. As after all these shenanigans down on the bottom side of the map, we've essentially just kind of stagnated from here. You know, the Drake did go the way of top esports. We saw the Grubs go over to G2, and now we're waiting for the next piece of action as Tana's going to spot Mickey X deep in his own jungle as, oh no, what was that? The blast cone going to send him into the air. He is Braum, so he can jump over the pit, but definitely got a bit awkward there for a moment.
Yeah. I have to say that might be the one interaction in League of Legends that I just cannot stand is the times where you just like go straight up and down with the blast cone. But either way, top esports are still creating pressure across the map, and with the Grub spawning in a couple seconds and the Dragon spawning in about a minute, top esports once again trying to reprise their role in the bottom lane with all 3 members, including the jungle, going down towards the bottom side. And because Tian is so strong at this point, you can just do so much chip damage, and Han Sama has to be so careful even just staying around these walls, because you never know when a seed and a plant is going to grow out of the garden.
Yeah, and you see Vanessa Spell Shield, just the arcane shift damage, just to try to survive, just to try to stay as healthy as possible, as now Yike is going to make his presence felt. But look at the mid lane. Caps yet to back. He doesn't have TP, and the mid lane turret is just naturally going down in a 1v1, as Cream has really, again, I said it during the play-by-play, but why'd you give this guy Tristana? He just beat gen.g 2-0 with this pick, and now he is just doing an insane amount of damage in mid.
It is so crazy seeing what Cream can actually do with this. Caps, you know, not a slouch on this Corki whatsoever, but the 1v1 solo kill going to go to Cream really changes the dynamic of the matchup quite a bit. And with another Dragon spawning in 15 seconds, top esports pushing out this mid lane, taking control, can even do a chunk of damage to the turret if they want to. Instead, they are going to be okay.
All right, trying to go in on Tian here. He's going to drop down the ultimate as the Xin down. You know, once it does get on top of you, you do see the power that it has, so that's going to force Tian to back away, and actually takes a ton of damage. Meanwhile, on the top lane, we haven't seen much of this, but in the 1v1, 369 looking for it as he does go unstoppable, as the Glacial Prison does come out, but not able to get the kill. Broken Blade does have TP, so it shouldn't be too big of a deal up there.
In the mid lane, though, it doesn't look like we're quite done with the action.
Oh, that Q is going to hit him, and now the rocket hits him as well as a couple of ranged minions. That's going to kill Cream, as maybe a little bit overconfident in that trade.
We saw earlier that both Tian and Cream used their ultimates at the same time to try and get Yike out of the fight, and losing the Buster Shot there ends up really biting Cream. The flash has to be expended, and now G2, despite the fact that the bottom side of the map has been going so rough, are actually going to be building up even more of these neutral objectives. They got 3 of the grubs, the other 3 never got picked up, and that means that this Rift Herald going over to G2 as well will allow them to recover some of the gold that they have been missing so far in this game, and getting that kill onto Cream really changes some of the dynamics that you tend to see, because now with no flash, you can't be quite as aggressive in the mid lane.
Yeah, absolutely. As meanwhile, Tian just getting to work here on this Chemtech Drake. We see that Yike is in the top jungle, so there should be a couple of Drakes already going the way of top esports. Not a big surprise with the way that the early game has gone, as it will be actually a Hextech Soul. And if you give that to an Ezreal alone, but also a Tristana, even the Zyra loves this, so definitely going to be a big soul to contend for both of these teams.
Yeah. There's also my favorite part of the game where, you know, Mom decides where the Tristana goes. Like, you know, that top lane turret is still alive. Mom said it's my turn to go towards the top lane. I would not be surprised to see Kareem headed up there soon.
It's going to force the TP out already as 369's like, yeah, I don't really care about that. He's just looking to take down Caps. That's nice flash from Caps, though, and 369 might be punished here, as that's a lot of damage. Yes, the Q3 hits Caps.
The bot lane.
And, you know, yeah, as you mentioned, the TP is forced, but that means that Cream gets a free inner turret.
And this inner turret is worth so much more gold than the outer turret, and Cream on this Tristana, even with no Void Grubs, will get so much in the mid lane as well. Not going to be finding any actual fighting there, but they are going to be getting multiple structures, and even if you get this one, it's not going on to the same kind of valuable person that Cream is.
Absolutely. I mean, we saw something like this happen actually in the TLT1 game. Game number 3, I believe, where TL were able to get a very nice macro lead here in the mid game with a very similar play. Like what we saw at top esports here. But yeah, the teleport is going to come out, and all of a sudden, they might be able to get a bit more off of this, as, yeah, he just tries to crescent guard his way out of this one, but Yike will be taken down. Even a thumbs up as well, as the Rift Herald is still pushing and will eventually go down. So not only do they get the outer mid and the inner bot, but they also get a kill in top lane.
And they're also in a perfect position on the map now to try and play for the topside turret. We'll take another look at this last play. This is 369 getting very aggressive and not respecting the ability of G2 to go for a teleport. I was very surprised to actually see the all-out go into the lane instead of trying to get it over the wall, because if you had a little bit more time with no Broken Blade, maybe you end up picking up instead. It's a very easy kill. However, G2 get baited later. Uh-oh.
Yeah, 369 in a lot of trouble here as once again he's getting very over-aggressive. He's going to pull the Braum over though, and maybe he gets out from here. The flash as well, as Mickey X does not want to allow this one. And yeah, I think 369 will eventually go down, right? Cassante is crazy sometimes, but it does take 4 members to eventually get the kill. So trades back for teleports on both sides, and yes, 369 will go down, but it's still a almost 4,000 gold lead here for Top Esports, who are very much in control of the map at the moment.
And it's also important to remember that we got to see how long it took them to take down 369 in a 4v1. Remember, he doesn't even have the Randuin's done yet, and there is not a diverse damage profile coming out from G2 whatsoever. So this Cassante is going to get harder and harder to take down. Even though he's currently rolling a 3, just by the nature of his champion in this draft, we're going to get at least a 6 on the 369 scale.
Yeah, I mean, eventually he will just stand there and he's like rolling 6s. Even if he's not pressing his buttons, he's like, yeah, I built the right items. So
yeah. What do you do?
Feels very good, absolutely. And we'll take a look at the replay once again, just on the top side. 369 caught a bit deep in the top lane.
Yeah. We get to see the TFT Glacial set really coming out big for a little while, as it takes him forever to move. Honestly, impressive how far he was able to move on this map at all, but G2 just make sure there's no real opportunity, and this time Top Esports not in a position to actually go for a play anywhere else. It looked like they tried to make something happen onto Yike, but very difficult to do that in the mid lane, knowing how close the rest of G2 are. But we have about a minute left until the next dragon comes up, and we have to identify that Top Esports are so hard to dislodge once they've actually set up in an area.
Yeah, it is kind of insane what you can get going with just Zyra, but also you've got this really thick front line with the Leona and the Cassante that's really difficult to break through, and they can maneuver themselves very well. They can, you know, push onto you very easily. As Cream, we talked about this.
Yep.
He doesn't need Void Grubs, just hit the turret.
Yeah, another inner turret. It's 2 kills, but this time it's divided between 369 and Cream. Still 2 great players to give it towards, and so much pressure coming out in the middle of the map at the same time. We're going to be seeing another turret take a lot of damage as 369 threatens a dive.
So the turrets are just falling for free here. I mean, 369 just exerting his presence behind the turret, and that means that G2 have to back away, especially because Caps is in the bottom lane, and yes, he'll get that turret for himself, but an inner mid turret at 20 minutes into the game is very quick for a game that's, you know, still relatively close. So it feels like Top Esports, they've identified, hey, we have this lead, let's use it to just get more money as soon as we possibly can.
And they're also going to be in perfect position. Cream doesn't even need to back. They are ready to go for this Hex Tech Dragon as well, getting themselves to Soul Point with one of the best souls in the game. Just the AoE slow, the only stacking slow in the game, actually, still going to come through. And Top Esports going to grab another one.
Yeah, I mean, G2 are here. They want to fight, but they're late to the party. They get in, and everybody's already left. And so they're going to leave themselves. So not much of a fight there on the Drake. It is just going to go the way of Top Esports once again. We see those fans out there in the crowd as well, showing their signs, even a G2 sign there. I saw that one as well, hoping that maybe G2 can come back in this game. But at the moment, Top Esports not letting go of their vice grip on this one.
And it's going to be very tough. This composition coming out from Top Esports does the Baron very, very quickly. You have the double marksman. One of them is Tristana. You also have the Zyra. So not only are you doing it quickly, you're also doing it very healthy because the plants are tanking all of the Baron shots. It's very difficult for G2 to try and find anything. We were looking at a composition that had a decent amount of crowd control, and it still does. But Top Esports are not really giving any entrances back into the game. And now Tian getting ready to start it up. Yike tries to check things out. The wind becomes lightning, but G2 are completely blind as to if they're actually hitting.
Yeah. I remember we were watching TL versus T1. We were begging Team Liquid to start the Baron. Top Esports are like, yeah, we'll start it here at 22 minutes if we have to. They're not actually going to, but they are setting up just the immense vision control you were mentioning, Joshi, on this objective. And as it starts, you know, G2, they have to push in, they have to try to get vision themselves, and that leads to Mickey X taking a big chunk of damage and some extra priority going over the way of Top Esports. Mickey X gonna hop forward as the wall goes up. The Solar Flare is gonna miss, but Yike is just so low at the same time that Top Esports still liking their position.
Yeah, Yike taking all that damage should be all the impetus that Top Esports needs to actually go for this Baron. Yike will have to back away, and even with the Hextech portals, look at how quickly this goes down. G2 walking directly into the trap, and they don't have another option.
Yeah, I mean, they have to try to fight for this one, but now we got 369 in the back line. He's going to set it up, and we have the Baron going the way of Top Esports. Is 369 just going to disappear somehow. Didn't see how that damage went into him. He was just way too deep. It's now Top Esports. They want to get this objective and back away. 10 also going to flash out of this one, and it gets a bit messy. Ike's looking for a bit more. As when comes lightning, he is going to get in onto the Zyra, and he will be shut down. But still, the Baron and 3 members left remaining here for Top Esports.
It's a lot of gold that G2 did pick up in that last fight with a couple of shutdowns, but it is nowhere near as much as Top Esports will get with this Baron. We get to see 369 jumping over, just evaporates in this last fight with the amount of damage that Caps is currently putting out. But this fight was so close to going so differently. Mikyx not going down in that last fight means that Cream has to play much more defensively in every single one of these fights. And then you are able to chase Tian down. Top Esports walk away with 3 Baron buffs, but they have less of a gold advantage after picking up the Baron than they did before. But they still have 2 minutes left of that, and that'll perfectly give them the opportunity to go for the Hextech Soul at the end of it.
Yeah, the timing of everything is, very clean from the side of Top Esports. It does feel like they're playing this game like it's chess. They're not taking their lead and trying to throw it in their opponent's faces. They're saying, no, let's try to really play this map. Let's try to really play smart around all of these objectives, and they've done a great job at that. If you look at the scoreline, G2 have more kills, but it's still Top Esports that are in the lead in terms of turrets, in terms of map control, in terms of objectives taken, gold, obviously, dragons. And they're just trying to utilize that as now we're going to see the Sivir ultimate coming through as the Q is going to miss from Mikyx. Also a kind of a half-arted ult to be thrown in. And, well, not able to get much going there is G2, but they really want to get a fight here before this Drake starts. Look at Cream. He's just in the top side. His Broken Blade also going to miss his ult, and now they're losing an inhibitor turret.
That is brutal, and they're not even done. Top Esports just doing whatever they can to make sure that G2 are still here. Cream still wailing away on the inhibitor. Caps will get there to try and do something, but I think Cream wins that 1v1.
It's just insane. How many turrets Cream has taken down by himself as now we have the TP coming in. The rocket jump to try to get away as Cream is totally fine. He hops away again.
No.
And here we got a Cassante in the backline, and that is never a good sign for the enemy team as Cream is being isolated by G2. They finally take down that pesky Yordle that is Tristana. But I have a feeling they're not going to be taking out this game as, oh God, that was a huge one. And now we got 369 just chasing him down. Not much of a chance for Hansama to get out of this one. He's got a blast clone and a dream. Oh, wow. That is just so troll. And he is going to get away for now as 369 is still chasing him. But, yeah, Baron buff is also going to expire. Top Esports having a bit of fun as they're taking down a lot of objectives still in this one as finally... No? Okay, never mind.
Wow.
Just kidding.
He actually got out of that. I mean, congrats to Hansama on living. He does have 2.5 items to his name, but while all that chasing was happening, Jackie Love was also taking the mid lane inhibitor turret, getting even more pressure there. And so Top Esports will reward themselves after all is said and done with the Hextech Soul Yike on the right side of the map, but nowhere near close enough, and that is going to be an overwhelming advantage. 8,000 gold and the Hextech Soul already in the possession here for Top Esports at 27 minutes into the game. A very fast Soul, a very fast-paced game coming through, and really just seeing all the Tristanas throughout this tournament, having so much free time in the side lanes. You have to look at the fact it's a 2,500 gold lead for Cream, but he only has a single kill.
1 kill. He's playing PvE. Doesn't care. Just hitting turrets, getting Baron buffs, just not even looking at his opponents. And he is going to enjoy a very big lead because of that. And now with this Hextech Soul, you would imagine that Top Esports, even without the Baron, can begin to threaten more of this base if they would like to. I don't even think they need to play this one slowly. And to be honest, Top Esports haven't shown that they like playing the game slowly at all. So here they come, barreling down the bottom lane.
The good news, at least for G2, is they do have a lot of wave clear between the Corgi and the Sivir, so they can stall things out rather effectively as long as Top Esports does not have the Baron, and we are seeing a little bit of that every time Hansama steps up to the wave. Does take a chunk out of Jackie Love, and this wave,
All right, they're going to try to get down on a Mako, and they do a great job of that. Nicely done by G2. Meanwhile, Cream is just in mid, and he's going to get another free objective here, another free building as down goes Yike. almost just frustrated, throwing himself into top esports as he does get kidnapped by the Cassante, and that is it's going to be pretty huge by the end of this one. It is a trade 1-for-1, but it's only the support of Top Esports that goes down, and Top Esports will not stop there. They have this massive Ezreal who is just chunking people down as finally Cream decides, okay, I'm gonna try to kill some enemy champions, might as well, as he is gonna Guma Stomp on everyone on the side of G2, and this game number 1 is over very heavily in favor of Top Esports as they take down the Nexus.
This was one of the most clinical games of League of Legends we have seen at the Esports World Cup, and Top Esports were in control of that game from beginning to end. The tri-line down in the bottom lane as Tion just never let Han Sama do anything. Really showcases why the lane swap meta is so powerful. You can avoid getting yourselves in these very dangerous situations.
Just really insane understanding showcased here by Top Esports to take down game number 1 in the semifinals of EWC. We're going to take a break and come back with game number 2.
لحظات البداية عاشت معنا. كنا نحسبها وقت للتسلية بس. نحسبها بس ذكريات.
عبود أعطي أختك اليد يا ولد.
ابتكرنا فيها ابتكارات، وإذا بغينا قلبناها خرافات. كنا نحسبها بس لمة وصحبة وسهرات.
انتبه نوب ترى نوب.
لكن كنا نشوف عالم ما حد يشوفه.
ليت يشغل وقته بشيء يفيده. الله عليك على اليد سود.
عالم كبر وعاش فينا. عالم الحماس فيه يوصلك كل مرة لحلم أصعب، بس ما يصعب عليك. بارد معك وين ما تروح.
Calm, cool, and collected by Top Esports. I think it was Joshi that said this was one of the most clinical games of League of Legends we've seen here at the Esports World Cup presenting League of Legends, and I have to agree, as it was very controlled, very measured, and they took care of business here against the Kings of Europe. 1-0 Top Esports, and 1 win away from facing T1 in the finals. Welcome back to the area. Degon alongside Ox and Atlas, and Top Esports, you know, really good stuff here, Ox.
And I love seeing this style of play from Top Esports, because back in like early 2022 in spring, this team was the sort of team who'd get ahead early, be really aggressive, wouldn't know what to do with it, and then end up losing out. So seeing this controlled pace that they can now set to games, just fantastic to see.
And completely unflappable. I think that's the way to describe it, because G2 tried their very best to do as many crazy things around the map, and Top Esports said, all right, well, we'll take inhibitors, we'll take turrets, we'll do everything, and that was off the back of picking Tristana first.
And maybe one of us here on the desk said that. That's right. Oh, look at that.
I congratulated G2 for identifying that Tristana was really good.
Yeah, and we saw G2 go with like the Sejuani flex to top and the Xin Zhao. This works if you play super aggressive around top lane and get like a momentum lead, but the problem is you're on a timer against this Top Esports composition. You're outranged pretty hard. It's difficult with your comp to play against the likes of the Zyra, and the Zyra sets such a fast pace in the jungle. If you're not just getting kills on kills on kills in the early game, you're going to end up losing this one.
And also, Braum is really good into a lot of things, not Zyra. Yeah. Zyra kind of puts stuff underneath him, and then he just has a horrible time. And so just that, the fact that Tien was just in that bottom lane over and over again, he puts up the door, and then he wonders why it doesn't really help.
And y'all at home, that's what you call a perfect segue. Let's take a look at the first highlight here as Tien focuses the bottom side of the map and really suffocating for G2.
And I feel like if you were playing a different jungler, then maybe going for these repeated ganks and not always getting kills might seem like a waste of time. But that's the power of the Zyra. You're so fast at jungling, you can never waste time because you just have so much extra time to just harass the enemy bot lane. You can see in the meantime, Yike's still trying to do a jungle camp. He does come in to try and stop the dive, so it's a 1-for-1, but you know, he has to stop doing the Grom. Whereas Tien, he's got plenty of time just to keep going bot again and again and again and ensure that his bot lane gets a lead in the 2v2.
Yeah, he pitched a tent, basically. And even though, like you say, the first one goes even, the next one doesn't go so even. The one after that is catastrophic for G2. And so they put this bottom lane so incredibly far behind. The thing is, I don't even think this is necessarily the crux of the TES plan in this game, because there's a certain gentleman that's just chilling out the entire time in the mid lane, and while all of this craziness happens, he gets spare time alone. This is what we were talking about Braum not necessarily being all that valuable, with the Stranglethorns really blocking things out.
And the thing is, with the Xin Zhao Sejuani, you want to be playing towards top side, but you're putting out Fire's bot lane, so you don't get the opportunity.
Yeah, and even then, you weren't putting it out well enough to make sure that they could get ahead. It was just to make sure they didn't fall too far behind. However, the beacon of hope was the man in the mid lane for G2. Caps on the Corki, able to find a couple.
Yeah, we saw G2 able to pick up a few kills in the mid game and start to gain a little bit of pressure in return. They managed to catch out 369 a few times, but it felt like despite these, the objective lead and the farm lead was still in favor of Top Esports. So, you know, they were making good moves to try and pull themselves back. And I think making attempts like this is exactly what you need to do when you're in a deficit.
Yeah, I mean, it certainly is, but the teleport investments, the amount that Top Esports were getting from these picks that are going over to G2 is just so much higher than the kill gold that is going into the pockets of G2. So we actually saw that the kill score at the top of the screen was pretty close, but the gold, it absolutely wasn't. The map state, it absolutely wasn't, because every spare second that was given to Top Esports was spent taking turrets.
Yeah, you can even see it on the mini-map. You know, you have all these members collapsing on 369, and Top Esports are just so deep, stealing away camps, taking as much gold as they can.
Yeah, and generally that is what we see at international play from the top teams. They're able to garner other leads elsewhere, and then it leads to our final fight here on the top side of the map, where that we have highlights for, where again G2 just get corralled, and it's so tough for them to fight in this position.
Yeah, it's a beautiful flank from 369, and G2 are definitely desperate at this point. They're trying to get on Cream, and in the end they do actually take him out, but it's at the cost of their positioning. They're now locked away from the base. This true shot barrage that comes in, it was already doomed with this just seals the deal.
Yeah, and I feel like the Cream Global Taunt was absolutely phenomenal this game. I think that Caps had one in their previous series, and Cream had it this time around. This Tristana was managing to like stave off so many of these ganks, but when he does go down, it's not without a huge cost to G2.
They did take the Sejuani, which we said was an important one, but the Tristana is going to be a huge focus here in the rest of the series. Now, of course, Esports World Cup is for League of Legends is part of the Esports World Cup Club Championship, and we have our first champions here of the inaugural Esports World Cup. It is Team Falcons for Warzone, getting the opportunity to put their outer frame in the history books, into the totem for 2024. Congratulations, Team Falcons, over for Warzone for doing it, as we over here at League of Legends looking to do the same thing and take a step closer here. Atlas, final thoughts?
Yeah, 3 teams still in the running to put their frame up there as well, right next to the Falcons. We'll see who it's going to be after the, out of the 3 teams that we have left. Looking forward to seeing whether G2 can give us an actual series here and bounce back and maybe pick themselves a Tristana.
All right, final thoughts here as we go to break.
Yeah, I think banning the Tristana, definitely a good move, but also if you're playing into something like the Zyra, you really need to commit to your game plan. I feel like they had this strategy and it kind of got sort of washed away by the bot lane presence, but if you're going to commit to top side, make it work.
Again, G2, we've seen them multiple times before play to their opponent's level. And yes, yesterday to FlyQuest, they started slow and ramped on up. Here, Top Esports, a very, very dominant win. Will G2 be able to bounce back here against Top Esports, or will it be the LPL versus the LCK in the first ever Esports World Cup League of Legends, presenting League of Legends finals? We'll find out after the short break.
Hello everybody, Kitty and Ginny here. We're checking in from the SEC Battle Royale Arena here at the Esports World Cup, where Falcons have just claimed the first victory of the entire tournament.
In the Call of Duty Warzone tournament, congratulations to Team Falcon. The fans are absolutely electric and they are screaming their lungs out.
And the most important thing is they will now be able to insert their key in the totem of the Esports World Cup, solidifying themselves in all of history, not only as the first Warzone winners, but also the first ever winners of any title of the Esports World Cup.
Don't know how it's come to this. I don't know how I could resist. took a vow to never sin, but I saw
Hello and welcome back, everybody watching at home and at the Qiddiya Arena. We got a lot of top esports fans here, and all these signs and all the fans brought in. Let's get these ones over here. I don't even know what's going on some of these, but the passion shows from everybody here cheering on top as they took game one. Top esports fans, how are we feeling? It's just a sea of them up there. It's ridiculous. Now, G2 fans, I know you've been making noise, but I'm gonna need to hear some from you, okay? Let's get a chant for G2! I'm just gonna say, I think there might be a few more top esports fans in the audience. What do we think? Top esports? All right. That's it from us here at the Qiddiya Arena. Let's see what happens in game number 2. We're going to throw it back over to the casters.
Thank you, Kangas, for that, as we are getting ready for game number 2 between Top Esports and G2 Esports. We'll see who is going to take it down. Will G2 be able to come back, or will we see Top Esports easily close this one out in the 2-0? Josie, what do you think?
Honestly, with how dominant that win looked from Top Esports, I'm going to have to say Top Esports, the heart and the brains that we were hearing about from the studio are really starting to shine through at this point. However, we also saw Team Liquid have a very dominant win over T1 in their first game of the series. And now, this is G2. They are going to have their first game on the blue side in this series. And we'll have to see what the adaptations are. It is so important how they choose to play around the Tristana.
You know, I think the best way to play around it is to just ban it away, or you got to first pick it here on the side of G2. And we'll see if Top Esports gives credit to that and bans it away themselves. It is going to be the Lucian first ban from them. See the Zyra first ban, as they said, well, that's just too fast at clearing the jungle, and we could not keep up with it. That's not the type of game that we want to play, say G2. And we'll see if, you know, they'll have a nice strategy coming into the second game after what was a very dominant first game from Top.
It's really interesting to see the difference in how effectively this Zyra has been played over the past couple of games, right? We have seen that it has had absolutely dominating performances, and we've also seen that it was completely ineffective, but Top Esports absolutely love playing around this style of game where they just remove entire lanes from the game. With the Tristana banned already by G2, it really looks like it's setting up their mid laner to potentially play the Corki uncontested.
Yeah, seems like Top Esports are going to say that, or see that rather, and say, no, we are not going to allow you to play the Corki. So no Tristana, no Corki, but this does leave Rumble available. And to be honest, Rumble, I feel like, is #1 on the chopping block when it does come down to picks in this meta, right? And generally it does get banned away pretty early on the red side, but they're just going to give it over to the side of G2, and G2 will not escape that opportunity to take it, and they will immediately first pick it.
There's not a lot of lanes that can really go toe-to-toe with Rumble. One of the things that you oftentimes look to do is you just lane swap into it, but it does look as though 369 might be going towards one of those classic picks that you can play into the Rumble, get a lot of magic damage up in the top lane, and instead going to be going for the Yone right away. Now, this is really interesting. This has been one of the common picks that has been used as a counter pick to Corki's quite a bit, but there's obviously no Corki coming out in this game, and it's going to be a blind Yone, and in fact, a blind Kennen, double blind solo lanes coming out from Top Esports.
Yeah, it does come out pretty early. I thought maybe we were going to see the Sejuani just to try to get a really strong mid-jungle duo on the side of Top Esports, but that is not the case, as now a Malphite being hovered, saying, okay, we could do this. We could swap all around some of these lanes, but instead it's just going to be the Vi. Talia also available. Could be a look. We saw Talia Vi working out for T1 in Game 3 of the first series tonight.
It is worth noting that Yike does hover all kinds of crazy things. As soon as I saw the Malphite, I was like, huh, that's not Anivia, though. So we got to see where he goes from that. But with this Vi already picked up, you have a very potent combo with what we've already seen. And oh, we are going to be getting a LeBlanc coming through from Caps. We have seen a couple of bans towards this champion so far in the tournament, but no actual picks for it during the Esports World Cup. This is going to be Caps looking for an opportunity to shut down Cream on the Yone, but this is a very volatile mid lane. Even if LeBlanc does have a bit of an advantage in the laning phase, if anything goes wrong at all, the Yone can absolutely dominate the rest of the game.
Definitely can, but that LeBlanc and the Vi together are such a deadly duo. The two of them together can find targets from miles away and isolate them and take them down. We'll see if they can get some success with that, as the Maokai is the choice here for Top Esports in the jungle, as they will avoid the Sejuani entirely and just go for this pick instead. Definitely can feel pretty good into what is a very aggressive composition so far from G2.
And it's not common either that we have so much of the top side picked at this point and none of the bottom lane, right? Now we actually have to see what is going to happen with so many powerful picks in the bottom side of the map already removed. The Ashe next on the chopping block, the Lucian already gone as well. I'm really expecting to see picks like the Vars start to rise in priority in these games once again, because we're not expecting Ezreal to be there. It's already gone. The Ashe is gone. And Vars really is kind of that next tier of AD carry that I expect to see in these games.
Yeah, would not be too surprised to see that coming up next. For Top Esports, they're thinking about what, AD carry they want to get. And essentially, it's a little bit of a game of chicken, because they could ban a top one and then, maybe hope that G2 don't ban another one so that they can get a top AD carry. But instead, it is just going to be the Braum that does get banned away, which has been rising in priority over the course of Esports World Cup.
It's just asking for a Leona ban to follow it though, right? If you do have this as the red side, you could just grab the Leona, and the Braum has been the classic counter pick. And now G2 has to decide, if we give them Leona, what are we going to get instead? Is it going to be an Alistar ban, really just daring Mako to play the Leona, which I see no reason not to.
They're saying, okay, you want an even better spot to pick Leona? Well, ban away Alistar.
Now you have to pick a good champ.
Yeah. If you're not picking Leona here, I do not know what the choice would be, to be honest, and they will choose it here. So let's see what G2 have prepared, because they had to have known that this would be selected, and they have to have something very nice prepared to deal with it.
You don't do this without having some kind of plan for the Leona, and it actually surprises me a little bit that G2 are taking as long as they are to go for the champions that they will be locking in. The Forest does end up being the answer, and the Rel, not nearly as common of an answer. It has been very strong in the past, and there are some good tools to combo this with the Chain of Corruption as well as the Equalizer, where you can blow up large swaths of the board, but it feels as though you just made your game needlessly a little bit harder, because even with all these tools, the Maokai and the Kennen are going to create so much zone control that Caps and Broken Blade are going to struggle to get in.
That's really the biggest issue, I think, for G2 is those two champs you mentioned. The Kennen disengage ult, fantastic. The Nature's Grasp, fantastic as well. And it can really break up your ability to find targets and actually get engages going in a 5v5 team fight. Yes, they still have great pick potential on the top side of the map to G2, but especially if they lose map control and you're dealing with having to engage into both of those champs, you're not going to have a good time. It's just not going to happen. And you see the reason for the Alistar ban, the Rel coming out. That is one of the biggest counters to Rel, the Alistar, but you did also give this free Leona over. And I suppose for G2, they said, well, we're mostly worried about Ezreal Leona rather than just Leona itself. And they do let that one get selected. So at the end of the day, who are you liking in terms of the drafts here, Joshi?
I'm still liking Top Esports once again, although Caps really has some of the most outplay potential of any champion in this game. If this is a time for the Western GOAT to step up, it has to be right now. This is their last potential chance to move on in this series. If they drop this one, they will have to watch their key get crushed, and then we will see the LPL advance to play up against T1.
Yeah, absolutely. And, coming into today, I actually felt like this series, the second one, was going to be closer than the first one. But Team Liquid made it really interesting between them and T1. And you know what? So far, G2 haven't been able to make it as interesting, in my opinion. So I really want to see them get something going here for game number 2 and make this a competitive series. Otherwise, Top Esports are going to be going on to the finals. But you know, still got to play out game 2 and potentially a game 3 in this series.
This is where we're going to be putting a big look once again at Broken Blade as well, right? We're looking at Caps as one of these players who has a lot of tools to try and make outplays going into top esports. Use that mobility, use that burst of damage, and create zones of vision where you have total control. But Broken Blade also received the first pick Rumble in this game. He picked it blindly. He's now going to be going into 369's Kennen, which is already a bit of a tough matchup, but it is definitely going to be on Broken Blade to showcase why they put as much faith as they have into this top lane who has been so strong for G2 throughout this spring split.
Absolutely. That's going to be the biggest thing to look forward to. The first pick always kind of has that extra weight on their shoulders saying, hey, we're giving you the best pick in, you know, everything that hasn't been banned, and we're expecting you to do a lot with it. As guys, it looks like we do have a slight technical issue with one of the computers here, trying to get this solved and into the game as soon as possible. So apologies for that. We'll try to get into this one and have a fun back and forth game number 2, I hope. As you were mentioning, you know, the LeBlanc coming out here for Caps as well. I really do feel like the heavy commitment to the top side of the map here from G2's draft, the Rumble, the Vi, the LeBlanc, that 2v2, especially the mid jungle, I feel like they should have a really nice angle there, especially in the early to mid game.
I also think it's kind of funny that we are getting the LeBlanc and the Yone. I saw a tweet earlier today where people were looking at some very high elo solo queue players who are like, Corkistrana, and then LeBlanc and Yone were about the only 2 champions after that you're seeing anyone play at the top of the solo queue ladder. And this is going to be a perfect example of seeing what happens if those 2 other champions were to disappear. It does look as though Han Sama seems to be the player who is having some issue in getting into the game, but it does create a much more volatile game than the ones that we've seen before. Corki and Tristana just kind of neutralize each other in a lot of ways, and even though, yes, Korean was getting the better of the matchup last time around, normally both of them just farm very heavily as we get into game.
Yeah, I was told it would be a quick issue, and you know what? We are just about done with it. As you can see, they have entered the game, and we should be heading off into game number 2 in just a moment. So thank you for your patience, but we shouldn't require too much of that from now on. As we are getting ready for game number 2 of Top Esports up against G2 Esports. Will G2 fight back and bring us to game 3, or will Top Esports prove to be one of the best teams here, as they have not yet dropped a game in the Esports World Cup?
And as they jump in, we can already hear the shouts of the crowd very much in favor of Top Esports here, making sure that their team has the energy necessary to power their way through this one. We load onto the Rift for what could be the last game of the semifinals. And I have to say, as we were talking about before, Valdez, it feels as though Top Esports is in pole position to try and take this one home. I really am looking forward to what they actually do with this Kennen as well. It was a very clearly prepared counter pick going into Broken Blade's Rumble because of how quickly they were willing to lock in both their solo laners as soon as the Rumble came through.
Yeah, and we talked a lot about how this the Kennen and the Maokai could definitely do a number in terms of dealing with the engage on the side of G2, but at least for G2, they have the LeBlanc, they have the Varus, who do have a very nice amount of range, not just in terms of their auto attack range, but their ability to do damage from a very far distance and kind of just get out without much of a scratch. So still an opportunity to try to bait out, you know, a slicing Maelstrom from 369 and then just, you know, kind of chain of corruption him in position and then just not even deal with him at all. And certainly angles for G2. So I'm very excited to see what we are going to see in terms of the back and forth team fights in this one. As speaking of which, Cap's just going to find an extra tree in that bush that's not quite supposed to be there.
Yeah, a little bit surprising for Tian to go there, but every little bit of health advantage can make big plays possible later on. As Mickey.
Yeah, speaking of which, he is going to have to jump over the wall here, as already is taking a big chunk down in that bottom lane, and he's not going to be feeling too good about that one. Meanwhile, 369 just taking a bit of harass himself. Tian, level 2 on the blue buff, and now he's entering Yikes jungle.
Very aggressive already coming out from Tian, but they seem to have a good read that Yike is going to be towards the top side. This looks like good scouting on the behalf of Top Esports and their coaches and analysts identifying, Yike really likes starting the top half of the map. He's going to be going for this clear, and Tian, that means that you have time if you just do one buff as Mako already goes in.
Yeah, I mean, level 2 advantage here for the bottom lane of Top Esports. They get a huge health advantage on top of this, especially in the support role, as, you know, not too surprising, I would say, especially after Mickey X did face check the brush and did fall behind, as here comes Yike. He is going to be spotted. He is level 3, and over the wall he does come, but just in time for Tien to get away with his buff.
And that is a brutal position to be in, as Yike, yet another situation where these jungles end up falling behind simply because they do not have the same kind of read on where their opponents are as they do. And now Top Esports will allow Tian to clear out his entire side of the jungle. He still has Gromp, the Wolves, and his entire northern quadrant to actually play around. However, it does mean that the top side of the map will be left to its own devices for a little while, as the Caps clone does actually get proc relatively early on. But Tian has so much freedom to move around the map now simply because Yike is going to be trying to find something on the top half of the map.
Yeah, absolutely, especially with the Caps dominating this mid lane matchup. He is going to get on in there. We'll see just how aggressive he wants to get. He's going to start on the Raptors and knows that he will not be effective here for just a moment. Tian is about to figure this out, as we just saw Yike find out about his own red buff. They will spot each other here in the jungle, and that is going to be Yike only taking the Raptors, so he will not be able to get the red buff, and Mako has already roamed up here to mid alongside a Mickey X who's following him up, so a lot of follow roams here from both sides.
It just is an entire party from everyone on both sides trying to rectify some of the issues that we saw previously. Yike is fully on a ward, so should not be able to pick up this red buff at all, as Tian does smite that one away, but could potentially go for something a little bit more aggressive, as look to potentially hop the wall into the Krugs, does not in fact get spotted, as we just see these very small skirmishes across the board.
Yeah, we got supportal combat here on the bottom river. That's really going to go the way of Mako, and Cream, meanwhile, is going to get that knock up in mid and start to slowly but surely find a way back here in this matchup. Early on, that should go the way of LeBlanc, and Caps is doing a great job of exerting that pressure in the mid lane, as you would expect.
But still, Tian doing a really good job at managing where Yike can go, because Yike didn't have anything to farm, finds themselves on the top side of the map, trying to create some opportunities for Broken Blade, but not going to be able to find that gank whatsoever, and Tian showing himself will allow Broken Blade to crash this wave into the top side turret. But it is going to still be a good wave position up here for Broken Blade, as he does have at least somewhat of a freeze to deny some minions from his opponent.
Yeah. Does feel pretty good up there in the top side for Broken Blade. Now, we are going to see Caps TPing back into mid here. Cream was winning out in some of those trades in the mid lane and has caught up a decent amount in terms of CS. So Cream should feel pretty good about the way that one did go for the last 30 seconds. Tian, once again, very proactive, looking for another angle here, maybe down on the bottom side of the map, as Ansama is going to find the tree once again, does proc that cleanse, as that TP is just going to go into the mid lane.
A really good cleanse coming out from Hansama, very timely. It does mean that nothing further comes of that, but Tian is going to be a little bit ahead. One of the downsides of actually going for this early on invade is that none of your camps are cycled. As Cream going aggressive, and Tian is around.
Perhaps, yeah, he's going to lose that distortion as well, but Tian not going to dive LeBlanc. Definitely kind of a fool's errand if you did want to try to go for that one, especially at level 6. But still very much on a knife's edge here. Feels like the trades are very close in a lot of these lanes. And, you know, once we hit that tipping point, once someone gets that first kill, they could easily run away with this one. Decent gold lead early on for G2 without any kills so far. Just CS leads in mid and top, doing the majority of that gold lead.
Yeah, a lot of it will equal out here in just a moment, but G2 is going to be sending Caps good to get that fruit. But the other major thing is we will see this gold lead tip back towards Tian relatively shortly, unless Yike is able to pick up some of these grubs without any contest. And now 369 running back into the map is going to get there a little bit too late, and Tian not looking like they're going to be contesting this set of grubs whatsoever. So good stuff to Yike. It does make Caps in the side lane not necessarily known for being the best champion at taking the turrets, but very good at getting to them in the first place.
Yeah, absolutely. Just the threat that LeBlanc has to push lanes and get out scot-free just allows you that extra leash to push on in, get damage to turrets, and get out without much risk. As we do see 369 dashing around a lot. Looks like he did have to run all the way back to lane, as you were mentioning before. Isn't too far behind and should be okay. Still waiting for that first kill as Mako here in the mid lane, maybe trying to get something done onto Caps, but Mako himself only level 5 and no grubs to fight over at this point in time, so nobody making their way into the top river.
And no trade for the Dragon either after the grubs were picked up. It is going to be top esports not necessarily having the same kind of explosive early game, or not, I mean, just aggressive early game that we were seeing from them in the first game of the series. No Zyra means it's a lot harder to go for the tri lane because, as Ox pointed out, you don't have the same amount of time as a Maokai. You just have so much freedom to stay down here in the bottom lane when you're the Zyra, because you do every single camp without looking at it. But now Tian going to be starting up this Dragon, does have Mako in the jungle, and JackeyLove could rotate over relatively quickly if they wanted to, and Party in the mid lane as well. This should be an objective going over to top esports.
Yeah, you would imagine that it just gets taken down here without much contest from the side of G2, although as I say that, I mean, Caps is dashing on over, wants to get at least some vision in the river and maybe poke their head in and see what they can see. As the ward goes in, the smite is there. And top esports get the Dragon without much of a contest. Although Mickey X is trying to aggressively posture here, and he will be able to hop away. As the Rel not in too much danger here. We see the equalizer up in the top side. Looks like Broken Blade went for a very aggressive trade himself.
No kills just quite yet, though, Valdez, as everyone just able to get out of everything. I am expecting to see, whoa, not that.
Yeah, the leash right at the end of it. Cream is going aggressively in, and Caps just on the run here, but gets knocked up as the clone is going to be chased in the river. And meanwhile, down on the bottom side, here's Tan once again, and he's got Nature's Grasp. That will be the first blood given over to the Maokai. At 9 minutes, it comes a little bit late, but top esports get the job done.
Finally does come through, and top esports has a small gold lead, it looks like, for the first time this game, as they will be able to find that kill down in the bottom side. Unfortunately for top esports, like you said, it will be going over towards the Maokai. They would have loved to put that into JackeyLove, and at the same time, with Maokai committing down towards the bottom side, here comes the cross map.
Yeah, Yike has not used his ult yet, and that is the dash out of 369, and here it is, the flash away, slicing Maelstrom immediately as Yike is under the turret. He's in a lot of trouble, and down he will go. 369 in the 1v2 will win it, but here is Caps in the top lane, and immediately he trades it back. So G2 looks a little shaky there at first, but they do at least trade a kill back.
Really good roam up from Caps, making sure that the kill does end up going over. I feel as though the ultimate coming through from Yike, knowing that the flash is still up, a little bit greedy. We'll take another look at it as soon as Yike shows himself. We see 369 running away. The flash comes through, the ultimate comes through, and too many tower shots end up getting taken down. But then 369, he's a bit big for his britches. Doesn't realize that there's a LeBlanc around the corner.
Oh boy, meanwhile, looks like Broken Blade has overstayed his welcome. Mako looking to punish this one as he's in the alcove, and he can run around in there, but 1Q will get the job done. Even Solar Flare as well, as somehow he gets a equalizer off actually to push the lane back. So not half bad there. Won't take any turret damage or plates to go to top esports, but he still goes down, and top esports will still enjoy the kill.
Well, it's going to look at where the cross map comes in from there, but it doesn't look as though G2 are ready anywhere on the map to make a play happen. Yike does not have the ultimate available just quite yet, but they could potentially still look for a dive on the bottom side as Mako leaves some pressure mid.
Yeah, Caps just have the Mimic Distortion. That's going to get this TP, though, out of the side of G2, as it is Broken Blade. Does not have the equalizer, and not quite enough damage to get on top of him. Mako will respond with a Respect Flash to come out, but now Broken Blade, awkward spot, but here comes Darrell. The engage on a 2. The Magnet Storm is huge, as everybody on the side of G2 is here, and they do collapse and get 2 kills in the mid lane.
A great counter game coming through from G2 to find multiple kills, gives them over right here to Broken Blade. A much needed money going over towards the top laner at the same time. And both AD carries just wailing away on the side lane turrets as we get another teleport to come through, as so much pressure being relieved across the board. But G2 finally pulling ahead in this game with a couple of kills going their way.
Absolutely. I mean, some free time with the turret on bot. JackeyLove has some free time himself as Caps, he's been such a huge menace. It feels like he's pulling a lot of attention towards him, but he's LeBlanc. He's totally fine. He has not died at all, as he will just distort away from the enemy team, as it does look like Hansama should be able to get the first turret blood, even against the two members of Top Esports. We'll see what this race looks like, but looking good for Hansama right now.
Hansama is able to just step so far forward here because they have enough vision control on the bottom side of the map, and 369 has no idea where so many of the members of G2 are that he has no opportunity to even try to contest the bottom lane structure. So it will be the first threat going over to G2, but it's very quickly matched, but still a little bit of extra goal as Tiana has to run.
Yeah, he has to get away from this one, as a Q could come down from Mickey X, and Tien just has to go back in. He knows he's going down here without much recourse, although here comes Cream. He's going to line up two, and now the re-engage from the side of Top Esports. A lot of low health bars, but they can't quite get a kill. Finally, JackeyLove will get one, but he has to flash away. Mickey X, the second to eventually fall as they're diving JackeyLove in the top lane, and they will take him down. But Cream is such a huge menace on this Yone. And that is going to be the route here. Unbound Soul comes in, and Broken Blade will give the double kill over to Cream, Top Esports' mid laner.
Both of these mid laners are everywhere in so many of these fights, but Cream coming out a little bit ahead when all is said and done, partly because 369 on the far side also getting even more money. But Cream just finding so many of these small opportunities, another ultimate in that one to just keep his teammates alive for a little bit longer. However, another dragon is spawning, and it looks as though G2 looking to create pressure here and push 369 away from this side of the map.
Hansama's just on a ward. He has no idea as he's getting flashed on by a Maokai, but it might actually bite them back, as no, Hansama will be stunned down, and Tien is totally fine as in goes JackeyLove, and he will be gifted a double kill himself. So Top Esports, a couple of huge plays, and they should be able to get this Infernal Drake as well.
And it has to be a tragedy here for all the G2 fans, all the LEC, the European fans trying to find some opportunity to turn things back on Top Esports. It's been back and forth so far, but these last couple of plays just going in favor of Top Esports really creates a big question for the rest of the game, because Top Esports, it feels as though their composition is a little bit easier to play in some ways. You have the Ken and you have the Yone, who can both create a lot of pressure in the side lanes, and they don't ever have to give battle to G2, and they can just fight him anyway.
Caps just isolated, has nowhere to go. He's going to be taken down, and the two carries right now are Cream and JackeyLove, and the two of them come together to just absolutely assassinate the LeBlanc. As Caps, he thought he was safe. I was talking about the, mobility of this pick, but he's not able to mobility his way out of that death. Now it is going to be the Rift Herald that does go over to G2, but at this point in time, just kind of feels like a small gift compared to what Top Esports are getting.
And Hansama, like you said, having no idea that they are on a ward, was looking to push out 369 earlier, potentially looking for a bit of a play, but doesn't have the same kind of burst as Lethality Varus was showcasing even earlier, not this event, but even during the regular season for all of these teams. And now Mickey X, a little bit in danger of potentially making a similar mistake. Does have some friends in the back pocket, but there's a lot of Top Esports members here.
They're going to spot him, as the Rel is pretty good at getting out of the first engage. Can he get out of the second one? The slow comes down on a Hansama, and now the Nature's Grasp here. Mickey X has to flash away just to survive. Meanwhile, the Nature's Grasp could extend it up to Yike. He's going to have to flash away himself. And Top Esports, they're just on the hunt for any champion on the side of G2.
And G2, they have Broken Blade, but he's not going to be able to get a whole lot of damage on this structure. Just a little bit of minion damage fed to the Tower of Gods. However, it is still Top Esports creating a bit more pressure. Now, One of the big things that I am going to be looking at yet again, Broken Blade, we put some pressure on him at the very beginning. He got the first pick in the entire game. He's on this rumble. He is up about 1,000 gold, but when you look at the rest of the map, it doesn't look nearly as good for the side of G2, and that means that so much of their damage is going to have to come out from this rumble.
Yeah, he's going to have to lift some heavy weight, and yes, there is a slight lead in the jungle as well, but it still feels like Tana's done more so far in this game, right? I mean, yeah, got that ult in top lane where they traded 1-for-1, and then it wasn't a great situation. It feels like he hasn't gotten a lot of value out of that extremely valuable Vial. So it's been a bit of a struggle for him. Whereas on the side of top esports, they have the gold in the right pockets, right? It's in the Yone, it's in the Kai'Sa, who are both, you know, about to hit 2 items, at least in the case of the Yone. Kai'Sa's already got it. Mako thinking about getting there onto Broken Blade, but not going to overextend, as top esports going to enjoy about a 1,500 gold lead here in the mid game.
At the same time, we also got to look at the fact that we are blessed once again, Valdez, with the Hextech Soul in this game, as we get to see JackeyLove over 1,000 gold on anyone else in the game. In fact, his lane opponent, Hans Sama, the closest player in the entire game. But as the Rift Herald does crash, with about 2 minutes left on the Hextech Dragon, we're going to have to look at how top esports can continue to build up some of these small advantages. They got 4 dragons straight in that last game. They've gotten 2 more, 6 dragon streaks so far. Probably more than that, honestly, if we look at their previous series. But top esports have had so much control. And like we said at the beginning, they have a lot of dangerous ults that you have to be aware of. A lot of redundant crowd control coming from the side of top esports. And so, if Yike goes in, if Caps goes in, suddenly it's a very dangerous place to be, because once you go in, it's very difficult to get out.
You're not getting out. I mean, there's just so much lockdown from the Slicing Maelstrom, the Nature's Grasp, the Solar Flare. Even the Leona can be very good at peeling if Mako's in the right spot. Top esports, they've found a lot of picks themselves. They don't even necessarily have to do that, but I think if you find a couple of members of G2 that are out of position, you can still look for opportunistic picks from their side, and they've been pretty good about doing that, but also not overextending and getting out of position, because really where their bread is buttered is in that disengage and kind of re-engaging from a good position for them. As Tian is he's in his own jungle, but he is spotted. It doesn't look like G2 are going to overextend for him, but they're certainly trying to set up some vision here around the next dragon that's about to spawn.
It's going to be hard for G2 to maintain any position here with just the amount of poke that will be coming through. JackeyLove does have the 2 items. Suddenly that W becomes, oh, it's not quite evolved just quite yet, but he is getting very close. But still, top esports, they have the Maokai to push things around. They also have plenty of opportunities for Cream and 369 to potentially teleport to very dangerous flanks. They will be teleporting Yone into the mid lane. But with the Dragon still spawning in about 10 seconds, top esports will be able to take control of the mid lane first.
Yeah, the mid-prio definitely going to be very important.
Oh, they're just
going to flash onto the block. Not sure about that one, but honestly, it's still working. As the Nature's Grasp, he puts himself in such an excellent position. As now the Slicing Maelstrom onto everybody. It finds all of the front line of G2. They all get decimated, and it's a triple kill for JackeyLove.
369 doing so much work and creating space, but JackeyLove, the big recipient of all of those kills coming through. A massive gold lead and a massive actually coming through for top esports. They're going to get this mid lane turret. They should be able to get the bot lane turret. They're going to be getting this Hextech Dragon as well. Every single one of these advantages just stacking itself up right after each other for top esports. And Valdez, it might be a little too early to call this one, but it's starting to feel very demoralizing for the G2 fans. That looked like it could have been a fight where top esports was overextending and G2 were not able to capitalize.
I mean, the engage came in so quickly, I hardly was even able to react to it. It was just, you know, they saw G2 in mid lane and they said, okay, we're just going to send it. And they didn't have to do this, but it worked out so well.
Well, a massive part of this is Caps having to use both the normal distortion and the ult distortion to get out. It means that he doesn't have a lot of damage left over to contribute. He tries to jump out of JackeyLove, but there's no actual threat with 369 creating so much space in the rest of the fight. JackeyLove is free to hit whoever he wants, and turns out he wanted to hit everybody.
And that he did. You know, if you're the ones being proactive, diving into them, it can be hard for G2 to kind of turn the damage onto the right targets, especially when everybody's kind of floundering, trying to get away from the engage. And so Jackie Love just all the room and time in the world to take down those kills. Now he's got 6 on the Kai'Sa, which is a pick we don't see too often, but when it comes out and when it gets fed, you can see the power of this pick in this position specifically, especially once you begin to build some AP and you can just poke people down, as now looks like Caps is caught once again, but they're trying to get on top of Jackie Love, and they will. It's a shutdown out of the bars, but no, they're so out of position, and everybody on the side of G2 is once again going to be caught up here. They sacrifice Jackie Love, but they take 3 people with them.
And Yike is too low. He's not going to be able to do anything about this Baron as it does go down. Jackie Love has to just pull out the water. He knows, like, yeah, that was fine. The rest of my team does have this after all. And 369, another massive ult in another team fight. Caps will try to do something, but he has nothing to say.
Yeah, Caps, he's desperate to just try to do whatever he can, as now Yike is going to get into the backside of this pit, but Top Esports, they're not going to take any risks with this one. They're going to stop hitting the Baron. They immediately turn onto the Vi, and Yike doesn't really have an angle to get into this one. It is pretty low, and he nearly does get in there, but it's not quite going to happen. As now Mako, you see Mickey X, he's like, maybe I can get in on the action. Well, the answer is no. Well, I suppose he does get in on the action, but he'll just immediately die, as the kill will go over to Jackie Love, and Top Esports, they are running away with this game.
The Baron buff comes through. They're already up 2,000 gold in this power play. The 5,000 gold lead come through, and the chants are also starting to get pumped in from the arenas. Top Esports fans, so many of them traveling here to be in Riyadh, are ecstatic that their team is starting to come up with so many of these plays. And G2, the desperation that we were talking about them feeling before, is in full effect now. Caps doesn't have the money to do anything in these games. Broken Blade, who had a lead up against 369 for so much of the game, has now fallen behind after a couple of massive team fights from 369.
We'll take a look at the replay once again. It's, you know, they get the pick. They're trying desperately to do what their comp does, which is press your Vi ult, get an equalizer on top, and get a kill. And they do that, but then this happens.
Yeah, 369 finding a full ultimate on top of Han Sama just means that the bars goes down very quickly, and with so many resources expended on trying to take down Jackie Love, you had nothing left for the rest of the team, and now we'll see how many structures they can get. Ultimate's already out.
Yeah, they're just pushing forward. The Nature's Grass going to create so much room as Caps is just flying all over the map, and now Cream is going to get in there as well. The damage to Equalizer is actually very nice, but do they have the follow-up? It looks like the answer is absolutely no, as Cream just waltzing into 4 people. He even gets away alive. Not sure why he was walking that way, but you know, it's fine. He survives, and Top Esports still have a minute left on their Baron buff.
However, they have lost a lot of those health bars, so even though they lost the mid lane turret and a kill from Yike, it does mean that Top Esports will not have nearly as much, but the teleport comes out from Cream. Jackie Love backing away, so there is a small opportunity here for a 4v4 with no ultimates. It's going to be very difficult to make anything happen, as more and more gold will be going over. A 4,000 gold power play gets to 5,000 here as another turret actually falls. And crucially here, Valdez, with 40 seconds left until the Hex Tech Soul will be spawning, Top Esports have set themselves up for some massive gold backs.
Yeah, they get all this gold, they put it over their shoulder, they bring it to the shopkeeper, they buy probably nearly a full item, and then they fight for Hextech Soul, as Caps might just die. The power of the Kai'Sa really being felt here, but did Jackie Love go too far? We've seen him do it many a time, but it looks like he will be just fine in this case, as Caps is going to be the one limping away.
Top Esports just muscle their way into the southern quadrant of the map, and now G2 have to be so careful every single brush they want to try and check. You never know which one has a sapling or a Maokai or a cannon in it. At the same time, Top Esports is going to be cleaning up the dragon. They're going to be starting it, and Yike not even able to get to the dragon.
He just can't get in, and Mako's just the security guard right in the front. Hansama already has to cleanse before the fight even really begins. They find Yike, and he is just isolated. Down he goes. The equalizer doesn't hit anyone. And now Top Esports gonna send it right into that back line. It is an absolute decimation as they clean them up in the mid lane. And Top Esports, they might have just booked themselves a ticket to the finals.
369 only rolling 9 so far in this game. This cannon looking absolutely monstrous. And now Top Esports, like you said, 10,000 gold in the lead, 26 minutes in. G2 have to rely on Caps to try and do something to keep this game going.
Oh, and he's just being dove on as well. The Maokai, you can't get away from that as there is no follow-up. It doesn't matter. The rest of the team is just hitting the turrets. They don't care about the LeBlanc. You see Mickey X once again desperate to try to peel off of the Nexus, but it's not going to happen. Mickey X will go down, and Top Esports, now they're just playing with their food. This has not been a close 2-0, but it is a 2-0. Top Esports will move on to the finals of the Esports World Cup.
They get the revenge for the win that G2 had at MSI, and they get a dominant victory. This is the second absolute dismantling of their opponents that Top Esports have had. They demolished gen.g, they take down G2, and now they only have one more opponent left before they can lift the trophy here in Riyadh.
Yeah, honestly, just incredibly impressive stuff from these guys from Top Esports. They look unstoppable, and so far they have been. They have not dropped a single game, as we have highlighted. And man, who is going to stop them? There's only one team that has the potential, which will be T1, who Top Esports will face in the finals tomorrow of EWC presenting League of Legends. But honestly, Top Esports got to be the favorite going into that one, the way they have been playing the last couple of days.
The biggest thing to me is just seeing how clinical their games have been. Game 1, we said was the most clinical game. Game 2 was a little bit dirtier, but that is okay because every single time they go back, they spend their money, they go, what's next? And that seems to be something that they do better than any team, not just in this tournament, but any team in the world right now.
Absolutely. Shout out to G2 as well. They make it into the semifinals. They take down FlyQuest. They give it their all here, but they will fall short and have to face the hydraulic press, which has been a fate many teams have faced here at EWC. But we do have an interview on stage ready to go. Let's hand it over to the stage right now.
By my side is Top Esports Mako. First of all, congratulations to Top Esports for making it into the finals of the EWC presenting League of Legends. Can we get a round of applause? Secondly, can we please have the leader of G2 to present their key towards the front of the stage where their dreams will be crushed by Top Esports and their journey will end here. Can we get a round of applause for G2, everyone? So for our interview, I wanted to start off that you guys are currently undefeated at the League of Legends tournament in EWC. How's the team feeling making into the finals? 首先，我想恭喜一下 Mako 选手成功进到 EWC 的决赛。现在这个整个队的态度是怎么样呢？
就是我们来这个就是为了夺冠来的。
We are here to become the victors of EWC. Well, my next question is that, especially towards G2, where you guys were eliminated by G2 at MSI. So what's changed since then for you guys to take this 2-0? 其实上次你们打 G2 是在 MSI， 然后是0-3被淘汰了，所以这次有没有做什么调整呢？
就做了挺多调整的，包括 BP 上面，然后还有我们游戏里面做了一些针对他们的很多想法吧，然后包括他们的 BP 我们也研究了很久。
We've actually made a lot of adjustments coming into tonight's best of 3, especially for the ban pick phase, and luckily we were able to pull through. Now finally, your opponents in the finals will be T1. So what do you think of their progression so far at the EWC, and how will you go up against them? 所以你们的决赛对手是 T1， 然后我们也看到今天晚上 T1 赢了 Team Liquid， 所以你对他们的这个队的状态怎么样呢？
我觉得最近 T1 打得也挺好的，但是我们其实蛮久没交手了，很期待这次决赛的交手。
I feel like T1 is also in a very good form right now, and I'm excited to verse them in the finals. So finally, what do you have to say for the fans? Because this is the time that top esports will be making it into the EWC finals for League of Legends. 有没有什么想对粉丝们说的？因为这是首进 EWC 的决赛。
来到就这个地方，能感觉到就粉丝的热情特别高嘛。然后就是感谢大家来这边看我们比赛，然后也非常感谢，因为现在国内应该是非常晚了，然后感谢大家熬夜看我们比赛吧，辛苦大家。
This is my first time being in the EWC and especially the finals, and I really want to thank the fans, especially the Chinese fans that are staying up late to watch this. 谢谢梅口选手。After this interview, we're gonna have the team captain crushing the key of G2, but first of all, we're gonna send it to AB.
Have you got what it takes to get to the top? It doesn't matter how high you climb. To reach the top, even the biggest champ needs a break. So you can recharge, dive back in, and dominate. Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
For the pawns who sell their souls just to play. I don't keep up with the fake. We are not the same, so go take your license. Plastic and products left in a box with nothing to promise. Get out my face. Try to stab me with a saving grace. Fool me once, never twice. Now I gotta hit the knife. You try to cut off my conscience. Bake me a cake full of nonsense. And I got deja vu when your words are up, you call you nauseous. Your stuff belongs in the driveway. Don't know number, but you wish, babe. Took out the trash like I used to have rest, but all that's in the past, now I upgrade. Upgrade. Shit in the past like I used to upgrade.
It's a 2-0 here for Top Esports as they claim the final spot in the finals of the Esports World Cup presenting League of Legends. They'll be facing T1 as they topple the Kings of Europe, G2, in a clean 2-0 fashion. The Nexus drops and the key will be crushed. All of that coming up in just a little bit. Congratulations again to Top Esports for knocking it out. Welcome back to the area. Dagon alongside Atlas and Ox. And this one was, it felt personal, and Top Esports made it so.
Yeah, I mean, getting revenge where they got swept by G2 at MSI. And Top Esports, after beating Gen.g, we kind of said they now are looking to be the tournament favorites after a convincing win against Gen.g, another convincing win against G2, yet to drop a single game as they go into the finals.
Yeah, and this was just annihilation in this game as well. It felt like from draft to gameplay, they always just had the answers every single time. And even though things got a little bit scrappy in that one, it was all just coming up Top Esports.
Yeah, definitely. Let's take a look at some of the flashbacks from this last game here, starting with the draft.
Yeah, and I like what Top Esports brought here because they have so many engaged threats on their team, and then they have the Kennen, the Yone, and the Kai'Sa, which really works well in this dive composition. G2, they went for the buy. They have a lot of pick potential between that and the LeBlanc. But I feel like one of the issues is when you have this Varus into a composition like this, you can start to feel really vulnerable. Even the Rumble as well started to feel like he got targeted a fair bit. Top Esports did a fantastic job of utilizing that dive potential in those engage tools.
Yeah, and I feel like G2 had a really good front foot composition, but not a very good back foot composition. Once you fall behind with a comp like this, it's very, very hard to readjust and play from a deficit. And Top Esports, they had lots of different options, and I love how Kennen can be used in this comp as well. You can use it for disengage, you can protect whoever gets cease and desisted, and you can also use it, as 369 did throughout the majority of this game, to murder everyone.
Let's take a look at the top lane highlights here, as it started off a little crazy, but then ends with the cream double kill.
Yeah, and I think with the compositions in this game, it was always going to be quite a scrappy one, but it just felt like when it came to these skirmishes, the execution was in favor of Top Esports. And we see here, Tian goes down, but the re-engage coming out from Cream allows JackeyLove to get his ult in and to start a follow-up, and then Cream, yes, JackeyLove goes down, but he's untouched, and the tower hits Broken Blade takes here, puts him in a really vulnerable spot.
And I feel like the entirety of this time was just spent hands checking each other. Everyone just constantly going in and out, checking. Even right then and there at the very end, you saw Broken Blade go back in saying, Caps, you reckon we can do it? And weren't quite able to do so. This was a bit of a mess, but it was a fun mess because it was constantly trying to out-mechanics each other.
And, you know, that is just the LPL in a nutshell.
Yeah.
I feel like that is just bread and butter for Top Esports. And as far as LPL team goes, they are very experienced at making those hand checks.
Yeah, and then the next two highlights that we have for you, just kind of bouncing around the 19-21 minutes mark around the mid lane.
Yeah, and I think Chan has had a fantastic tournament. Lead the charge here with the root onto Cap. Doesn't get huge value, but then the ult across the whole team really splits them apart. The Rumble Equalizer gets a decent amount of value, but nothing compared to that Kennen ult.
Yeah, and so much of what Top Esports was doing was completely spread out, and so it was very hard to get an Equalizer to actually do anything. They're also so mobile, right? And then you've got Kennen, who is a mobility wrecking ball, right? And when you do finally group up and the Slicing Maelstrom comes in, the amount of value that 369 is able to get is just obscene.
Yeah, and so many times against the Maokai, we've seen teams be able to line up and really prevent the value from the Grasping Roots. Not the case this time. It was such a good job there by Tien to get multiple members stuck. And then in the mid lane, you're thinking, okay, gotta stop JackeyLove. He's super fed. Let's get the kill. G2 accomplished that. But then the next step after that didn't have an answer.
Yeah, I mean, it's the right play to go and try and punish JackeyLove, get that gold, but a lot is committed onto him, and unfortunately, the position they end up on the back end, prime opportunity for 369 to come up and clean up. So the concept of the play was correct. You have to do that when you're behind, but Top Esports were so far ahead at this point, and 369 just put on a masterclass.
Yeah, and that play in the mid lane kind of looked like, you know, a heist movie, but they just didn't have an exit strategy. So they managed to claim what they were looking for, and then didn't really manage to figure out a way out.
That wouldn't be a good heist film. I've not seen one like that, but yeah.
Isn't it most of them? Like where it's, oh, something went wrong and now
no,
we're
but then
trapped.
they figure out at the end. They didn't really manage
Yeah,
to
yeah. Unfortunately, it's not a movie.
They got in, but how did they get out?
They
Find out. Yeah, here's the final fight here as Top Esports. Just with this gold lead, the Baron buff like just really took control.
Yeah, I feel like at this point with the composition Top Esports has, there's not much you can do. The engage potential, it's there, and the cannon just doing so much damage at this point.
Yeah, 369 had an absolute field day, and it's been a while since I've personally seen a cannon do this much damage. We often see it picked in the LCK and not necessarily find as much value. 369 really eking out everything in this game.
Well, joining us very graciously again is Mickey X here from G2. Hey, man.
Hello.
Thank you for joining us after that match. Just kind of give us your thoughts here on the semifinals.
Yeah, it was kind of a rough one. We kind of got stomped. Yeah, we didn't really play at our usual level. I feel like there was a lot of just like not indecisions. So we were just kind of like walking around, not doing much. And we just misplayed a lot of stuff as well. And they also drafted very well and played well. So yeah, I think they're going to probably take it in the final as well. Pretty good.
What was it about Top Esports that kind of created that? Because we know that you guys are a team that can turn it on just like that.
I'm not really sure what was up with them. Maybe they copied our drafts from scrimming them. But yeah, they for sure had a better meta read than both gen.g and us. Like I think against gen.g was the most obvious, like how well they drafted compared to gen.g. But yeah, overall, everyone just kind of played well, it seemed like.
Yeah, I'm just wondering, because I'm sure you're aware they're running like a semi-fearless sort of format in the LPL. What are your thoughts on like the fearless drafting, and do you think it might have helped them have a better draft approach?
I'm not really sure about that one, because the meta right now is kind of the same each game, and I didn't really feel like they pulled out anything new. They just kind of went with the standard, but they drafted champions that work well with each other and good against the enemy champs. And they actually played the ones that are good on this patch, not on the previous patch, like some teams.
Yeah.
So.
Final question here, Mickey X. Just what is the big takeaway from the tournament in your time here in Riyadh?
It's a good question. I think we kind of learned that we have to be more patient when we play a lot of these skirmishes or fights. I think a lot of times it happened, especially against FlyQuest, where we're just like going headfirst into the fight, even though we have more of like a pure comp, like the Ivern game, for example. And just how to play better on side lanes. That was especially for me and Yike, because sometimes we were just like showing on mid waves a lot for fun. And yeah, I think that will be some takeaways. I think the scrims were quite nice, so I think we can learn a lot from those and take it into the LEC.
All right, there you have it. One of the greatest to ever do it here from Europe. It's G2's Mickey X. Thank you so much for your time. Appreciate you very much, brother.
Thanks, Mickey.
All right, let's take a look at the bracket as we move on to our final match of the tournament. It will be T1 versus Top Esports as our grand final here in the Esports World Cup presenting League of Legends.
And I feel like it's no surprise T1 have had a couple of struggles, you know, on the back of that loss to KT they had before coming here. Top Esports really putting in a strong argument for them being the favorites in that matchup. T1 gonna have to answer a very strong foe there.
Absolutely, and I'm looking forward to the T1 victory because we've seen this script before, and it was a pretty obvious T1 win at the end. So looking forward to that, celebrating after a 5-game banger tomorrow.
Yeah, definitely. Again, we'll see what happens there. We actually have one more piece of content for y'all back on home. Standing by right now with our post-game interview is Yike as well from G2. Let's hear from him.
Hi everyone, Ginny joined here with G2 Yike. Unfortunate event against Top Esports. I want to talk about that experience considering the fact that in MSI it was a clean 3-0. What was different this time?
Yeah, I feel like they maybe prepared a lot better than last time. I don't know if they were like under-battering us or thinking we are worse, but this time for sure they respected us a lot, and I feel like they made two good drafts, and I did very good on map. Also versus gen.g they did very good, so for sure they're like a much stronger team, and they showed it.
Well, they're going to the finals. You're going back to Berlin. Sorry. But in terms of the experience here so far at EWC, how has it been for you?
I feel like I had a very good time here. I didn't expect it to be so nice. Like the food is very, like I really like the food here. The atmosphere is nice. I like the whole, like every people I met as well is like a lot of new people, and they're all very nice. So I've had very fun.
What about the heat though? Because like it's raining in Berlin right now. Are you missing the rain?
Yeah, I'm a guy who really likes the rain, so it's gonna be nice to go back to the rain. But yeah, it's very warm here. It's kind of nice during the night, but during the day it's nice.
Yeah. Well, thank you so much for your time. Appreciate it. Safe travels.
Thanks to Yike for his insights, as there it is, coming synonymous with the Esports World Cup, the crushing of the key for those that have fallen just a bit short of their dreams. There it goes, G2 falling short here.
Only one more key to be crushed, 6 down. And tomorrow you're going to see 2 teams go head-to-head, who I think very deserving of their spots in the final.
Yeah, and as far as the ones to take, Gen.g and G2, not too bad here for top esports. And if they manage to top that off with a T1, that feels pretty good.
Yeah, especially I feel like the G2 one, after that MSI defeat, that was rough,
Yeah.
And particularly the Chinese fans can be very brutal on social media when it comes to losses to the West. So bit of redemption here, I'm sure they're glad to.
Hearing about what they were saying about BLG definitely proves your point there. Ox, absolutely.
Well, it's an LPL versus LCK affair for the first ever Esports World Cup presenting League of Legends finals. Who will win? We will find out tomorrow. Only one day left here at EWC. Can't wait for it. On behalf of everyone here putting on the show, we appreciate you watching. One more day. We'll see you tomorrow.
The ultimate.